What's up? Surely these LEC playoffs games are good and not a complete raccoon feast trash fiesta.
Look, there are going to be people watching that have.
Right? He said, hopefully. Made myself a burrito today. Check it. Come on, camera. Oh, yeah. Made a steak burrito with chipotles and adobo sauce marinade, lime juice, and ancho chili powder. Made the salsa and pico de gallo from scratch, so basically everything from scratch, guys. Delicious. Also, stream-friendly food, because I can just pick it up and eat it because burritos are sandwiches. I mean, I could make it a breakfast burrito. Just put the steak in there, put some eggs in instead. Are hot dog sandwiches? Of course they are. What else would they be? What else? Like, I don't even think that's an argument. I mean, literally the only thing I changed to make this a breakfast burrito is I just replaced the rice with scrambled eggs. And then it's a breakfast burrito. Hot dogs are tacos? Well, tacos are also sandwiches. Tacos are also sandwiches. I hate to break it to you guys. That's the truth. They're Mexican sandwiches. Are tortas Mexican sandwiches? Yes. Everything is a Mexican sandwich. I know the results of the series, yes. But I don't know the drafts, and I don't know who wins which games. And I haven't seen the games. Literally the only thing I know is who wins this series and how many games are in it. That's not my stream, guys. That's the shitty ass LEC VOD. Okay, so no Ash for Hansama. Ezreal just super high priority now. Remember Caps has played mid Ezreal, so it's actually a flex pick. I assume the Lucian is for mid lane? How often do you have the MonteCristo sandwich? Never. I think they're fucking gross. I hate the MonteCristo sandwich. The Nico AD that we saw yesterday as well. There's a lot of these Broken Blade has kind of been messing about with, so it was very. All right, so this is really interesting. So we're gonna ban Varus because that's one of Hansama's best champions. So I guess we're assuming the Ezreal is going mid because of Caps, but it could very well go bot. So like, why aren't we banning Renekton counters? Why aren't we banning Gnar? So we're banning ranged. I forgot that they like to play Varus top in Europe and Varus mid. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this region? I think that is trash, man. But surely you wouldn't. You wouldn't pick Varus top when you already have picked Brand and Ezreal, right? Like, you would pick Sejuani and then pick Varus.
Be that playmaker, something and a role that Oscar is no
So, like, you could still pick Sedge.
stranger to.
Like, you could still pick Sejuani, I guess, here, and then pick Varus top, and then play Ezreal AD carry.
Still do assume that it's going mid lane, but the Alistar here would be a decent choice as far as supports go, but would hurt the early levels.
Yeah, but I think you try and play into him. Ezreal a very, very safe play into this very.
Now the question is,
For Fnatic, as you highlighted, Rob, right? Both compositions really kind of want people to come into them. The Zyra, the Brand, both
Probably
want
Lucian
to face
mid.
check them, but if G2 are just going to outrange,
Surely you're not going to play...
then they can
Surely you're going to pick Braum here last, right? Oh, Braum's been banned. All right, that makes sense.
just poke. They don't need to be the ones to force that fight.
All right, so we're going to play MF. Okay.
Notoriously weak against Ezreal, but they already took it for themselves, so they have the comfort knowing that she's pretty good against a lot of the existing meta.
Are we just going to... Are we going to do a T1 and play the Jhin into the MF?
Well, we've seen it rise up.
Yep, Jhin Alistar. So a lot of lockdown. So it is, in fact... Whoops. So it is, in fact, going to be top Renekton. Oh, let me just wait till I swap around. All right, so we are taking the Jace in the top side. I really wonder what the point of banning TF and Varus was if we're just going to let the Jace through. I have to say, like, this is a pretty rough combo if you get behind because everybody is so squishy outside of Leona. But you do have extremely good poke. You should have very good laning phase. You have huge backline damage with Brand and MF ults. This can absolutely be played as a pick composition with Alistar and Jhin. Your setup actually for picks is really good because you can actually get one stun into culling. Renekton Zyra is strong for ganking early because you set up with Renekton W and then you Zyra root them, right? And then you can just full cull into somebody's face, or you can catch them with a Jhin W or a WQ from Alistar. And then you can set up for a culling, right, or another engage. So pick comp wise, Fnatic, you know, really good, but it's going to be very hard for them in laning phase. I think they just lose all lanes, and that means the Brand is going to have time to invade potentially. So not, I think it's a risky draft from Fnatic. They have to play very well around vision, and they're probably going to top to bottom. Like they may have to lane swap actually. We'll see.
definitely have team fighting tools. If they can get on top of the squishies, this Renekton can do some serious damage. But yeah, we've also got to talk about lane priority. Top and bot, they're going to be a struggle for Fnatic.
Big time. This is where I think they're really going to struggle because the way you want this game to go as Fnatic is you get an early lead, you get to set up an objectives and go, cool, we can look for flanks, look for creative angles to get access to this backline. Because if you can get onto Brand, if you can get onto MS,
Tricky to navigate. First game and it's best of 5. Turn to go, of course. Both teams, the luxury of an extra life if they do fall down here, but the winner going straight to finals. Reminder: the
I mean, this is a pick comp from Fnatic, right?
Guaranteed a spot.
And they want Broken Blade to push up, but a lot of this is going to depend on how well they can keep the Jace down. Like Jace can absolutely get rolled in lane if you start to just chain gank him, and he can't play the game without flash up. So even if you blow his flash, he has to play super weird.
This year to win every single title throughout the year, including the season finals.
So we are going to we're not going to see any kind of Zyra disruption early, which means Zyra's going to have a very fast clear into top side. So the G2 is going to have to be very careful about how they play this in top side. Oh, they are going in. Their level 1 is super weak. So they are going to try and disrupt Zyra. This is good.
Not that threatening. Feel comfortable to walk up and get information on where Razork is starting.
Oh,
now
well.
Just returning to lane. We'll have first access.
Not actually
and
doing
take
anything.
Control here
Rip.
early on. But I think it's an excellent point, Betty, right? Fnatic started so damn good. We talked to Nightshare about it. He was like, I'm really nervous about this G2 game. If it just booms us mentally.
It's playoffs already. Well, it's first playoffs, and then we get second playoffs, because that's just how LEC rolls. They can do one playoffs into another playoffs. It's pretty terrible, actually.
There's so much history here, right? You look at this roster, and you know the Fnatic fans want
This is the
to see
meaningless
that win.
playoffs,
They
to be
want
clear.
Reignition of a rivalry that has been for quite some time pretty one-sided.
and it feels like it's been an uphill battle for Fnatic to try and get that control in this match.
Yeah, they do
It feels
summer
like G2's
playoffs
always
into
been that
season
step ahead of
finals,
them.
but summer playoffs don't really do anything
Coming off
for
the
you.
back of an unfortunate kind of series of losses, we got to see Fnatic revitalized in their last series, where Game 2, Game 3 really felt like we're getting back to that old Fnatic, and I think that's what a lot of the Fnatic fans are looking to see, is that Fnatic that really took on GX in that Game 3, stepping up here again against G2.
Now, as you can see, priority for Fnatic is not going great. In the top lane, the Renekton...
Whoever wins gets the seeded to Worlds. Yeah, but the season... I mean, we all know that G2 is going to be way up there in the season finals as well. And the season finals matters more because then you get first seed from Europe. So
are not going to run the risk of that. Meanwhile,
this matters a lot less.
Relatively even. Of course, 2 AD carries going toe-to-toe. Lucian is a champion that can trade quite easily. I imagine that the Ezreal may struggle in the early levels, as you can see in the slight HP discrepancy. But
Mad Lions is in the season finals, yes.
Leverage the control that he has, because early dives are always a possibility, and as I say that, he might be looking top lane right now.
Yike instead, perhaps turning his attention mid lane. Not quite sure where he wants to go. Hesitates for a moment now. Pings, wards, back and forth. And I think mid lane might be where he needs support, because you highlighted it. It's not just the health difference, it's the mana difference. Ezreal not able to push nearly as well as the Lucian. Has to queue for damage. Lucian gets to queue through everything and do damage. As you see it all in on the top side. Oscar potentially overcommitting. Yike instead, perhaps.
It's interesting that we see the Razork just full clear into recall, so they're actually just not even going to try and make a play on the top side, which I find to be a little bit interesting. Also, Razork went back and bought Boots Amptome because he didn't have enough money for Faded Ashes. So this feels really weird.
Not able to push nearly as well as the Lucian. Has to queue for damage.
I guess he's going for the surprise gank because they expect him to do this.
Potentially overcommitting here. Hammer stands doing a lot of work to Broken Blade. Pops the biscuit for a bit extra mana. But won't be
they can dive this guy.
Here comes Yike, though.
What the fuck? What is with Razork's pathing? I don't know what Razork's doing, dude. Like, I don't know what Oscarinen's doing, and I don't know what Razork's doing. Like, why are we committing to this when you know Brand is like top scuttle?
Oscar potentially overcommitting here. Hammer stands doing a lot of work to Broken Blade.
And Razork is like, I'm secret ganking bot side.
Yike, though, gonna see if he can try and stop him before he resets. Should have the pillar.
There it is. Oh, that's the combo, baby.
Also, Oscarinen needs to not be there. Like, I really don't know what he thought was gonna happen. Okay, Razork forced Hansama's flash. That was the trade on the bot side. And maybe he gets Raptors as they respawn.
Finished on Krugs, so then he was there to cover if Razork went for a potential play on bot. Then rotates up towards the top side as well, and then immediately is there when BB gets the outplay on Oscarinenen. Great stuff in the early stages from Yike.
Yeah, they know exactly where Zyra is now. Razork's committing suicide, maybe.
Smites are available, but it will be secured by Razork. So a small win for Razork.
What a weird decision by Fnatic.
The control that he has in mid. Is the bot lane also looking for a base? Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. The scary thing about these super fast clearing junglers is how quickly you can set up for these objectives.
No, Crims, I'm not saying they win the 2v2, but like, why is Oscarinen playing that? Like, I get that they're trying to do something a little bit unconventional by doing an early recall, but I mean, he gets boots. Like, he doesn't even have enough money for Faded Ashes because he just doesn't have 900 gold, right? And so it just feels really weird that they would go back and then if they know that's the play that Oscarinen would play like that in the top side, especially when he knows that Brand's there. Like they may lose that 2v2, but you shouldn't play like that if that's what your jungler is doing.
But a bit of extra movement speed earlier means Hansama getting to lane that much faster. Happy to pick up this farm as both supports pretty content to leave bot lane and look to make plays elsewhere. Humanoid finally getting a chance to reset. Waited for Caps to go first. I guess it's kind of the downside of the Ezreal, right? Obviously, you have to go tier early, which is really going to hurt some of those trades. And if it does mean infinite Qs, it doesn't mean infinite damage. Jun, though, now backing up, does not have level 6 quite yet. Aftershock already procced, already taken away. Caps firing a little bit more damage down. Flash coming out from Jun. Means he'll walk away. And G2 take control of mid, but Jun walks away alive.
Nice little sidestep there from Jun at the very end to dodge the Q from Caps. Ultimate does come through, not going to connect onto Jun. He will be able to go back to base safe.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Jun's recall's been heavily delayed, and Hansama's just shoving him into tower now.
So more pressure gained in favor of G2. Fortunately for Fnatic, no major objective
Free
gain.
grubs.
As I say that, Yike going to be starting off the grubs.
Razork trying to punish. Nice double dash through into the stun. Flat. Oh, the timing there.
Oh, the timing is so ugly.
No major objective gain. As I say that, Yike going to be starting off the grubs.
Razork trying to punish. Nice double dash through into the stun. Flat. Oh, the timing there. Razork trying to punish. Nice.
It wasn't an empowered W.
Double dash through.
objective gained. As I say that, Yike going to be starting off the grubs.
Razork trying to punish. Nice double dash through into the stun. Flat.
It wasn't an empowered W. Ah!
Just a little bit off. Razork and Oscarinen out of sync. We're not able to layer the CC.
Just about able to get away from that one on the top side. So already you can see Hansama and Noah, at least on this bottom side. This is where I was trying to look towards. One of the things we've noticed with Fnatic a lot is that when they move towards Void Grubs, at least in that first and second rotation, go for that. We're going to leave Hansama there so you don't get plates onto Noah.
Thing is, now he has to have the thing is now he has to have it covered all the time. Oscarinen has flash, so he can now flash empowered W potentially. So this is like one of those things where now you have to babysit the Jace a little bit because his flash is down. He's very vulnerable. And he needs to keep pressure.
Now turn our attention to the bot side of the map. I noticed that Jun was actually walking towards top and then actually went from top lane all the way down to the bot side. The fact that Brand now appears top lane is a big win for Fnatic because it allows them entry into G2's bot side jungle. They've set up some nice vision. Humanoid is here to cover as well. This red buff going to be the objective, but not quite able to steal it.
Just in time to take it. G2 regain control, and now the engage goes in from Mickey. Cap standing off to the side, isolated in the 1v1 with Humanoid.
Razork is useless.
Out, luckily able to walk away, but now the curtain call going through. Big damage on Hansama. Look for the third and the fourth bullet. Mickey trying to step up the body. Damage just not quite enough. The plant not targeting him. Hansama 15 HP.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Hansama barely
No, I haven't seen this
away
game.
from that one. Didn't have the flash to try and escape, but that barrier just about enough. And even Yike's ultimate in that one did so much work on the Fnatic health bars.
I mean, we're seeing the consequences of Jun not having his flash available either. He's doing his best to keep the rest of his team alive to be able to help them get out of that situation. But then once he dives in, there is no way for him to get out. G2 secured themselves another kill.
Difficult for Jun, especially as he's already behind an XP. You can see about a half a level difference between him and Mickey. Level 4 getting closer to 5, while Mickey's getting closer to 6. Alistair really wants that break point. Wave will crash on top side, giving Oscarinen the chance to reset. Broken Blade, though, still sitting comfortably, and you can see the gold across every single farming role except for mid lane. G2 pulling ahead. Humanoid the only one really able to hold his own, but running out of mana here in this mid lane. Might need more support as Cap's very hesitant to walk forward.
You got Mickey on the way as well, but I think for the moment it's more going to be a case of trying to make sure that there are no plays that can happen. You know that with the Jun out on the map, Mickey kind of needs to cover, and they just want to make sure Caps can farm up and get to a point where he hits kind of the 1.5 to 2 items, and he can really be a major threat. Yike now again kind of doing the same thing, just covering, so Caps can crash this wave, especially with how strong Humanoid is off just even these early levels.
Caps even willing to E forward into range of Humanoid. Mickey not quite level 6 yet though. Not going to have the ulti available, but I don't know if
There's
they
no
care.
cleanse. There's no tenacity. Q flash forward. E, the chain CC flawless. Caps leaping in to finish the job.
Nice job by Yike and Mickey.
But they're happy to give him the gold.
Beautifully.
There's no tenacity.
This is the power of MF, by the way, guys. Because MF is MF, and because you're building into BT first, you actually just unlock your support to basically perma-roam.
Beautifully executed by G2. Mickey uses the initial Q stun to guarantee the Zenith Blade, and then it's just the easy follow-up for Yike, with Caps being able to finish him off, and a Broken Blade.
So now they're going to get Drake, they're going to push bot, MF should recall by BT.
Extend the trade, how much longer on the slice and dice. Really wants to go for this. A little bit more damage coming in from the Dominus. Can he make it out from the tower as well? Oscar dashed away.
Oh, nice kill. This is what I'm talking about, though, with the Jace. He actually gets the knockback, but he's still stunned. Now he actually just doesn't really have a method of escape, especially with Oscarinen still having flash up.
Longer on the slice and dice. Really wants to go for this. A little bit more damage coming in from the Dominus. Can he make it out from the tower as well? Oscar dashed away, blinking health, but he makes it happen.
Wasn't that close. I mean, he had 100 HP.
All of G2 in the mid lane.
A huge solo kill for Oscar, for the team. They will concede another objective in the Dragon, but at the very least, Oscar making this laning phase a little bit easier. You can see he's down a lot of farm, a decent amount of gold, but that kill is going to make the side lane a little bit easier for him moving forward.
BB hasn't had the best of luck in this J so far, so may not have been the best look against BDS and is struggling here again, but the engage on boss.
Ulti gonna be traded, Hansama getting knocked off, only slightly interrupted on the bullet time. Ignite now ticking, 4th shot, good damage. Noah does have the ulti, but not really the space to use it. Deadly Flourish not gonna hit either, but Noah playing pretty confident. He continues to step up. G2 still have control of the lane, however, as the rest of Noah's team has to back away. Health bar simply too low.
I feel like in the back of my mind, I could hear a small monologue from Dagda saying, if This
Getting
wasn't actually-
getting 4 to 6 grubs
They
pretty
would've done
huge
more
actually for
damage,
G2
but-
potentially
At least
because
you
their
could read
siege is
price.
so good with this composition and their poke.
Personal.
Jin does have ulti.
Curtain call.
Okay, he's trying to
You get a
delay
body block
recalls
at
right
least.
here. So the purpose of this is that they don't want Mickey to actually
Block all
rotate to
4.
grubs,
Sama's gonna step up.
He missed.
I would
He was
imagine.
clearing the wave, Betty. He
Oh, yeah.
realized he wasn't gonna get the
Like they don't want to give up 4 or
I don't
6
actually
grubs
know
because they know the
Josh.
siege is just too strong.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, we just.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I missed this.
We missed this
happens.
entirely.
Yeah, Oscar overstayed in top lane. Broken Blade said, "All right, wait.
right.
Does he get? Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Oh.
The outplay, holy moly!
What was
We're like broken ankles.
See, now it's much harder for them to contest because like look, the Leona's just not here, so they actually can't get the grubs.
Oscar really wanted to get the execute there, but that sucks because again, the gold lead had shrank to 300 last time we looked top. It's back up to about 800, and that's just a bit of a oopsie from Oscar. Wanted to save the lane state, was willing to pay with his life to make that happen.
Especially since you're kind of struggling across the board to keep these towers healthy. Like, BB is getting some nice chip damage on the top side. There's already 2 plates gone in mid, thanks to
He didn't
initial
want to get the
dive
lane
on
frozen
the mid
against
lane.
him.
And even on the bottom side, Hansam is getting some extra help as well. So definitely want to try and keep these side lanes in check. But now Yike up here to make sure Broken Blade again could try and crash this wave. Yike's been doing a great job of covering his laners this game.
Nice root, immediate follow-up damage. Oscar, no flash to follow, but get the flash out of Yike at the very least, making the dive that much less threatening. Oscar quick to clear the wave, doesn't want to risk any follow-up.
Good job from Razok there, ultimately covering his top laner as well. And getting a flash out from Yike is definitely a nice win to grab. 3 to 3 in grubs. The dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time. We turn our attention to the top laners once again, and you can see that it's been overall very positive season for the both of them. I think that Broken Blade, we think back to, I mean, primarily through playoffs. The start of the year was definitely more Oscar Rinnan favored. Oh, sorry,
Sure.
summer, I should say. Where Oscar was just having a great start with Fnatic as G2 was kind of ramping back up following MSI. But as we got into playoffs, question marks surrounded Oscar's performance, and I think that he really has come into his own. Finding a solo kill is definitely an example of that, one of many. But we think back to his Olaf performance as well, one where he really had a massive impact on the game. And so these two top laners could very well be influential as we move forward. But right now, we find ourselves in a situation where Broken Blade continues to build a lead, and it's just the nature of the matchup. As Fnatic continue to slowly fall behind, doing their best to fight for whatever objectives they can.
Yeah, and you need to try and find something. But I do like the way that at least Fnatic have tried to set up some vision on this top side. You can kind of look and see that they've already gotten like a bunch of wards set up just to try and spot out whenever Yike makes his way up here. And that's why I think Razork was able to get into position to cover some of these dives on the top side. And as long as you are preventing G2 from extending these leads, you are in a good spot because Fnatic can eventually try and force these fights. We're on the bit more of an even footing.
It's also just a future investment for the Herald, the spawning in 10 seconds,
Exactly.
right? So they're setting themselves up nicely. They have a potential TP flank available to them. Hansama leveraging the movement speed to get a nice trade onto Noah as both teams actually posture on the bot side of the map.
Joan ready to start the fight, has level 6, doesn't have to be too concerned as Fnatic fight for a bit of space here, want to protect this crucial tri-brush ward. It's a lot of
Caps
abilities
missed
just
everything.
Yeah, just a lot of
Man ain't ruler.
I was going to bring up a fun stat earlier, but I might not have time as Caps.
definitely does not win that trade. Now the engage though, nice flash back from Mickey to get away from the headbutt pulverized combo. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hansama solo breaking into that tower. Blast cone conveniently there. Humanoid.
Nice. The fade
Getting
away.
the kill back. They lose the mid lane tower, but at least they'll get one in the bottom lane. And now Fnatic looking to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, the Kraken proc was huge right at the end, just able to get that last little bit of damage onto Mickey. I think the extra resistances from his W had just faded off
I
as
think
well.
so as well.
The thing is, though, they gave up all the plates. Not all the plates, sorry. They gave up mid turret for this, right? Because MF is really just like solo pushing on the map right now because now she has BT, so it's super annoying because you can't trade with her and you can't push her out of lane.
I might not have time as Caps.
Definitely does not win that trade. Now the engage though, nice flash back from Mickey.
Weird
to get away
ult
from the
from June.
pulverized combo. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hansama solo breaking.
Yeah, but I might not have time as Caps.
Definitely
He
does
was
not
trying
win
to
that trade.
anticipate the Leona stun.
Engage, though, nice
Oh, I
flash
guess he
back
actually
from
did.
Mickey to get away
Leona
from
did
the
use Q.
pulverized combo. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hansama solo breaking into that tower. Blast cone conveniently there. Humanoid getting the kill
Yeah, that
back.
Kraken
They
proc
lose
is
the
pretty
mid lane.
cool.
His W had just faded off
I
as
think
well,
so as well, yeah.
perfect timing from Humanoid just to get that last shot.
My instinct was that Humanoid was actually going to let him go, but I think it was the
Thing is, this
massive
MF is
hit
just like a
both the
massive
blast
problem now, and you still have to worry about Brand
Mickey,
MF ult
so
wombo
well played
combo.
there by
Also, remember
Humanoid
that the
being standing
Ezreal
on the
ult
limits of
was
his
buffed?
champion.
So now Arcane Barrage does a gazillion damage too. So the backline threat is absolutely crazy. Like, I don't understand how this... Like, Zyra can't live.
Neither wants to get auto-attacked by the dragon.
Zyra can't live. She gets outranged by everybody, and the fucking backline damage is crazy. Like, Razork's basically just going to be permadead, I think.
Their priority is still top lane. Hansama turns his attention to mids, and it looks like Fnatic, they have to concede this objective, which has to feel frustrating. They get that kill onto Mickey, but unfortunately they can't convert it into a dragon, and G2 just find another advantage to add to their laundry list.
Yeah, as everyone who's played Plants vs. Zombies knows, that whenever you get sunlight involved in that bottom side, the plants disappear, and then wasn't expecting the dragon update to come through so soon, but I'm glad that they've added that, you know?
Look, man, Sunflower's root of everything. It brings it all together. That's the economy advantage G2 have assembled here, but the gold lead only continuing to grow. Look, 3K for them. And this has to be frustrating because both supports are trying to get active on the map, but in the 1v1, Hansama has been doing a ton of work. Bloodthirster first, but now Fnatic looking to take it back in the fight. Big damage onto Jun. Ignite already taking that count. Needs to get the hell out. Broken Blade coming in as well. Mickey locked up. Curtain call there, but Noah has completely stunned himself and is going to have to back away. Broken Blade, luckily no mana to fall with an accelerated shock blast. Can't see his inventory, but I'm assuming no cookies left at this point in the game. So G2 not going to be able to find anything else. Hansama continuing to step up. And again, this Misfortune pick is so frustrating. She's bad against a lot of the conventional ADs in the meta, but they were all banned away. Now you just get to build Bloodthirster, strut around the map, and Jin can never out-trade you. I feel so bad for Noah in this game.
Just started blasting and they all disappeared, but great job from Caps on the opposite side, right? Like, ends up hitting the ultimate onto both Humanoid and Jun, which really prevented the follow-up from Fnatic. So even though Oscar had a great flank opportunity, now they're in a disastrous position where bot lane's gone. Broken Blade's flashing forward.
Blade, full committing, good damage. No
Wow, surprised he has no mana. Doesn't matter, I guess.
Into the cannon, and down goes Humanoid.
He makes it look easy. A big punish. Broken Blade, he got solo killed earlier, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. Now with a...
The rule of Humanoid is he can't start having a bad game or a good game without eventually having a bad game.
Full committing, good damage, no mana, but he doesn't need it. One more auto, chops, forms, hammer. Into the cannon, and down goes Humanoid.
He makes it look easy. A big punish. Broken Blade, he got solo killed earlier, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. Now with a 1.7k gold lead, the Eclipse fully completed. Another threat on the side lane.
That's crazy how I had the MF and the JSR. There's not even going to be a way that they can stop them from just getting Mountain Soul. It's just free. Just free. Like, all the outers are down. They can't pressure. Fnatic can't do shit.
But aside from that,
they're just going to give up everything for free.
And Fnatic continue to fall further.
Okay, Caps is taking this probably because they want a side lane. I actually think this is good. If their plan right now is to side lane with Ezreal, then giving him the Herald is good because basically, like, they can dictate the pace of this game from this point forward, and then Ezreal can just use it to get local gold on a tier 2. They can even give up a Drake if they have to.
They get set up first, and right now, because they're winning their lanes, they get prio first. So if Fnatic are ever walking up to face check, they're taking a ton of upfront damage to the face.
This game, I think, is unwinnable for Fnatic. Not only because of the 5k gold deficit, but because I actually just don't see a way outside of like a crazy good pick that they can actually win this game.
Because starting the objective can sometimes hamstring your options. So instead, you will see what you saw earlier, kind of Yike and Razork kind of squaring off. And it's actually more about just trying to force summoners. It's about chip damage. And then once G2 do enough damage and Fnatic can't contest anymore, then they start the objective. And it's the same for Fnatic. Ideally, they want to be in a position where, as Dagda was highlighting earlier, they can find a flank. Maybe they can get onto the backline. They can use Alistar and Renekton to close that gap.
Yeah, and that's where you start the good, the bad, and the ugly theme song. Just get you in the mood for that stand-up to make sure it doesn't happen. But I think as G2 are moving in here, we're probably going to see a very similar story, which is trying to get into a position where they can land this poke. And you see it here, right? Caps off to the side. It makes it very difficult for you to really try and engage onto anyone in particular because they're not in one area. And now with the Rift Tower going down as well, poke comes over the side.
Follow-up, Misfortune ult as well. Juns in, but it's too
The Braum ban is actually huge in this game. The Braum ban fucked up Fnatic so badly. I mean, look at this. This is just disgusting. This is just disgusting. There's nothing they can do, guys. I mean, the Herald gets popped right here. Look at that. Arcane Barrage. Razork is just dead. You know what I mean? Oh, no. He gets hit by Leona ult straight into the MF. Oh, he's just dead. He's just dead. There's like a 0% chance that Razork can live for longer than 2 seconds.
Grabs the kill onto Humanoid. Curtain call coming in for Noah, but the Herald Mountain is going to be there. Nikki hung out to dry. Hansama also survived. Noah has to be so
Nice escape on the Herald there. That's cute.
Can we just talk about the fact that Caps has...
Is Ezreal a better mid pick than Lucian and Corki? Worse than lane than Lucian or Corki, but I mean, obviously it's going to be really good in the mid and late game. Very safe in lane though, but he can't like trade with Lucian.
So a bit of a sellout there.
Yeah, we need to ask Caps about that. Unbelievable.
Because I was like, Caps could have just flashed over the wall. He would have been out of the range. It was totally fine. He just...
Don't worry, we got video evidence.
Yeah. So, like, I actually really like the setup here. Caps with the ult across the way. Great ultimate from Mickey. The follow from...
Yo, Monty, hope you've been good. I have been good. Seeing Caps play Ez reminds me of Faker was an absolutely amazing Ezreal player once upon a time. That's true. Would I rather see him play that than Trist? Yeah, but I mean, Trist is very different, right? They want to play Trist because Trist actually is just mega broken on this patch and gives you lane priority and is super good in the mid and late game, so I understand why. Faker is just he's just bad at it, unfortunately. Unlucky.
What was I gonna say? Oh, the other thing is Fnatic didn't get to play the game. Just like Jun went in, but there was nothing. There was a culling there.
The problem is they're outranged. They didn't have vision over the wall, so they weren't set up. And this is one of the things that also makes Leona frustrating. Obviously, play against because.
And then
it was just a stomp, right?
up for grabs. Now Razork is
We're desperately trying to get a pick here. Razork's just hiding in a brush,
cut out here a bit,
but that's it. He does 50% of Broken Blade's health bar, and then he's on the wrong side of the map, and then he dies.
Desperation. G2 smell it, and they like what they smell.
And now the jungler's dead. Baron is up for grabs.
Oscar, and again, just hoping for that angle. Noah here, no one else really contesting. Mickey might just lose his life in the process. Hansama ready to ult. Big damage onto Noah, but it's not going to hit too hard. Brandel also going to fizzle a bit. G2.
They can just slow roll them. They're on the wrong side of the map now.
Jun has to pick his moment to engage
Lol.
very carefully. Flash forward from Caps. Full committal. Jun with the follow-up. A broken blade off on the side. They're in enemy territory. They're in the wrong base. Noah's trying to do some damage, but he's only got 4 bullets. And it's just
Wow, they get donated.
That's a catastrophe.
You hate to see it.
Needed about 40 more bullets to make anything happen. Humanoid has that though.
Yeah. Sadly, 40 did not outweigh 1 shock blast, it turns out.
Yeah.
Landed not as good as electricity in this particular universe. No!
Caps is unstoppable.
Could have flashed
He
that.
gets himself another kill. 22 minutes in. The kills are 13-4. A Baron is on the cards. Caps is TP. He's not gonna give.
Div, is that new? I haven't seen it.
And I just think that
Maybe you got a lot of things you haven't seen.
Executing fantastic.
I think at this stage you kind of just needed to call it. They thought maybe to get the pick onto Mickey, but with the bone shards and also then having the W up and available as well, there was just nothing that you could do to take him down. And then it's just G2 chasing down, using that range when like Noah just can't really get in to deal any damage here.
And you feel bad for Oscar, right? Because he's just so hamstrung at this point. He's outranged. You get these wonderful games as Renekton where you feel like a powerhouse, you feel like a crocodile. This is like the guy on TikTok who's like, oh, that's a nice swamp puppy.
I've only been here about a month now. Where were you before?
I wanted to go for the Jhin here was like, hey, look, we need some sort of utility AD carry to be like, enable Oscar and enable the chase down, but you're just never getting to actually set up with Noah to get that position.
I mean, my instinct was also that they needed something that could contest the MF in lane to a degree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if you went
I mean, the
specific
LeBlanc
chains, it would have
is
been
still
fine.
good. I think, like,
So,
if anything,
I mean,
Humanoid
I
should
understand
be,
the logic,
I think,
but
prioritizing maybe
right
the
now it
LeBlanc
hasn't
here.
worked out. G2 with a Baron, set their sights on Fnatic's
I didn't know
base,
that you hadn't fallen off
and
the
they're
earth
looking
after
to
LCK.
what has been a very clean game 1.
Fair enough.
Fnatic putting up very little resistance, the inhibitor sure to follow. Humanoid still top lane, no TP. Fnatic, I think they might just
I mean,
lose the
I'm
game here.
I'm the most viewed league podcaster by like a large margin, but sure, whatever. What kind of steak cut of steak did I use for your for my burrito? Chuck eye roll. It's a very weird cut of meat that I didn't know existed before I came to Korea, but it's quite good actually. You can definitely use flank steak though, like carne asada or London broil.
Fnatic just walk into everything that G2 had unloaded, and it was the best option they had. But it's not a good option at the end of the day. Now Noah getting peppered down as the Nexus is at the same.
I thought it was Travis XD. Yeah, right. Travis probably does like legit 20% of the viewership that I do on podcasts. Max. A Hotline. Nobody even watches Hotline League anymore. He's like lucky to get 20K.
But I think you called it right, Dagda. I think that was
like I think the Monty and Wolf show probably has like comparable viewership.
That is what a best case
The Hotline League now.
The Alistair gets on top of the back line. The Renekton is there as well. Their carries are following up.
He's getting into the Zoomer content now. Oh, good for him.
We're at a point where the wallet diff is just too big.
I don't know what that means. I'm sure all the Zoomers really want to watch a middle-aged bearded dude do their content. Pretty sure they're all just pining for Travis. He's so cool. You know, Travis, he really screams like cool and young to me, so I'm sure I'll make it work.
Unless you have a 9,000 gold lead, in which case you can overcommit a little.
Fnatic expected G2 to go for the soul, and they've just abandoned it, and they've run it down mid.
Oh no.
Feels a little different when you say run it down mid and they're winning the game, Vinny.
Yeah.
Fnatic, okay. Inhibitor standing, Mickey ult down. Potential for a fight for an angle. They need a lot more to win the game, but this could at least buy them a bit more time.
You are middle-aged too? Yeah, but I'm not making Zoomer content. Am I? I'm making boomer content for other middle-aged esports dudes. That's my demo. I'm crushing it. Would you do a call-in show? No.
But you can see a little damage now it does with these,
I don't want to hear your opinions.
All deep from the brand, Oscar desperately trying to follow up, Colin good damage, but making it a body block most of it. They managed to take down the support. Noah off to the side, force shot, not gonna hit a low health target, but now the curtain call coming in. Yike in trouble, Humanoid following. Fnatic find a good window here. They have to be careful about overcommitting. 3 carries versus 3 carries. Who's got it? It's like an arena showdown. But Hansama incredibly fast, incredibly strong. Walk forward, one more double up and an auto. Hansama on a rampage. It feels like that should just be the end. Humanoid trying to heal up, but no.
Just tell me your anti-aging life hacks. I don't know. It's too late for you to get superior genes, so I'm afraid you're shit out of luck. Blame your parents.
The Nexus will fall. Caps does not quite get the kill of the Humanoid, but it is a decisive win from G2 with the composition that took a high.
Exercise. Moisturization. There you go. This is the Chuck eye roll, by the way. It's from the shoulder area, so it's a pretty tough cut of meat. But if you marinate it, you know, I marinated it in a marinade that had ancho chili powder, smoked paprika, olive oil, apple cider vinegar, lime juice. So you can soften it up pretty extensively. Plus, I cut it into like little tiny pieces. It really is a flavorful cut, though. But I found it at Costco here and just figured out how to use it. It's good. You can like cook it up into like pretty decent like little thin little steaks too. But this is where the flat iron steak is from as well. Anyway. Yeah, some tough beef cuts. Me too, man. But you could use flank steak, you could use skirt steak, you could use London broil. Like if I was in the States, I would probably make this. What I like to do with this in the States is make the marinade with like giant on sale pieces of London broil. It's like this. You know, like a couple inches thick London broil. That shit's pretty fire. Flank steak has become weirdly expensive, even though, I mean, it's a good cut, but it's like once people figured out that it's really good for stir fry, and it used to be a cheap cut, and then everybody wants it now. Yeah, oxtail also got unfortunately trendy. London broil is pretty popular. No, it's not, dude. That's such a fucking lie. Dude, if you get London broil on sale, you can get it for like $4 or $5 a pound. And what I do is I buy like when I see it on sale in the States, I will buy like 8 pounds of it or 10 pounds. I will marinate it all, grill it all, and then I will cut it into cubes and then freeze it. And then I just have burrito meat forever, or taco meat, or huevos rancheros meat, or whatever you want with it. Burrito bowl meat. Do you like eating rare steak? It depends on the cut. Medium rare is my default. But with this kind of steak, it doesn't really matter if it's medium.
EV played his lane very, very well, and Yike also covered and got him ahead in the early game. So when you're in a position of power already as the counter pick to the Renekton, there's not much that can save you. So,
dude, if I was in the States these days, I would just buy half a cow, honestly, and get a chest freezer. Like when I was back in the States in May, meat was outrageously expensive. Outrageously expensive.
Because arguably for the plan that they
I don't know what the fuck happened.
A little bit better, and now it really feels like last game they got a blue side draft on red side. So now I'm really curious. How is this gonna look better?
The Leona ban. I'm just gonna say that because I feel like Leona is the best support in the current meta. People play 380 champs and AP jungler.
Just buy a cow. Yes. Go to a butcher and spend like $800 on half a cow, and then just freeze it.
She gives.
That's the play.
A bit maybe. I mean, even though she's picked a lot, I feel like she should be taken.
You'll eat it for a year.
Every single game. And yeah, let's see how it moves from there.
And a freezer chest is what, like $200? It's definitely the play. It's definitely the play.
This brand ban because he is the most OP jungler in the meta. Yeah. A lot less ADCs ban.
Is it gonna be Ezreal first pick? Like, is Fnatic gonna take away Ezreal from Caps because Caps has shown really high priority? They actually first pick last game, even though Ezreal is not a flex for G2. Like, people think it's a flex, but it's gonna go mid. Like, Ezreal is just gonna go mid.
Yeah,
like,
200, 300 pounds of meat. Yeah, exactly.
I've seen Caps play Zeri, so
and then you can do really fun stuff like grind your own hamburger.
The question is, do you want?
I'm into this shit though, because like if you have a stand mixer, you can get a meat grinder, and then you can grind your own fresh hamburger, and that's going to be 1,000 times better than what's in the grocery store. 90% of Americans don't have 1K savings. Well, they don't have 1K savings because they're buying meat the stupid way.
Well, Seju is though. Seju is OP. It's one of those junglers that really
Seju is strong, and it makes sense.
This is how you actually save money. I'm teaching you.
But some question why, if you guys really love the brand, why wouldn't they then first pick it? Is there too many things to counter against?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, some butchers will grind the scraps for you. True.
Bullshit that G2 gave them last game.
Yeah.
Like,
I thought it was the avocado toast.
Champions, and maybe they just want to avoid this. Maybe they think they'll do better in the tank jungle matchup, like they're doing right now, where Razor can actually impact the early game laning phase, which also makes sense. I think Razor is super good at ganking. I think he's the strongest EU jungler, like making a difference in the early game, or at least has been in the last few splits.
When he doesn't dive, when he doesn't tower dive like he did.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. So, I mean, let's see how they've countered the
They didn't drink all that Starbucks. Well. Dude, the way people spend money is just fucking outrageous to me. I'll talk about the game in a second, but like, you hear these things and it's like, why are you going and buying like a $5 fucking coffee? That is so insane. That is like so insane to me. Isn't this the Boots theory? Can't remember what it's called. It's Terry Pratchett's thing. Poor people are stuck buying garbage because they can't wait enough to save for something nice that will last. I totally disagree with that. Like, it's popular to cite that, but I have been really poor, guys. Like, when I got out of college, I was fucking poor. I still bought things that would last. When I got out of college and I was fucking poor in my first job, I bought a $300 pair of Red Wing Iron Rangers that I still wear. That was 15 years ago. You just have to make, that's the boot theory is right, but that you just have to actually plan. It's ridiculous to see people DoorDash at all. Oh my God. That's another thing that tilts me, dude. Like, I know people who are not that well off, and the amount that they order food delivery is crazy. And like, I got so fed up with those fees. Like, when I was in LA, sure, sometimes I would order delivery, But most of the time, I would literally just go drive to the restaurant and pick it up. You know, I would order it on like Uber Eats or whatever. I would just order it for pickup and I would just go get it because it takes like 10 minutes. And I was like, I don't want to pay this fucking tip to a driver. I don't want to pay the delivery fee. And like, as far as the food goes, if you just plan ahead, like today, what I did was last night I marinated this meat, right? It's like 4 or 5 pounds of steak. And I just grilled it on a grill pan, and then I cut it up and put it into cubes. And you could, like I said, you could just freeze it, and then you just have it, whatever. And all you have to have for like a good burrito bowl is like, I make the salsa, make the pico. You can freeze the salsa if you want, or you just buy salsa, and then you just have some. You make some rice, and you just make yourself a burrito bowl with like some fucking lettuce and an avocado and like some shredded cheese, and it's great. So I don't get it, man. Like, I just bulk cook. I just think I am shocked at the way some people live. Do I live in Korea? I'm living in Korea right now. Yeah, you'll pay like 20%, 25% or less of restaurant costs by meal prepping. Yes. And not only that, anime nerd Fred Durst, still great name. Not only that, but if you meal prep, you actually eat healthier because restaurants don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about your health. They care that you come back and that you like leave a good review. So it's like there's twice as much butter. There's twice as much salt. There's twice as much garbage in that food. I know. I used to cook at restaurants, guys. I've worked in restaurants. Like, the reason why that food tastes good is because it's fucking horrible for you. Anyway, that's my rant.
I think Caps is showing a lot of dominance in this current meta.
Yeah.
I think he's been like great on the AD carries, and people haven't really found a response to him. So
whatever. That's the purpose of some of these cooking streams, guys. That's the purpose of some of these cooking streams that I'm doing. Is like, I will show you how to actually cook for yourself.
Again, even though I feel like
You got any book recommendations? Sure. What do you like? A million book recommendations.
Yeah, they're going for the outscaling. Lucian against Azir is Lucian favored early game, but as the time passes,
Delivery comes in clutch when it's a party. No, just have a grill or a smoker.
and Azir gets some items and levels, I think Azir is really happy in this kind of game.
Are cooking stream VODs posted anywhere? They are on my YouTube. They are getting edited. So basically the way the cooking stream is going to work, and we're gonna make it more advanced over time. So the concept of the cooking stream is this: we do it live, then we take the live. You can watch the live VODs on my YouTube channel, on the live channel, or on my Twitch. Should be saved there as well. Then what we do is we take those and we edit each individual recipe, because remember, sometimes actually every time I've done the cooking stream, I'm cooking multiple things. So we're going to edit those into individual recipe videos that are much shorter. And then we're going to edit those down into short form media. So we're doing like, we need to get the branding in there, dude. I got a bunch of graphics coming in. Like there's a whole thing. There's a whole thing. What's the best book of all time? I mean, the best literature of all time. It's not a book, but like Shakespeare is the art goat. Best book of all time, Moby Dick. There you go. Sometimes you just want pizza. You're already too drunk or too high to drive. Sure, man. I'm not saying never get delivery. I get it sometimes. I'm just saying what's outrageous. Like, you have to view it. You have to view it as a luxury and not something you do. once a day or once a week.
So Fnatic is going for a whole different approach. They're like,
No Olaf.
screw the last game, screw the early game. We are going for more comfort picks. No on Ezreal, Azir on Humanoid.
It does seem like a blue side draft though, because realistically you cannot get the counter pick top. You're gonna have either losing top or losing both because of the 5-pick counter pick.
You know what's actually cool, guys? This may shock you, but my hometown, my hometown is Fort Collins, Colorado. Okay, and you have to understand that Fort Collins is like really rich, and like super educated, and so basically, what Fort Collins did, which is amazing, is they did two things that are super interesting. One of which is that they basically were like, "Fuck you, every single telecom provider. We're gonna have the city build a fiber network and not charge you very much money for it," because they're just like, fuck every ISP. So they built like gigabit fiber and just gave it to the entire city, basically, which is amazing. But the second thing they did that's super cool is they got all of the restaurants together to create their own app, which is called NoCo Nosh, and NoCo is Northern Colorado. And so basically they were like, fuck you, apps. Like, no, you don't get to charge outrageous money. And then all the restaurants just signed up, and it's like way better. Yeah, municipal internet. Basically, the city was like, this is a public utility, so here you go. But you know, it's the thing about Fort Collins is like, it's a very high tech city. So like they have NVIDIA there, Waterpick is based there, Otterbox is based there. So like there's a bunch of like really technologically, they have HP offices. They've got like tons of high tech things. So they've just got a bunch of people who can make this shit. All right, let's talk about some League of Legends. We're done with that. We're done with complaining about the world, like the old people that we are. We're yelling at clouds. All right, so we're back on the Lucian. G2 has switched sides, so Fnatic has, in fact, picked the blue side. We are going to first pick Sejuani, no more Brand. So Nidalee, Rumble, and Tristana taken out. Ezreal taken here. We switched up Humanoid to Azir, which is probably a good idea. We've tipped our hand that we are, in fact, going Lucian mid. I guess this is the hotness in Europe. That feels like kind of hard to play into Azir. Maybe I'm wrong.
With losing top or losing bot, it does seem like...
Maybe it isn't.
I mean,
Lucian mid.
no, I think it has to be, no?
Yeah, it has to be.
I mean,
was
just
thinking
Hansam
maybe.
hasn't played Kai'Sa yet this split. And yeah, he hasn't, yeah. And I think he's in general, Hans and Miki are really good at like lane bullies.
Yeah.
The champions.
So we're banning the Varus, like probably want to take Leona, right? So you actually have more engaged. Maokai Leona feels good here. They're banning the Twisted Fate. We're banning the Rel. So Braum Rel. Once again, the second round of bans for G2.
He can have a strong 2v2 at least.
Oh, Leona's banned. I'm dumb. So why are we banning Braum? What are we doing here? Rakan?
Sort of melee bruiser, it will be winning 2v2 top because Maokai is utility based and he has a lot less damage than what the Zyra had the previous game. So it will be a little bit more difficult to find winning 2v2s for G2 this time around.
Oh.
No, brother Cassante, here he comes.
We were talking about it during the last game as to why they didn't pick it up. Slightly nerfed.
Slightly nerfed, but
Slightly nerfed, yeah.
It does make sense. Right now, you tried to match G2 in the early game, the previous game you failed. Now you're
Am I gonna make MonteCristo sandwiches? No, I don't have a deep fryer in my house.
Scale approach where it makes sense. Really
Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna take the Bard. Bard isn't even good here. You have two highly mobile AD carries. Like the Kai'Sa can just ult out of Bard ult. This is like it feels like a very weird Bard pick to me.
I like this a lot actually because they are not over committing on the melees with Sejuani. feel like actually triple melee comp is like not maybe that good against champions who can hit you for free a lot. I think Bard gives you better.
Stealing UIPs, you're back. Big love, Monty. What are Genji's chances to Royal Road this year? 50%.
Impact the middle matchup now to make sure Humanoid can outscale.
What is this?
Oh.
Wait, which ADC is going where, guys?
Oh, it's a lot of AD carries.
Boo!
Is it too many or not?
G2 got the memo. I don't think it's too many because Varus, okay, let's be real. Varus is one of those OP picks where even if you put him top, he's an AD carry, but he can build tank. That's just how broken he is. And he's an amazing matchup versus the Cassante because I don't really see any sort of win conditions against the Varus here for the Cassante. Maybe there's going to be a lot of 2v2 action on top.
Why would you R5 Varus after you see the Bard? Right? Like, doesn't Varus just get hit by every Bard ult now? Right? I don't know. This feels super weird because you also didn't take a tank here. You took Rakan. Why can't we play Gnar? Why can't we? Is Gnar illegal in Europe? Is Gnar illegal? Gnar is really good here. Gnar also beats Cassante in lane. Like, I understand that Varus smokes this Cassante, but I don't know. This is a much more standard, like, front-to-back team fighting composition. I feel like you gave the Bard extra abilities. Like, maybe they see this and they're like, oh, maybe we can outrange. But it's different this game because they have Ezreal Azir, so the outrange isn't really there. I would much rather you have, like, a hard CC in the front line with Gnar. Also, Gnar, you would think would be good into the Bard pick as well.
Top lane, but realistically, this Varus
I feel like you just gave the Bard a lot of value that it didn't have previously.
Okay,
I guess they just want to win lane, win game.
Different approach from the side.
Thank you. The pinker we get, the stronger we get. Mickey X, I would go straight for you. Hashtag
Look,
Mickey X,
grills.
good sign. That's a commitment to
Put
Mickey
all
X.
the
I think
grills
most
on
G2
camera.
get behind. Of course, we're getting into our second game. Fnatic, a very different approach to the draft. G2 still a lot of 80 carries. They've even added one more to the mix. Jace was not enough of an 80 carry. Sometimes he's melee. They really wanted to full commit with the Varus. And we'll see if it pays off for them.
And to add insult to injury, Hans Sama and Mickey have chosen to wear the Invictus Gaming skins in bot lane.
Oh, it's personal.
I suspect cameraman is male. Dude, in every esports event I've ever done, the producer's always like, find the cute girls. And then they just put the camera on them. They know what the people like.
Santander is here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to
Scroll down prompter.
win weekly and monthly rewards like head test chests and skins.
This week's code is Penta50.
Penta 50.
Nice. Good job. So shout out Santander, of course, lovely partner that we have here. But Vedi,
I had a point.
While I know you were really eager to talk about the Hex Tech
Sure.
chests, I do want to know what you think about this game of League of Legends.
Yeah, let's talk about the game.
But before that, how's your day going?
So
Let's cut him off one more time.
Fnatic
Kit
Fnatic have changed their draft approach.
Is Varus top a gimmick? I've only seen G2 do it. Well, I'm not a fan. I mean, it does win lane really hard, right? But here's the question. Here's a question for you guys. Is it better than Vayne top? Is it? Mirwin's played it. Broken Blade, Wayward, and Oscarinen. So Wayward played it one game. Last week. In Gnar and lost.
By simplifying the draft, right? We've seen this composition a million times. Maybe the Bard, you could argue, like, sure, is a little unconventional, but as Perks highlighted, it makes a lot of sense in the context of the draft. The thing that I think continues to be the hallmark and frustration about G2 is they've taken what they did in game one and they've kind of added another layer, but they've taken the same approach of multiple range champions, a lot of poke at their disposal.
The thing is that
just
Fnatic
making
has
it
actually
obnoxious
solved
for you
the
to play
problem of
game.
being outranged this
And
game.
I'm curious to see how this
with
time works
Ezreal in
out
his
with a
ear.
slight
So
variation
this
in the mid
draft,
lane.
I think, feels better for them. They also have non-committal engage with Bard ult and with Sedge ult. Okay, we're just gonna 50-50 smite this.
You know, team that wants to backstep. Fnatic are much better equipped to step forward as we see the rainbow take
It's
it
huge,
away.
actually. It's actually huge.
Beating on that potential outrange, that potential, you know, team that wants to backstep. Fnatic are much better equipped
Nice
to step
job, though.
forward as we see the rainbow take it away. That tree is beating down that poor Poro. So Yike off to a positive
Good
start, but this time around, at least Fnatic can jump on them if they need to. They've got the Bard, they've got the Sejuani, they've got tools to follow up in a fight.
I mean, I'm convinced this was an LCK game that I saw this in, but Maokai has the ability to do this. Just walk up in this matchup specifically. Yike drawing
His
some
passive is
inspiration
very
from
helpful, I
international
think,
play as,
in the
he now
Bruiser
takes
versus
away
Bruiser
all
matchup
of
early.
Razork's bot side camps.
The fact that he has the first strike, though, means he's going to be pretty dangerous on this potential dive here as well.
He's still only level 2, and yeah, the wave isn't big enough. They're going to have to call off the dive. But this now makes it very hard for Razork
Huge by
to impact
Razork,
the
though.
bot lane in the early game. It's giving control of G2 to be able to get those early levels and that early push. In the mid lane, Caps is leveraging the strength of Lucian to gain that early push.
The
as
nice
well.
thing
And
about,
look at top
I
lane,
suppose,
so
here's a concept. Maybe they took the Bard because they had the Ezreal, and Ezreal's just one of those champs that you can leave by himself and just have Bard wander all over the map. The Ezreal does unlock supports, and Bard wandering is obviously good. Get chimes, surprise people in lane
And
with
also the fact that he actually forced
magical
Razork to
journeys.
completely reset means that BB actually has a timer here to try and play aggressive on this wave, because usually
Dive
you'd
people
see
with
the
your
enemy
jungler
working
with
up
ult.
here level 3 to try and push you away.
Oh, that won't be for a while.
Back, it means he's
Like
not
6-7
quite hit that
minutes,
level
probably.
3 yet, so can't try and punish on this third wave crash. So overall, setting up
Bard
just
should cook
super
Varus
well
over
for
and over.
G2
Yeah, I
to try and
agree,
play
baby
through this.
Dougie.
The only
What
criticism
patch
I
is
do
this on?
think we have is-
14-13.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens. Is traditionally when we see this first strike coming through on towards the Maokai, usually means you're going that Leandri's Torment first. I really think having Yike be more of that full tank Maokai is probably more needed here.
Who do you think is the best Ezreal player of all time? Uzi, Ruler, Deft, Prey, or all way up the Viper, all way up there?
The poke that Leandri's Torment adds.
We'll see what the angle is for the build path. First strike, at least, in the early game. Not going to be the biggest source of gold income, but a bit extra damage, at least in that first all-in around the red buff. Razork taking away the crab here. Humanoid returning to mid lane. Top lane, we're going to have to keep our eye on as we go further. Broken Blade, unsurprisingly, able to get the pressure in those early levels. You mentioned it already.
I did not expect Prey in that list. It's Prey's best champion.
Sejuani, right? We want
Ash
to
and
see
Ez were his best
Razork make his
champions.
way topside, because similar to a lot of these range matchups, if you can just kill this Varus, he can.
Yeah, his Ezreal, Deft's Ezreal has been bad recently, but all time his
Varus can't
Ezreal
play
is
the
very
game. So
good.
it's a pretty extreme situation either way.
Yeah, especially having this ward in the top rush as well means that even if you try and step up as Oscar to contest this wave, which is now fully frozen by Broken Blade, you're completely screwed. You can't really get in range for experience. BB just gets to keep taking pop shots at you. So Razork has to come up here to break it, or Humanoid, but with Mickey putting attention now.
Jerky's Minion, welcome back, thank you.
Trades against Caps.
Do not let the rest of the world denounce the 13th Warrior. It's a phenomenal movie. Epic Sokka, just overall great stuff. You're not biased as a Scandinavian, are you, Jerky's Minion? You're not biased, are you? You wouldn't be biased.
That's what I was looking for.
Look, I like that movie, but I can admit it has some pretty major flaws.
I was like, that's not right. Yeah.
Oh, you're Belgian, sorry.
Was the big
My bad.
opponent,
I thought
right?
you were
He was the one in
Scandinavian.
Europe who was a really big advocate. He was the one initially bringing out the Varus.
I could not
He
be
was also
biased. Very
playing
good.
Eco top initially, and seeing his influence spread, whether it was him directly or just other top laners gaining inspiration. I think it's very difficult to execute, though. That's the crucial thing. You guys are already highlighting if it falls
French
behind
Belgian
early,
or
it can
Dutch
be very
Belgian? Dutch Belgian,
difficult to
right?
bounce back into this game. You are effectively an AD carry isolated on the map. But when it works very well.
And if you look historically at what has
Yes,
been good,
the nicer part is the Dutch part for sure of Belgium. The French part is depressing.
Later in the game. For G2, the pressure is on for them to
Dutch
not
part,
only
very
cement
nice.
an advantage, but to hold on to it, because you have 3-4 champions essentially, where if they get hit by any piece of CC outside of Hansama's cleanse, they will instantly get one shot.
But I think that's because we're seeing an evolution in the way that League of Legends is essentially played, which is much more around, hey, how can I use these waves to get small advantages, whether it's chip damage on turrets, whether it's shifting Jun into mid lane because we don't need him to try and control this bot wave, right? It's trying to move wave states, and that's why long-range AD carries are working out great. And for that, our G2 trying to utilize that now to contest Void Groves.
The control in mid transitions towards top. Broken Blade as well. there to offer support. Now Yike should be able to get this. Keeping my eyes on the minimap, seeing if Fnatic is in a position whatsoever to contest. It looks like that they are not for the time being. 1-for-1 in Grubs. And it looks like for now, that will be uncontested for Yike. I'm trepidatious just because of the positioning of Razork. And Jun is still in the area. There you go, Grubs secured.
As we're covering, but behind an
Dutch
XP,
part pays more taxes and gets to be screwed over by the government. French part gets all the benefits to do nothing. Sounds like New York City and New York
first
State.
level 6.
If you know, you
Jun
know.
Finds the angle, massive hitbox on that cosmic binding, but not really a whole lot of follow-up here. Again, so much time being spent by both support jungle duos just trying to get control of this mid lane wave.
But even getting control over this bottom side is great for Fnatic, because look at where the wave is for Noah right now. He wants to try and get this crashed and set himself up in a good position. In an isolated 1v1, that's where Noah's most scared, because any W that hits from Hansama, suddenly you shotgun yourself in, Hansama can take the 1v1. So having that control from mid pressure into bot side means you get control of Dragon, but also allow Noah to be safe in that what is not quite an isolated 1v1.
Caps, though, continues to be a thorn in the side of Humanoid. Just aggressive short trades there.
The thing is
Akoko
like,
from Jun
Caps
makes
is
sure
like
Humanoid
not
sits cozy in this
actually
lane
doing
to try to
super
keep
well
the
in this
pressure up.
matchup. So one wonders
With
why
Legion
we're
convinced
picking
they
so
want
much
to pull in,
Lucian in the
fully
mid
take
lane.
control of this
Like,
wave.
why did we
Similar situation
need
to what we
3
did in
AD
Israel
carries
this
here
matchup.
if we were going to play Varus
Yike
top?
Using that ulti, Oscar level 6. We'll see if the Q3 falls away. Oscar immediately going unstoppable and trying
All
to
right,
block
so
off
he
the wave
does
now
actually
going in.
get chain
Stacks
CC.
of
Nice
blight
job.
pop
That's
up
actually a really
in
nice
first
kill.
blood. Huge damage from that Boris. No offensive items other than the Doran's Blade. He still hits like a truck.
I mean, the Cassante haters are eating, seeing that champion not move. How rarely have we ever seen a Cassante not move?
All I'm saying is the Cassante.
So that's
haters
super
versus
nice,
80
actually.
carries in every role
Really well
leader.
executed.
Battle for the ages.
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice ulti coming from Noah to stop the back of Caps. That's going to be frustrating, especially if he does not have a TP.
But Broken Blade now finds himself once again with a 1k gold lead in the top lane. And Oscar just having to pay for the consequences of playing against the G2 top laner.
And I think the big difference, again, we saw from MDK yesterday, right? They tried range top laners. It was Mirwin on things like the Nico. It's, can you sustain this advantage? Can you keep this pushing forward? Because right now, yeah, 1K, that's brutal. It is tough to beat Cassante at this point in the game, but if G2 let this slip a little bit, if they make mistakes, Fnatic are in an excellent position this game, unlike in game 1.
Good night,
to kind of turn
Sodaran.
things around.
I think that's where BB is kind of cemented himself as the best top laner in Europe at the moment, because he's able to play a multitude of different things, and when he gets leads like this, he just doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, just continuously bullying out these waves. You can even now see him again getting that pressure onto Oscar Innen. He's just trying to get at least some vision for himself so he can try and look towards the top tower. Mickey tries to predict.
All right, so the Bard has been unlocked on the map now.
The good news for Fnatic is that ultimately
Not really
their
close to
bot
level
mid
6
are in a good
yet, but
spot,
still
right?
able to just kind of
They
leave that
have pretty
Ezreal to
lost
farm
that
alone
many
on the
towers
bot
in their
side.
bot. Their objective control is they have one grub and they've gotten themselves first dragon. It's true that Razork hasn't been able to find that many ganks, but ultimately the fact that Cassante is behind in the context of their comp is not the end of the world. He can still offer value even if he's far behind. We know that Cassante is a champion that with one item is enough to kill an AD carry. So Fnatic, even though they find themselves at a deficit, definitely not all doom and gloom just yet.
Struggle, of course, is that when he gets to one item, the AD carry he has to kill right now is Broken Blade. And the Var is still strong in isolation, but perhaps as we get later in, Razork will find more opportunities to fight with the team. Bard, level 6 now, Jun with the Tempered Fate can look to make plays. And again, I think we highlight top side. You have an immobile AD carry, you have a Sejuani combo, there's a lot of room to play around top lane, but instead, Tempered Fate going to go into Yike, not going to connect. Humanoid was ready to fall. They
Well,
will
missed all the
finally get
ults.
flash
Okay.
with every single ulti just to cut down that tree, and ultimately Yike will walk away.
They desperately wanted him, but not quite able to get the skills to land.
All right, Broken Blade really is just doing whatever the fuck he wants in this game.
But the slow is there.
Continuing to walk up, just more damage. Oscar, I mean, there's just not enough regen to stay in lane. Cannot commit to an all-in either. Will be forced to back, likely to TP back to the lane, but luckily the wave in a decent state.
I don't think you really care that much about as Fnatic that Varus is getting ahead. He's getting fried. I mean, the thing is, yeah, he's just gonna get Bard ulted, right? Surely.
Looking to push this wave out in bot. Top can be pushed at any point. Maokai resetting on the
That's
map,
what
so
it feels
G2's
like to
arguably
me.
in a better position to contest the grubs right now. The positioning of Jun is solid as he knows the Humanoid's in a bit of danger, but he's now going to go back to base. But I think Fnatic can look to try and contest this objective. We see Noah now going back to base. Oh, he's going to cancel it. So
I think he got cancelled by Hansam.
could very well be the W from the Kaiser.
And a bit unfortunate, of course, because the ultis they use in the previous exchange will not be up to contest those grubs. which is going to make it that much more difficult. In the previous game, it was 3 for 3, tied on the grub score. Triple 80 carry comp, getting a 4 grub buff is a very big problem for Fnatic. Again, they need time. They want to scale. They want items under their belts. And then they can start to get to team fighting and skirmishing. But if G2 get 4 grubs early, as they have now, and continue to win out in their isolated matchups, things are going to get really tough for Fnatic really quickly.
Especially now that you have the static shift completed for Hans Sama, he's going to have a great amount of push against Noah. It was really difficult to try and contest that. You can already see how often Jun has had to come into mid to try and help out Humanoid and keeping control over Cap. So I think this is where the game is going to start to break in favor of G2, and Razork wants to try and break that momentum by showing up on top side.
And the setup here goes forward. Nice flash from Broken, but so this should be just about impossible to get away from. 4 stacks, he knows he's dead. Oscar gonna grab that kill. Nice gank on the top side.
Well orchestrated. Even though you get the flash away, you're still in a precarious position.
He knows he's dead.
That momentum by showing up on top side.
And the setup here goes forward. Nice flash from Broken, but so this should be just about impossible to get away from.
This is just free. Like I really just don't understand why we're not focusing around top side with this Bard too. Like the Ezreal, they're like chasing the fucking, like chasing Yike around the jungle instead of like prioritizing top side.
Yike will collect the wave, but still, you just needed something to try and stop that momentum from BB. Should be able to TP back, although looks like Yike going to try and clear out the wave and at least save that TP. So I'm curious what the game plan is for G2 with Broken Blade.
I didn't take your wave, Rob. I didn't take your wave. I helped you save your TP.
Save TP for Dragon. You see? It's like,
yeah. I see.
Yeah,
this is what understanding the game is used for, is gaslighting your teammates. No, I did this for you. I took that 300 gold for you.
I'm sure every player is the, no, you don't understand.
You're just looking at the problem wrong.
No.
I'm not the
Think of it more of a solution rather than a problem.
There you go. Positive growth mindset, really.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now, ready, TP available for Broken Blade, but also Oscar. So
Thanks
we're looking at this dragon. Thanks to Yike. Thank you, Yike.
I guess we're just gonna hover bot, jungle, and mid the whole game as Bard.
Both teams posturing around it. I stand corrected. Yike gonna start this one off. A little ambitious.
Feels weird. Oh, bumped by Ukrainian. Thank you
Good stun to start from Jun.
for the sub. Hope you're doing well, man.
Very squishy. Jun gonna flash over the wall, but now Noah's waiting. But instantly, Hans Sama can follow up. That is the power of the Kaisa. Noah now retreating. Humanoid has taken down Mickey in the meantime. It's a bit of a messy, scrappy exchange. It's going to be support for support at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a quick engage from G2, but because they couldn't quite lock down Noah.
Humanoid going in. The Q back going to stop him from shuffling, it looks like. Hans Sama waiting behind. Now caught in the meat grinder. Humanoid going to go for the pushback. Guy getting lower and lower. Ulti coming in from Razork. In the meantime, good damage onto Hans Sama. Noah trying to get into the fight, but shuffling, it looks like. Hans Sama waiting.
I mean, this is not really a fight because Noah is 1 HP. Like if you look at this, they're trying to engage this conflict, right? Bring gifts when I visit, but for visa reasons. Oh man, that's all right. No worries. Very kind of you. Thank you. I think I might have been out in September when you were going to come anyway, so I'm gonna be back in the States for a good chunk of September, I think.
Doesn't have his ulti just yet.
So right here, Jun actually just getting popped at the start of this fight.
Doesn't have his ulti just yet.
Good stun to start from
So he walks up, but his bone plating falls off, and then he tries to go through, but Yike is already Wing him. And so Caps decides just to go through. Hans Sama has ult, so he just repositions. And we don't get any Bard ult whatsoever. Will you be at Worlds in London? No.
Yeah, it was a quick engage from G2, but because they couldn't quite lock down Noah.
Well, maybe. If a sponsor pays for me to be there, then sure.
Hans Sama waiting behind, now caught in the meat grinder. Humanoid going to go for the pushback. Guy getting lower and lower. Ulti coming in from Razork. In the meantime, good damage onto Hans Sama. Noah trying to get into the fight, but he's just watching his team fall apart. Caps picking up the double. Q auto, one more. The healing from Bard, not enough. In the meantime, good damage on going in. The Q back going to stop him from shuffling, it looks like. Hans Sama
I just don't understand why we're still trying to fight this. I mean, Yike that's a really good play by Yike. He uses W to dodge the Sejuani ult, and then it's pretty much over. But you're trying to walk into, you know, Hans Sama and Caps. Super good dodge, though. Really well played by Yike. And Bard still doesn't want to ult. Bard still does not want to ult.
the double. Q-Auto, one more.
Jhin doesn't feel like saving Noah.
Triple for the Lucian. 14 minutes in.
It was an even fight and Fnatic chose to re-engage. This was the worst case scenario for Fnatic as Caps, of all people, gets himself a triple kill.
Beautiful stuff from G2, able to set that one up. It did look a little bit dicey because you can see great engage in the beginning from Mickey. Managed to get the knock up on towards Jhin and then also getting that charm. But the follow from Yike the whole way through means that you get
Yike's W and Hansama's ult there are super good.
On the upside, Mickey does
Also crazy value from the Maokai ult because it zones off Razork and Humanoid. And they're trying to go back in, but Noah's like 1 HP. The ulti dodge was really sick. Like Fnatic thinks they can do that because they still have Azir and Sejuani ult, but when one's dodged, Bard ult got canceled from his death. I didn't see that.
You can see great engage in the beginning from Mickey. Managed to get the knock up on towards Jhin.
Let's keep our eyes on Bard.
But the follow from Yike the whole way through means that you get to secure the Bard ult. No also gets hit then by the follow-up Maokai ult.
Maybe it started.
Does die at the top end. And here, I think as you said,
But he had it up. He had it up later when he respawned.
Just going slightly wrong.
Yeah, the fight being divided by Jhin, I think, was a good thing initially for Fnatic.
Circle appeared. All right, fair enough.
Said the re-engage, I just don't understand it because no one could
But he could have also used it later because it was up here.
Triple for the Lucian.
Yeah, it was up when he respawns.
Here, I think as you said, Betty, you just call it quits, but
so it didn't go on cooldown.
Yike, who has gone for this Yandri's build, he's not particularly tanky in the Maokai, but the twisted advance issue off as well, so it was a little bit unfortunate.
He said the re-engage, I just don't understand it because no one can really fight, right? You know, it was so awkward, and look at what G2 do with that.
So we're in the win lane into win game territory. They've got the 5 grubs. But now they didn't get the Void Mites in that last game, but it's going to be very strong with their composition. The siege that they have.
I thought G2 was ahead on the play, but actually they're reacting to Fnatic, who's able to first secure this objective.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the 5 Void Grubs for G2, so they should be able to match at least in getting this despite being behind in the play. So we'll go.
They are concentrating a good amount of gold onto Azir, though.
For me is what happens with the Rift Tower that's on that top side, because you could try and fall back, but I think Fnatic kind of realized they've gotten enough out of this play. So I think off of resets, G2 then get to swap sides and can play for that Rift Herald on top side into top tower, and that's where I think Fnatic in the long haul might end up losing out in this play.
And G2 so happy to have broken mid lane tower with that as well. Noah gonna have a very access to the Herald at the very least, on top of the fact that they got 2 towers in that last exchange and the Drake. They have set themselves up for a very good sequence here.
Well, G2's priority should be the tower, and by prioritizing the top tower, you then convert that pressure into the Herald. You can see Cats pushing out that wave, but now the next objective is clearing out this vision, which Fnatic want to contest.
TP from behind. It's a good flank. Going in, the Bard ulti not going to connect on anybody. Human are going to go with the double pushback. Nice use of the A.
Objective is clearing out this
I
vision,
mean, this is the issue, right? Is how easy it is to catch this composition out. It's a really good TP.
Going in, the Bard ulti not going to connect on anybody. Human are going to go with the double pushback. Nice use of the AoE. Clean fight for Fnatic to kick things off.
The thing is like if they're not getting a long distance Maokai ult on them and they're able to close the gap like this, it's very well played by Razork, Oscar, and Humanoid.
Nice use of the AoE. Clean fight for Fnatic to kick things off. Calling coming in from Caps, but it's only connecting onto Razork.
Very nicely done.
Pushing out that wave, but now the objective is clearing out this vision, which Fnatic want to contest.
TP from behind. It's a good flank. Going in, the Bard ulti not going to connect on anybody. Human are going to go with the double pushback. Nice use of the AoE. Clean fight for Fnatic to kick things off. Calling coming in from Caps, but it's only connecting onto Razork. Excellent punish for Fnatic. Exactly what they needed.
It's a fantastic flank.
They have the hard engage this time that they lacked really in the last game as well. Because like it's true. I mean, one nice thing about the Bard ult is if you hit it, you actually can just set up for like free engages from Cassandre, Sejuani, and Azir.
When you know Fnatic have just been on that top side, you need to sweep out all the wards, but you can see how many of them are even still littered on that top side, one even in the lane itself. Fnatic knew exactly how they wanted to set that up, and that's some great planning ahead to set up that play.
I wonder if G2 expected Fnatic to try and cross-map, that they would instead prioritize the bot side of the map, which is why they walked into the river so confidently. You can see 4 members on top side. Look, the Kaiser's in mid. They didn't expect this ward to come in from behind them, and Fnatic just collapsed beautifully. This choke point limiting the options from G2. and they're just forced to burn flashes and run for their lives.
And also, just Hans Sama being in mid lane trying to push that out meant that you didn't really get an opportunity to run back up. You see at the end clip of that replay that he just wanders in towards mid to start putting pressure on towards the tier 2 there. But now, Mickey, we're forced to back away. But Fnatic, with tempo here, this is where it gets dangerous for G2, because when Fnatic are able to choose their fights and choose how they enter, this is where this kind of AD carry-heavy composition starts to fall apart.
The Infernal is incredibly good, though, for G2 if they can get it. The Infernal Soul.
Of G2's gold lead with just a couple of abilities. So Broken Blade is powerful, but he hasn't even completed 2 items. Hansama also at 2 items, someone who needs to be tracked. A lot of upfront bursts, a lot of engaged potential for Fnatic here. You can see them taking control of the bottom side, looking to even up the tower.
The top is quite deceptive.
Okay, so we're resetting for Drake now.
I can't just straight up kill him in lane right now, but I think I'll be okay. And then Noah's.
How do you take space? I mean, taking space is a huge problem. This is a really bad timing, I think, for Fnatic, because they actually just can't take space. They don't have any Warmogs yet. So, like, they can't contest. You can't really contest Vision in this meta without Warmogs, and 2 Warmogs almost done on the side of Fnatic. So like the completed Warmogs on Sejuani is actually just huge for the vision control around 3rd Drake here, because you can clear and take a little bit of poke, and then you can just heal up. Whereas the poke sticks to G2. One of the most important things about this meta is actually Warmog's completion timings for vision.
So you're in a decent position here as Fnatic when you look.
It's a huge advantage.
Engage going in, Hansama trying to kick things off, but a Knight's interrupt on the temper fate. Sadly, it only buys a bit more time. Humanoid trying to flash to safety, sliding.
Wow, he gets out. Oh, Humanoid, dude, that's like a huge play right there. That's actually a huge play. The Bard ult into Living, because they commit the Kai'Sa ult to this as well, and so they are able to dodge out. But Mickey X doesn't actually get anybody else with his charm. Then Flash, then he dashes out. And he has the Zhonya, so he gets the double stasis. Look at that timing, though, on the Q, because Broken Blade... So he tries to time the Chain of Corruption, which he gets, right? Oh my god, he didn't have Q. Oh no! No! Do you have a favorite fish dish to prep and cook? I mean, I have lots. There's a Sichuan fish dish that I really like. But I can do some Korean fish dishes. Salmon's always great. There's a really easy like sheet pan maple miso salmon from the New York Times cooking app that's really good. Humanoid couldn't have played that better. I know, he played it super well.
If you overstep, Fnatic have the tools to punish. Great sequence of plays from the entire Fnatic team, from Jun landing a fantastic ultimate to buy time for Humanoid, into then going over the wall, creating enough space, then he stopped.
I tried Rainbow Trout for the first time. Oh yeah, that's a good one. As somebody from Colorado, I can tell you, Rainbow Trout is delicious.
Incredibly well. As we look back at this play.
Yeah, I mean, you already nailed it, Betty. Mickey goes over the wall. They want to try and get the pick because they know in a straight-up 5v5, Fnatic probably wins. So this ultimate from John buying enough time. And again, Cap's kind of dashing into the knockback from Humanoid was really unfortunate. And then BB thinks he can try and...
You know what's funny? You say Chilean sea bass is super good. Did you know that they rebranded the fish to sell it? Did you know they rebranded the fish to sell it? Because it used to be called Patagonian toothfish. And let me tell you, this fish is ugly. And definitely nobody wanted to eat it. Until they called it Chilean sea bass. So they tried to make it sound more delicious, because this motherfucker is so ugly, you wouldn't believe. Like, you look at this fish, you're like, I'm not eating that. It does taste good, though. But I just think it's really funny that they had this, like, massive branding problem. Here, I'll show you a picture of it. You would not eat this fish, trust me. You would not eat that. You wouldn't eat that.
Play, but at this stage, I think you just call it a day.
He definitely should have, yeah.
Yeah, it ends up costing him so much.
Dude, why? The real question is, like, what kind of comp are we playing here? You know what I mean? Like, what does Broken Blade think he's going to do? Like, Kaisa can't help him. Like, they literally already used Maokai ult. He needs to walk right now. Just walk away, buddy. Like, they have Glacial Prison. They can, in fact, ranged engage on you. And you don't have any backup.
At this stage, I think you just call it a day.
He definitely should have, yeah.
Mickey doesn't have ult.
It ends up costing him so much. The fact he goes down and he's so far extended, G2 can't really help out. And again, you've got that front line in Razork who can kind of play chase and allow the rest of Fnatic to catch up.
Looks like Tom Kench on meth. I know. That's why people didn't want to eat it. Dude, it is an ugly fish. It is big ugly.
Meanwhile, Humanoid Broken Blade home in the bottom lane, just clearing out side waves. 21 minutes in, triple AD comp versus the composition with an Azir on it. Both teams going to take Baron pretty quickly, honestly, if they're left to their own devices. But G2, the ones with access, G2, the ones with control.
The name, according to Wikipedia, the name Chilean sea bass was invented by a fish wholesaler named Lee Lance in 1977. He was looking for a name to make it attractive to the American market. He considered Pacific sea bass and South American sea bass before settling on Chilean sea bass. In 1994, the US FDA accepted Chilean sea bass as an alternative market name for Patagonian toothfish. That is super funny. It is good, though.
Saplings and wards together make it pretty frustrating for Fnatic to approach. Luckily, they've got a Sejuani with Warmogs, so it's not the end of the world.
This TP from Oscar Rinnan.
It's the story of the weekend. You just got to force the Baron. Sometimes see what happens.
Even though it dies there without Jun's heal.
Tempered fate.
Yeah, there's no point in going for that kill for sure. All right, now we're gonna try using a poke comp at 20 minutes to take a Baron.
Frustrating for Fnatic to approach. Luckily, they've got a Sejuani with Warmogs, so it's not the end of the world.
This TP from Oscar Rinnan.
It's the story of the weekend. You just got to force
These guys are so desperate. These guys are so desperate.
Delaying the Baron take
the Bard ended up low-key being super good, but not for the right reasons.
Trying to keep this one going, looking isolated AD carry, but all of G2 immediately going to flash back. Now the jungler taken out of the pit, but the Baron's not quite low enough, and it's finally going to reset in the end. It's just Oscar risking everything, but Hansama quick to follow up. Killer instinct coming through. Jun now backing away. Noah, good damage on the caps. Not going to mean too much. Humanoid untouched for now. Red and blue buff empowering him. He wants to keep pushing forward. He knows if they eliminate G2 here, if they can find a couple kills, the Baron is theirs, but they just don't have enough left in the tank. They can't afford to step up.
Razork having that Warmogs meant that he was able to get a little bit more healing, so could try and keep that play going. So it will be a kill going to G2, but Fnatic going to be pretty happy that they at least stopped that Baron.
I will say that was an impressive Baron from G2, because I feel like when I saw that Baron force, I was like, oh, G2 lose the game here. Like, against Sejuani Cassante in that sort of situation, I felt like
they did do a good job kiting, but they did force TP as well. It could have gone a lot worse for G2. G2 should have gotten mega bopped here.
The front line and the engage fell apart, because at this point you're buying so much
time. The Glacial Prison was bad from Razork. He needed to wait. His team wasn't there. Like they needed to corral this for longer because the Baron wasn't very close. Wasn't close to dying, right? And you can see the Baron right here with the true shot. What is it? True shot barrage. So you can see it with Ez ult. So I don't know why we're throwing out the Glacial Prison so early and not waiting for Noah and Humanoid to be there. If they wait, then I think they can actually just rinse G2 there.
G2 is able to find a pick.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but Humanoid wasn't with them. He's only just coming out of base. So I'm wondering if they spotted him resetting an award or what it was, but that seemed to be the go button for G2. But I did get a little nervous. That Baron yoink back, setting up everyone for G2 into the Temper Fate. I was like, oh no. That was where I was like, this is G2's over. But G2 just about able to escape, getting back out onto the map. trying to get control over mid-wave so then they can get their side lanes out to push them out as well. And at least G2 getting that kill will give them some more advantage to get push on these side lanes.
Of course, a decent number of flashes burned in that, though. Caps and Mickey both
The thing
down.
is, like,
Flash,
the
he
entire
was gonna
lead
come
here
off
is
without
really
something that has to be
on
respected.
Broken
Razor
Blade,
also
and I
giving
just
his
don't see how
Nox,
he
giving his
lives.
life in the extended play. Baron clearly the focus for both sides
The
here.
Bartle
G2
is
still
just
holding
so
on to that
crazy
gold
into
lead.
him.
Fnatic with the Drake advantage. Minute 40 till the next Infernal spawns. Fnatic, how confident are they? Do they want to try something similar here? Don't really have all the vision swept out, and Broken Blade, pretty easy time checking if he wants.
I think it's because if their timing is teleport correctly, they should know he doesn't have that available, and Caps can TP into the play if they want to.
Resets instead.
Do you review the games knowing the result of the series? I do know the result of the series, but I don't know who wins which game,
Chess Classic.
and I don't know the
They
drafts.
could've gone for the bold play,
So,
but
I don't know who
instead
wins
took
this game.
opportunity to reset, see if they pick up any items here.
But this is not a stream where we really care about spoilers. Like, the point of this is to do analysis.
Between a triple 80 carry team.
It doesn't really matter who wins.
Magic damage.
Fnatic is very much likely thinking about the Dragon. They've kind of abandoned the bot wave though, which does surprise me when they have double TP. Perhaps they're concerned about G2's ability to contest the mid wave, so they're just...
Why do teams draft comps that are just inherently difficult to win the game? I mean, I think they got cocky because G2 just slammed them in game number 1, and this is what G2 does. Like, they do a little happy gaming. Did we really expect to see a G2 3-0 today? No, we would have all predicted a G2 3-1 because there's definitely, like, some funky draft happy game that happens with G2.
If we just play this 50-50 game where everyone hangs out in mid lane. Top wave pushing in.
It's Ezreal versus Kai'Sa poke, and right now the Ezreal is definitely winning.
And the W's not connecting. Hansama really would have loved one more item here. Noah much more comfortable in 2.5 than Hansama is as he continues to take poke.
And the poke is landing. Look at Mickey. He's being forced away.
Mickey still doesn't have Warmog, so that poke's just going to stick, so now they can just do Drake.
Fnatic going in.
Or you can just force the fight.
Yike getting pulled in, Caps off to the side, doing good damage on Oscar, and an excellent lockup stops any potential follow-up engage from coming through. Mickey now forced to retreat here. Humanoid going over the wall, looking to find Hansama. Has to be careful. Magical Journey going in as well. All of them collapse on.
This is what I'm talking about with Warmog's timings in this current meta, guys. Like, the lack of Warmogs on Mickey X is actually huge because he can't retreat. And so they try and re-engage here, but he just gets destroyed. And Yike doesn't even use ult. What's confusing about this play from Yike is that he doesn't ult for, like, if the call here is to turn, why don't you ult now? Right? Why don't you ult now? You literally ult and then you W in.
Stops any potential follow-up engage from coming through. Mickey now forced to retreat here. Humanoid going over the wall, looking to find Hansama. Has to be careful. Magical Journey going in as well. All caps off to the side.
He's being forced
Like,
away.
there's no good turn here.
Top side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter engage from Yike could be big. Yike getting pulled in. Caps off to the side, doing good damage on Oscar. And an excellent lockup stops any potential follow-up engage from coming through. Mickey now forced to retreat here. Humanoid going over the wall, looking to
Yeah,
find
Mickey's
Hansama.
ult was caught by the Bard ult, looks like.
All of them collapse on Hansama. The bottom lane of G2 and the sights.
I don't know, it just feels weird. At the very least, you trade Maokai ult for, like, a Sedge ult, or you trade it for Bard ult.
Fnatic, I think, just start the Baron here. They're not going to lose themselves to these picks. Jun face checking the brush, just going to stop the recalls. Fnatic a little bit split here. TP going in. They should just finish the Baron, but they know they only need 2 members to do it. So instead, shifting their
It's
attention
so close.
very briefly. G2 caught out in that exchange, and Fnatic grabbing the first Baron at game 2.
Great patience from Fnatic. They leveraged their poke beautifully. They landed it onto Mickey, and they kind of shepherded G2 into the topside river, where they could find a nice pick and convert that into a Baron. Great patient play from Fnatic, have now given them a firm lead over this game.
Yeah, also just nice mechanics from Razork at the start of this fight. Keep your eyes on Sejuani as they go into the actual river. As you get the engage coming through from Yike, Razork ends up jumping backwards, so gets the pull forward on Yike, you'll see it here, and then brings him into the team and then gets the knock-up, so Yike is completely separated.
I just don't understand why they don't turn by hitting Maokai ult first. Maybe I'm missing something. If you're going to do that turn, like, ult, then W.
And G2 has just lost theirs.
I mean, fantastic temper fate to back it up, and you can see Mickey fulfilling a very similar role to what Jun did last game. You are the sole source of engage, and you are not that tanky. Has to get poked out just to try to find the angles. Fnatic now disciplined around this push. Have to be careful about keeping these flanks warded up and engage from Mickey could still be lethal.
Control over this game, and G2
the advantage of a Sejuani is how much easier it is to initiate these fights, and it comes back to something you were saying in that by going for an AP Maokai, sure, there are AP damage threats that you can provide.
It's not an 8. All right, I don't even know how to respond to this. Like, is it easier to engage as Maokai or Sejuani? Maokai is the answer.
Sure, there are AP
Maokai might be the easiest champion in the entire game to engage on. Like, engage with, rather. And then also, it's not AP Maokai. You have to build this way for clear speed. You have to build Faded Ashes into Leandri's. It's not AP Maokai.
In terms of how he wants to engage, and he can pick any target.
You build
and he can
tank
shut them down
after
almost
that.
Immediately. And he's also got a great team to follow up on. And like Jun, Bard is not something that we often see from him, but he's making some very impactful ultimates, both defensively and offensively, to follow up from Razork as well.
Yeah, and you're in a situation in this game where so many support options were banned away. Braum, Rel, Nautilus all banned in that second phase. Mickey takes the recon. 4 champions taken out the board. He has to pull something out. And the fact that this Bard is working for Fnatic is big as we head deeper into this series. For now, though, G2 holding onto their base as best they can. Fnatic keeping the pressure on. Caps looking for the isolated 1v1, but Humanoid really hurts. He is not scared of that Lucian, but Caps is damn well scared of that bird. Fnatic continue to siege on the bottom.
0-2 Lucian is running away.
Demonic Embrace Maokai was Freelo. Dude, Demonic Embrace Leandri's Maokai with Red Smite. We miss it. We miss it.
No, off to the side. We'll opt to cleanse. I think concerned about the potential Kai'Sa
Sapling's
follow-up
just
from Hansama.
doing a third of a tank's HP bar.
I mean, it feels like the same. It's game 1, but we swap sides. We've been here. I've seen this one. The difference is, this time around, Fnatic bringing back comfort. You know, we've got the Ezreal for Noah. We've got Azir for Humanoid, an iconic pick, and it has paid off for them. Managed to hold on despite G2's pretty immense early goal lead, and now very firmly in control of this game, too.
I mean, credit to Fnatic, they've bounced back very well, and this is exactly what the fans wanted anyway, right? Expectations were obviously very high for G2. I think that no one wanted to see a 3-0, and the fact that Fnatic is stepping up is
How is Humanoid 1.2k up? Well, let me introduce you to my good friend, Solo Tier 2 side lane turret gold. That's 700 of it right there.
This game, he's really been the front runner in terms of making things happen for Fnatic. Now let's see if Fnatic can close things out. I think it should be an easy matter for them.
Well, this is a fun chart. Poke damage is fake, but if you want good damage numbers, play Poke Champions. That's what Yike has taught us here. If you play AP Maokai and throw Saplings and Brushes, you will top the DPM charts, I guarantee that.
He's getting a few more resistances now. I feel like it might be too little too late.
3.9k damage.
Is fake. Threats, which would require Fnatic kind of mispositioning, because G2 don't have the best
already set up for
that
G2
Cassante doing nothing this game.
Look at all the wards that have just been littered down on this bottom side by Mickey. He just snuck his way past everyone to set those, and that seems to be essentially the game plan to try and get back into this. See if you can get a TP from... It's a disaster.
And G2 as a Seeker's arm guard for both Hansama and Broken Blade, so some pseudo-tanky tool.
What the fuck is Varus building? Well, you see, he's got a shield. He's got a spell shield, and he can go invincible. Ain't nobody killing this Varus no more. That's actually super funny.
In terms of resources, in terms of ultimates, it does give them at least one fight where they can punish.
That'll show you who's boss. He will never get hit by a Mystic shot or an Azir shuffle.
Look, I'm not saying it's a perfect solution. I'm just saying, you know,
he's cracked the code, guys.
A lot of cooldowns with Azanias, Broken Blade, and Hansama. I think hoping to do something.
That's the new AP Varus build, is it really? That's funny.
18 seconds on the clock, and Fnatic will set their sights on it. Vision already starting to come through from Jun. I imagine he's going to go back to base, replenish control wards, maybe complete a second item. But
I mean, it's not a bad idea in this game. I don't think.
Expecting some G2 resistance. Mickey has snuck his way into top lane. Not sure what the play is.
BB needs Gale Force. He absolutely does to dodge Bard ults.
On a pick.
And Azir engages. And Glacial Prisons. Bring back Gale Force. Actually, don't. Gale Force is stupid. I take it back. Do not bring it back.
That's the one. Art of War, baby. The EU classic. But Mickey, not sure what bush to hide in.
There's just so many options.
There are so many options. Also doesn't want to get caught out. There is a Bard and a Tempered Fate and a Magical Journey, which means if he makes a mistake, he will very likely die, despite Rakan's mobility. There's a lot of tension here. G2 really want to contest this, do not want to give away another Baron. You can see the setup here, the diligence, the Fnatic have laid down all this vision.
Good control. No potential flank wards either. Not that they're really that scared of.
Oh, Razor going to kick things off. Yikes, slowed up just a little bit. If they delete the jungler, they can just start this off. No hesitation. Ulti already going in. They go golden. A bit more space. Caps is going to need to step up to protect the jungler. Yike going in anyway, but he'll just... Razor going to kick things off. Yikes, slowed up just a little bit. If they delete the jungler, they can just start this off. No hesitation. Ulti already going in. They go golden. A bit more space. Caps is going to need to step up to protect the jungler. Yike going in anyway, but he'll just...
They just can't do anything. The Sejuani's just too tanky now. And all poke damage is just fake. Do 3,000 damage to Sejuani is just fake. Fake damage.
They have TPs, but again, it comes back to this: who is Razork afraid of? He can do whatever he wants. He can initiate whenever he likes. Mickey,
decent engage off the side. Hansama now going in, but Jun there to body block, there to stop the Kites from doing much.
Nice turn though. Super nice turn. Like they see Hansama's ult and they just immediately turn. But they can't. I mean, G2 can't fight without Maokai. It's actually impossible.
Noah jumping in. Brokenblade goes golden. How's the timing? Perfect on the Azure ult as Noah is now unstoppable.
Very good use of arm guard. Oh, beautifully played by Humanoid. Humanoid's Azira's sharp this game, guys.
Last inhibitor in his sight. This is going to be game 2 for Fnatic. Comfort in the draft paying off as they demolish G2.
Fnatic are taking no prisoners in game. G2 gave them the opportunity to bounce back, and Fnatic have grabbed it with both hands.
They have certainly bounced. Mickey.
Good mental fortitude from Fnatic. They were down quite a bit. Broken Blade overplaying in that bot side really caught them. That was stupid. I don't want to see any more Vera stop. I'm done with this shit. At least not with that draft. You know what I mean? Like maybe with a different support, it's okay. Maybe with Alistair Maokai, it's okay. But
of selecting blue
they were so squishy.
A very similar situation to what we were in game 1.
Ezreal has been.
I'll go grab some coffee. I'll be right back, guys. All right. No more Varus with that composition. That's what I think. All right, here we go. Game number 3. We back.
Taken away by G2. No surprise there.
Still curious about the Rumble and the brand as well, though. Like where they end up coming out in whole mix of
I
things,
don't think
'cause
T1 is
Savage
as good
just
as
been taking
Owner's
off the board.
form. Like,
G2
Faker's the
got
one
the
who
last, so
can't
either
create
Rumble
pressure.
or
Like,
Pride
an Owner's playing, it's just a
and
bad
also
meta.
the
Like,
Ezreal
Owner's
that
playing
we saw
champs
the
that
first
don't
pick
vibe
Ezreal
with the
in
team, you know?
number 1 for G2
Like,
esports, so
T1 is
maybe
good
that's
when
the
they
plan
can
again.
dive mid and bot
See if Razork is going to take either
and
the
play
Zyra,
aggressively
like
into
we
the
saw
enemy
in that
jungle and
first game,
snowball lane
or slide over
advantages.
the Brand instead.
And I
They're
think
not
this
very
is
good
really
at,
a
like,
call out.
control style farm jungling. All right, so we're back into
I mean, it fits into
blue
June's champion.
side.
Beautiful.
Ezreal first
But,
pick
I mean,
here.
just
Okay, we're
one
back
just
to
run back.
Azir Sejuani.
Similar situation, so
Makes
by
sense.
blue
That was very
side,
effective for Fnatic in
just
the
gonna
last
go for
game.
it.
However, Zyra
Oh,
is
actually,
now
no.
up.
Okay.
Is going to be taking
taking
Renekton.
Renekton away from the Sejuani and trying to deny
Yeah,
that pick
Renekton
is
Zyra is
nice,
a strong
but it
combo,
does
but
mean Oscar in
and the thing about Ezreal, like, there's an opportunity here. Depending on where this goes, if this actually goes into bot side, we could see what happened last game where Mickey X is just freed up and you could just all in the top lane, and then maybe Renekton's good because you can get enough of an advantage.
he's been
You can get
closely
enough of
every
an
pick, so there is
advantage.
opportunity.
As long as League is so well in the previous game, no reason to change the formula if G2 are going to give them access.
All right,
to
Oscar
it.
is a
And now we
legacy
have the
Ornn player.
So I don't think we'll see it because
Fnatic
Renekton
just
is a
getting
matchup
Ornny,
against the Ornn,
getting
but
Ornny in the
Caps
top
have
lane.
also been practicing in solo queue Renekton mid, so just to have that in the back of mind.
And when you get Ornny, then, as we know, later you can do bot stuff.
But I think you're
Ha
happy
ha!
to send the Renekton into that
Good
top
jokes.
side against the
That's
Ornn
why you guys come
pretty
here.
fine.
That's why you subscribe,
Honestly, I
right?
think as G2, you're actually pretty alright. Like, you have Fnatic who have to try and play into you. You've got the Zyra, you've got the Ezreal that can kind of do its own thing. So I think it's, as you can see from Fnatic, just try and get rid of these more AD carry mid laners as well. But I think Lucian, very strong for Caps at the moment, and can still work very well. So I think that'll probably be the second ban from Fnatic coming in here.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I don't hate it. The Renekton mids into then something like a Jace top, and then you've got Jace, Renekton, Zyra.
You guys love my jokes.
The two of you are cooking too much. This meta has ruined everything. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, bro, I've been casting G2 for 8 years now. Like, I know what they're like.
Also, I worked in the LPL. Renekton can go anywhere, mate.
Yeah.
Both of you are bad examples.
Okay, so we're still banning Braum here. We're still banning Rel. No, we're banning MF. So the Rel gets through.
To check Noah's history, because I don't
And
remember
instead,
it
we are
being
just going
like
to take
that.
Caitlyn, try and bully out in the bot side.
I can't separate that, so I'm not sure whether that was the LCK challenges or if that was in EMEA Masters or.
Rob's going to do it for you.
If you ban Senna, then no bot stuff. No, there is bot stuff because the last two picks were the bot lane. That was the joke. You get Ornny, so later you can do bot stuff. See? That was the joke.
But
Power
he has the
technology.
history on the champion.
Okay, so now we're in a situation where we have not.
Tell me your dad without telling me your dad. Well, that's a very inappropriate dad joke.
Esports paired with a little bit of reliable engage.
I mean,
Noah and Jun, Barrel and Deft. What? Spider-Man glasses meme? No, okay. It's gonna be the name of the game here from the side of G2 Esports, paired with a little bit of reliable engage.
I mean,
Noah and Jun, Barrel and Deft.
I low-key kind of like the Heimerdinger there, guys. Not only because Kate Heimer is an extremely, like, abusive lane, but it would shit all over Jhin and Nautilus in terms of pressure. And you already have enough of engage with Sejuani and Ornn that, like, the Heimerdinger actually feels pretty good there, I think.
like him into tanks. I think that the bottom line is that he only has 4 bullets, which as hard as those bullets.
So we'll see. Again, it's Caps in the mid lane. Very long distance from G2. At least they have long range again. So basically, Fnatic realized that they got hard outranged in game 1 and are now figuring out ways that they can fight range with range. This time they don't have the Ezreal, but they do manage to select the Caitlyn. They should still win out in the bot side, one would think.
I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think that it's very to hit them 4 times, and fun fact, he doesn't shred them that quickly. Now, Ezreal is a bit of an exception in that. However,
it is going to be very, very difficult for, I think. I don't like early blind pick Renektons, guys. As you know, if you've been watching this stream, how does Renekton get an engage off? How does Renekton get a flank off? Who is Renekton attacking? A tank, basically. You can't get on top of Caitlyn. Like, how do you flank? There's sand soldiers and chokes. There's traps and chokes. There's peel galore. Like, what does this guy do? What the fuck does this guy do? Unless they get a huge advantage through, like, not roaming, Nautilus roaming. But I would have put, honestly, guys, I would have put Ezreal AD carry here. Here's what I would have done if I was G2. You put Ez here, right? That way you can roam top with Not, get your Renekton super far ahead with Zyra, Not, right? And you just pick a different mid laner. Why can't we play a different mid laner? Play Lucian. It's not good, but, like, fuck it. You know what I mean?
I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think the bot side of the map, they want to match up against G2.
As you said, very Scrooge in. So I think I love Fnatic competition. But like in actual fact, like I dislike that you don't
Grills.
have a real tank trader.
It's going to be a tall
Of how they want to match up against G2.
As you said, very Scrooge in. So I think I love Fnatic competition.
Grills and
But, like,
boomers.
in actual fact, like I dislike that you don't have a real tank trader. Like the Jhin doesn't do it.
Real happy we're gonna have all of Swiss Stage in this studio, guys. There really seems like a lot of seats for the fans, you know.
It's going to be a tall task, and I think a very similar story to one we talked about in Game 2. G2, certainly some power in these lanes. Can they take over early on? Can they find big enough advantages and close out cleanly? Or can Fnatic weather the storm and once again scale and take over in the team fights? This time around, that pack.
Talia's also good here. Europe seems really reluctant to play the Talia, though. And I guess Corki is just completely fallen off. Is there a reason why we can't play Corki?
Rob, look it up.
Like, LCK still plays Corki on this patch. Why can't we play Corki? Corki's actually good here for G2.
In the LCK Challengers League back in 2022, and he also has 3 games in Ultra Liga. So it's been a while since we've seen him play Caitlyn competitively. But I'm excited to see a bit of a different look for the LEC fans on Noah.
Corki was banned? Oh, it was banned in the second rotation. That's why.
Yes. But in the context of
We actually could have just taken Corki earlier, though.
I think any champion with CC, we can obviously talk about like trap net combos, right? The setup is there, but certainly not what we're
Fair
used
enough,
to.
though.
We're used to seeing the Luxes of the world, right? All about dominating the two.
Noah, because if Mickey ever goes in, Jun goes for the re-engage, you end up winning out in the extended trade anyway. So I think that's really where Noah's looking to try and play around. And realistically, while it is great for Caitlyn to try and get the ball rolling early, I don't think she hits as heavy of a trough in the mid game. But Noah,
Jace mid. No, Talia mid probably was fine here.
As Hansama wants to trade in the wave.
Talia's good here.
Built over Peacemaker, used for damage.
I guess the problem if you take Talia, you just flex Ezreal to ADC, so you still have damage. Whatever. You have Zyra too. I like Talia here.
Get these free auto attacks down. No ward placed. Hansama doing his best to play around the 4 shot here, but Jun and Noah not really scared at all.
I mean, I think G2 is doing a smart thing of contesting the wave. They know that on Nautilus Jhin, it's still a very strong 2v2 bot lane. They're gonna be in a position to get that level 2 first.
Yeah, low key, dude. You say, with their current business model, Riot doesn't need studio space. They just need to make sure Cadril has a big enough living room to host playoffs. Honestly, if I was Cadril, I would rent a bigger venue in Berlin and just co-stream out of that and sell tickets. That's what Cadril should do. I'm gonna tell him that. Angfons, who would win in a fight, a dog or a monkey? Clearly, that depends on the kind of dog and kind of monkey. Like Chihuahua versus gorilla, or Doberman versus spider monkey. Come on, you need to be more specific. But thank you for the sub.
They get it. All right, they choose not to try and force anything. I think Rel, again, in the early levels, she can have control.
I'm not sure Riot is going to let him do that. How could they stop him if he has co-streaming privileges? Besides, didn't they just let Tarek do that?
She can make stuff happen, but against a Nautilus, I think it's difficult this early on. So,
Guys, Valorant noobs, didn't Tarek just do that?
Impactful. Jhin is one of those answers just because of how effectively he can trade, especially with that 4th shot in lane.
Yeah, and then pushing the wave as well with the bouncing grenade is super nice, but I think it's just as this game goes on.
Yeah, they would encourage it. Why would it be bad for Riot?
Needs to be careful because you even get the shield break coming through.
Dude, Gorilla clears any dog, though. Chimp also clears any dog. Dude, chimps are freakishly strong. Cane Corso versus a Howler Monkey. What's a Cane Corso? I don't even know what kind of dog that is. I don't know a lot about dogs. I'm going with Cane Corso. I think Cane Corso wins. Monty, would you grow a beard? I cannot grow a beard. I can grow a skanky goatee, and I have like some patches on the side. I can't. I can't grow a beard now.
While we're talking about the bot lane,
I think Cane Corso would smoke a Howler
big
Monkey.
advantage G2 has is Zyra's incredibly fast clear, and as you can see, Yike is already on the top side of the map. Razork chose to do his Gromp Blue immediately into red because he was concerned about this incredibly fast clear speed, and now G2's looking to set up a dive.
And Oscar doesn't even really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to at least make sure he can get this XP. Nice knock up on a broken blade, but he's not.
Tibet Massive can take on Chimpanzee. I don't know about that. Chimpanzees are like twice as strong as any human. Dude, chimps are freakishly strong. Like you actually, like any human, even like the most ripped dude, is weaker than a chimp.
About this incredibly fast clear speed, and now G2's looking to set up a dive.
And Oscar doesn't even really have a chance to clear the
I think a chimp would destroy any dog.
Nice knock up on a broken blade, but he's not tanking tower aggro yet. It might not matter, however. Fnatic doing so much work. Flash paired with the Cold Amico, keep Broken Blade standing, but a nice turn on the dive. Razork now has to be careful, however. Arctic Assault, not sure on the cooldown, forced to flash out. Comet hits on the end, but Oscar already clearing the wave. Paired with the Cold. And Oscar doesn't even really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to at least make sure he can get this XP. Nice knock up on a broken blade, but he's not tanking tower aggro yet. It might not matter, however. Fnatic doing so much work. Flash paired with the Cold.
Oof.
Oscar doesn't
Rough
even really have a chance
dive.
to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to.
So this is one of those things where the clear speed, you can actually just abuse the clear speed of the Zyra, because the Zyra can just be in here at like 3 minutes. And they see Razork, but Yike is already, you know, level 4. And he actually, right there, he denies 4 from Razork. Oh, no, he doesn't. Razork didn't even do all his camps. He doesn't deny 4 from Razork. JK.
Because he was concerned about this incredibly fast clear speed, and now G2's looking to set up a dive.
But they think they have this opportunity. Broken Blade needs to get the W down, though. And he doesn't. He actually gets interrupted. So his W's up. What he's trying to do is hit an empowered W. And he starts the animation, but Oscar Innen is bouncing him up from the turret. Yes, I looked at the Cane Corso. Yeah, Cane Corso would destroy a Howler Monkey, but a chimp... Chimps are scary, man. Chimps are really scary. You think chimps aren't scary because they don't look scary, but they're really scary. He hit the turret. No, I think he got interrupted.
This incredibly fast clear speed, and now G2's looking to set up a dive.
And Oscar
I'll slow it down.
doesn't really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive.
Oh, he did hit the turret. You're right. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. You're right. He did hit the turret.
Paired with the Cold Amico, keep Broken Blade standing, but a nice turn on the dive. Razork now has to be careful, however. Arctic Assault, not sure on the cooldown, forced to flash out. Comet hits on the end, but Oscar already clearing the wave, stopping any redive attempt.
That felt like way too much of an overforce for G2, but Mickey now going to run into Jun. Caps can't really follow up on this, so he should be able to get away, but I really didn't like that from G2. You already saw that Razork was in position. You're not going to just one-shot Oscar Innen underneath the tower, and Oscar Innen does a great job of getting that CC onto Broken Blade.
But Oscar flash.
Yike was actually a homie there.
And Oscar doesn't even really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to at least make sure he can get this XP. Nice knock up on a broken blade, but he's not tanking tower aggro yet. It might not matter, however. Fnatic doing so much work.
I mean, he is taking the tower aggro there at the end. Yep, he took aggro before Broken Blade had to use Slice and Dice. That's true, he did. That's a good play by Yike. Misclick, though, from Broken Blade. But I don't think even if he hits that W that they actually get a kill there. So I'm not sure how much it matters. Turns out just fucking hard to dive Ornn.
You already saw that Razork was in position. You're not going to just one-shot Oscar Innen underneath the tower.
Yeah, I agree with Dagda. I think the mistake is like trying to go for that. Like, sure, you're a level up. Razork did get chunked out, but he's still an Ornn, and you're gonna give up some time under the turret, right? So you have to calculate that you're gonna, in order to execute that dive, you're gonna have to take some turret shots, and then the Sejuani is gonna be viable again.
Not gonna get any easier. Level 6 for Broken Blade was big. Yike getting a bit more damage certainly, but That's a lot of time spent, right? Yikes still in the lead in terms of CS. Spent a lot of his time trying to make that play happen. Now Humanoid in trouble. Nice dash to the side, but the Ignite is ticking. Flash in. One auto from Caps. Just out of range of the second tower shot. Will survive as Jun has Flash. Has Ignite. Humanoid in trouble. Nice dash. Not going to get any easier. Level 6 for Broken Blade will be big. Yike getting a bit more damage, certainly. But that's a lot of time spent, right? Yike still in the lead in terms of CS. Spent a lot.
Super greedy. Super greedy by Humanoid to not flash that. And then he flashes anyway.
Ignite is ticking. Flash in. One auto from Caps. Just out of range of the second tower shot. Will survive as
Nice positioning by Caps.
Flash has Ignite. Does not want to go for it.
Nice roam from Mickey. Sets up the play for Caps, and it's G2 that secure first blood. Jun trying to hold the wave to allow for Humanoid to TP back in. This death, of course, not great for Humanoid, but it's not going to hurt him ultimately because he's able to get back to lane relatively quickly. We turn our attention though to Yike, and I'm curious as to what his game plan is here. Choosing to forego the Raptors, I guess, to help Caps push this wave.
Landing.
Nice, yeah. So basically, they just wanted to get the wave underneath the tower so the Caps can...
Yeah, I think when it comes to those, she can kind of play at a distance and get some pop shots on towards Jin, who doesn't actually have the longest range himself, but no, not quite able to get himself pushed up in lane, and Hansam has been able to control really well with just the bouncing grenades, keeping that push in.
Broken Blade. Use the slice, now has the dice too, realizing he's probably already done for, and again, the follow-up, the repeat on the top side. G2
Pretty terrible for Renekton. Now Renekton's just giga useless. Renekton is going to be a turd this whole game now.
Yike was in the area, but Razok was just faster.
They're never going to unlock this fucking Nautilus to roam top. Like, top lane's just dunzo now. Oscar is just better for the entire game. This is why I just don't like the Renekton guys. Like, it's too hard to get it rolling properly, and if you fuck it up, it's just, like, so shit.
Fnatic, while still a little bit behind in terms of
Thoughts on Yike going Conqueror in this game? It's probably better into a melee jungle matchup, I would think.
TP though, because he was able to just walk back to lane after that initial failed dive, means that Yike still has the pressure that he needs to try and get these Void grubs. So now G2 might look for number 2 on this. Even if they don't find the Ornn, you're still going to be able to get the Demolish proc in that first plate for BB.
Does even up the gold in the individual 1v1, no TP from Oscar because of the previous play. At least paying off in that regard. Oscar can come back, call the Forge God is there, but Broken Blade looks like he's going to play for the second plate as well, so should walk away with a decent gold advantage for himself. Really, Razork, the one who won out the most on that topside gank.
Razork doing the smart thing of immediately pathing towards the dragon. The bot lane has pushed for the time being. Yike now coming back out onto the map, but Fnatic have gotten that early vision as Broken Blade continues to proxy. Oscar, I guess he's a little worried about where the Zyra could be.
Difficult to approach too. He's gonna have to just eat a ton of Renekton autos to walk back under tower, but now that he sees the wave crashing, no Zyra in sight, he will finally return to the tower. Shouldn't lose out on too much there as G2 starting to step up in the bottom lane. Razork is of course there to cover Hansama with level 6. Always a really easy angle to start a fight.
Again, just not knowing where Zyra is in the map means the Fnatic have to be very careful. There's no deep vision. Because Hansama has done a decent job of keeping control over bot, Jun can't really step up past River to get vision any deeper. Now having Razork behind him, he feels a little bit more comfortable to move in. Maybe looking to get some trades on.
If the idea is to leave Broken Blade in a decent lane and play to bot, I think it's okay. No, I don't think it's okay at all, because then you just get outscaled by Ornn. Like, you have to play into this. Like, the reason why you took Zyra Renekton early was to get the combo, right? And there's no reason we have to have this Ezreal mid lane. This is just like...
And overall,
janky Western League of Legends garbage.
Outside of that one play on top side, the 2 dives really on top side.
Like, the question is, if you're going to do that, why not just pick, you know, Cassante? Like, is this region allergic to Gnar or something? What the fuck's happening?
Bottom side of the map, that assist from Mickey helping him hold on to an advantage, as well as Caps. That kill in the mid lane, crucial for allowing him to build a little bit of a lead here. Doesn't mean the most for the Ezreal, as you highlighted earlier. The Sheen was nice to have and gets him out of an early trough of being forced to buy the tier.
The thing is, though, G2 at least controlling their waves has Mickey not been able to get the hook. Has set them up pretty well. Although BB taking a bit of a poor trade. I mean, the ult could kill.
Oh, Razork's here again.
The way in. Again,
Just gonna wait for the wave.
A lot of additional health. Cold-Meek helps him clear the wave quickly, but he'll have to out-execute if he wants to survive.
They need Ornn cooldowns.
Yike on the way in, they see him, but he's going to have to make it past Razork. Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razork, he should be able to grab the kill.
Oh, gross, dude.
Instead, Yike on the way in, they see...
He literally pops ult, gets in. It's not an empowered W, by the way.
Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razork, he should be able to grab the kill, but he at least deletes the wave. Yike, not in a position... Instead,
I think he
Yike on the
mistimed
way in,
this.
they see him, but he's
He thinks he's gonna get the empowered W because he pops
gonna have
ult.
to make it past Razor. Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razor. They should be able to grab the kill, but he at least
But it's like they know Razork's there.
Instead, Yike on the way in, they see him.
So I guess they see him after Broken Blade's already flashed.
Razor. Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razor. They should be able to grab the kill, but he at least deletes the wave. Yike. Not in a position really to follow up in a successful dive from Fnatic.
I mean, I think the flash from BB killed him. I think if he just plays it back, Osgurnin can't really get in towards combo range, and you should have been fine to get out. But now Noah stepping up against Hans.
I mean, he should have sensed the dive was coming. He literally just flashed into that.
W going in, well-timed cleanse, but there you go, ace in the hole.
Ooh, nice job on the headshot.
Oh, the Superliga games paying off.
And Fnatic finding kills across the boards.
He just flashed stun to not give second R for Ornn. Yes.
If he wants to survive.
Yes, but Edward, he goes in.
Yike on the
And I think he was waiting till this time. Obviously it coincides with the R2, but he's trying to get the empowered W, clearly.
flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razor. They should be
And like he doesn't have to look at his positioning, he doesn't have to go in on this.
instead.
He has no eyes. They think they can get this kill. They think they're punishing him.
Way in, they see
But they're
him, but he's
fucking
gonna
not.
make it past Razor.
There's no
Flash
way
in
for
Broken
Yike
Blade
to
make
get
sure
there.
that he
It's
lands
just
the
a
stun.
bad
Ulti going in from
play.
Razor. They should be able to grab the kill, but he at least deletes the wave. Yike. Not in a position really to follow up in a
Like
successful
he doesn't
dive from
have to go
Fnatic.
in. He
I
can
mean, I
live.
think the flash from
He can
BB
choose
killed
to
him.
live.
I think if he just plays it back, Osgurnin can't really get in towards combo range. And
Yeah, so like if he R's, it doesn't matter because he can just walk the fuck away.
Trap laid down, forcing the flash out from Hansama. Jun Q flash.
Flash and stun play limits or flash second R, or we get one shot. No,
BB killed him.
I don't think
if
he
just
does.
plays it
I don't
back,
think he
Osgurnin-
does get
There
one
you go.
shot.
Grab the kill, but he at least deletes out. Execute if he
I disagree.
wants to survive.
I don't think he has to walk up to this turret.
Instead, Yike.
I don't think he has to
Way in,
walk
they
up
see
here.
him, but he's gonna have to make it past Razor. Flash in for Broken Blade to make sure that he lands the stun. Ulti going in from Razor. They should be able to grab the kill, but he at least deletes the wave. Yike. Not in a position really to follow up in a successful dive from Fnatic. Flash out from Hansama. Jun Q flash forward. W going in. Well-timed cleanse.
Didn't care. Themselves a kill too. Well played. As Goldley's now starting to mount for both Oscar and Noah.
Mickey stepping up in mid there to get the demolish, so at least again trying to get some resources in towards Caps. He's kind of the bright light for G2 at the moment, but this is really well orchestrated by Fnatic. Razork has been doing a great job of keeping Yike in check. Now Jun up here as well, and if you can just escort Osgurnin through what's a bit of a miserable laning phase, I think you're in a good spot as Fnatic.
Broken Blade in trouble now. Should be no way out. Fnatic committing so many resources to the top side. The rest of G2 not in a great position to punish. Stun
The
goes
stun
in.
lock,
Noah gonna try and
Jesus.
clean up the kill, grabbing another one.
Now we're just on the Caitlyn Siege rotation.
Hit the tower. He'll just be forced to recall.
But that's the thing, it's Void Grubs as well. This
Might
is
as well
a
just
nice
FF with this
rotation.
Renekton. I agree, Edward. That's how I feel too. Renekton is shit.
Yike punished at least. Gonna get the 1-for-1.
I hate this
Nice
Renekton pick.
reaction
You might
there
as
from
well
Humanoids.
FF. I agree.
At the very least, getting a kill back is something. They'll lose some plates, but on the top side of the map, they're getting plates for themselves.
Does
Fnatic
Reckless
is moving
still
around
play?
the map
Yes, he's
there,
actually
being
in Korea
incredibly
on
proactive,
T1's
and they are
amateur
locked
team.
in here in game 3 against G2.
Fnatic out macroing G2 was not something that I expected to say coming into this series, but that is exactly what's been happening. Razor consistently being able to be in the positions he needs to. But Fnatic now rotating Noah up to get Void Grubs.
Renekton got inted by his team. Look, he was the one who dove the Ornn.
I mean, typically, Caitlyn games, you see junglers play for the Caitlyn.
He was the
However,
one who dove the
Razork
Ornn.
has
He
been
didn't have to
gank
do
wherever I
that.
see a good gank, and that has been top lane. 3 times back to back, he's been able to make a gank onto Broken Blade work, and the bot lane's just been doing completely fine, even finding kills of their own in the bot lane 2 versus 2. A lot of pressure has been put down onto Humanoid, and he's definitely a little bit behind. He's completed his Nash's Tooth. He's got his boots completed, well, not second upgrade, but he's in a perfectly fine position. And Fnatic, I would argue this has been their best early game so far in the series, and we know that as an organization, when they have an early game lead, they know how to use it.
You see the play here on mid. Humanoid gets flashed on by Yike, and this is where it looks a little bit disastrous, but Humanoid, great heads up in the moment. Just is like, cool, well, you have no flash now, Yike. And the wall is perfect to just pin Yike in against the back of the Raptor pit. It means he's not able to move away.
I mean, the reaction time.
Would you place Hans or Broken Blade? No. Like what you can't like. Who are you gonna get who's better than Broken Blade?
Because
You know what I mean? Also, Broken Blade low-key like enables a lot of their weird style because he's got a very large champion pool and he's got some niche picks. So I actually really like Broken Blade on this team.
Both important objectives that I'm sure Fnatic would love to contest.
This is a strategy problem, I think, for G2. I just don't like the strategy and their priorities in these games.
Oscar going to be forced back. Meanwhile, Noah just continues to hit this tower. 3 for 3 on the grub buff. Caitlyn just infinitely better at taking towers. Much more
I'd replace Broken Blade with 369. Okay there, buddy. Like reasonable picks. Personally, I'd replace Broken Blade with Keen. Why can't we just replace Broken Blade and Hansama with Keen and Viper? Why can't we do that?
Things good. Yeah. I have died to this champ a lot. I'm not a fan of it in pro play, but it has certainly been strong in a lot of metas. So far this game, though, the Caitlyn seems to be offering a little bit more value, but we haven't really seen Hans involved in too many plays just yet. And to your point earlier, Betty, you brought up a great point. They weren't playing for the Caitlyn, but they've done a good job of letting Noah have these isolated resources on the top side play, getting him extra kills, getting him extra gold, just to make sure that when they built that advantage top side, they could turn it into an advantage for the Caitlyn.
But it's now turning into an advantage across the board, right? Because the fact that you have Broken Blade, he's so far behind, he's not able to bully Oscar in as much as he
might as well replace Capstan with Trophy. True. Guys, why don't we just trade Oscar, or why don't we just trade Broken Blade for Keen, Yike for Canyon, Caps for Chovy, Hansama for Pays, and Mickey X for Lehens? Why don't we just do that? That sounds like a good team.
With Static Shiv isn't going to do it. Caps is the only one that can really try and get through it, but he's not really at a position where he can do it either. So Fnatic keeping this game in
We can call it Gen G2.
in an even state is Fnatic
That's what we'll call it.
because of these compositions.
Fnatic now going to look to put that to the test. Q going a bit wide there from Jun, but we'll be able to walk away. Plant set up decently. Andres, of course, making sure that at least a little bit of damage will go down onto that tanky front line. Hansama walking up as he reloads the pistol, ready to make a shot. Razor going in, trying to steal the objective. He won't be able to grab that, but the fight looking very heavily Fnatic favored. But now the response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation.
Please let us trade Carlos for Arnold. I'll do anything. Carlos is gone, dude. Like,
won't be able to grab that, but the fight looking very heavily Fnatic favored. But now the response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation. Broke away now. He won't be able to grab that.
hey guys, I wonder if this Crocodile is going to be able to flank in this game of League of Legends. Surely it's going to be fine, right? Right? The Crocodile is going to be part of this game. Yep, he's closing the gap, guys. Broken Blade is closing the gap.
The response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation. Broke away now, trying to punish Humanoid, who's overstepped on the sideline. Trying to get
Oh no, you weren't supposed to die.
Sealing the deal. So turn, the burn.
To be fair, Azir should not be the one marketing the Crocodile.
In the process. Jun out of the equation. Broke away now, trying to punish Humanoid, who's overstepped on the sideline.
Broken Blade also doesn't have to flash. What the fuck was going on here? Humanoid is like walking up, and then he's like, oh wait, I'm walking backward. What is Humanoid doing?
Lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation.
I actually don't know what Humanoid's doing.
Overstepped on the sideline, trying to get back under the tower, but Caps sealing the deal, securing a kill.
You can see how durable this front line of Fnatic really is. Unfortunately,
but the fight
Like, I don't know why Humanoid's the one on the flank here.
looking very heavily Fnatic favored, but now the response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the
Yeah, I was Monte's so dumb. Clearly, the Renekton is genius. I can't even tell what is Humanoid trying to do. He's like trying to get into their backline, and he just walks up into the Renekton who has E up. Okay then.
Sealing the deal, securing a kill.
you can see how durable this front line of Fnatic really is. Unfortunately, Humanoid is caught off onto the side, making it a 2-for-2, and G2 ultimately happy as they secured the Dragon as well.
I think you have to secure the tower with it. Oscar in.
If you had to watch Renekton mirror top lane every game, I don't mind Renekton mirror. If there's two Renektons in the game, you can't be mad because they're both Renekton. Or admit Bengi is the second best player ever after Faker. I'd take Renekton mirror.
Out to safety. G2 still going to grab the tower in the process. Got the Drake as well. Crucially, curtain call there onto Noah. Last two shots, only one going to connect. Noah doing just fine.
Now stepping up, Mickey spots him in the brush, but Noah had to back away. Looks like we're just going to get a bit of a replay of what happened here, but Mickey gets...
But they fired all the LEC observers, so we actually can't see what happened to Humanoid because we're just going to see literally the exact same camera shot.
feel comfortable
because
to try and step up. They're
LEC
waiting
decided
for
they don't need
Oscar
no
to
stinking
show up,
observers.
and that's where they try and take
Oh.
position here. Razor coming over the wall.
Oh, we zoomed out.
It's a great
We did it.
setup, but the
We did it.
Arnold's across
No,
the
we
team.
didn't. No, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same because we were zooming back. Ah, it's exactly the same. We don't know why Humanoid was stepping up.
But it's on the bottom side that we don't see where Humanoid ends up getting caught out.
You can see the value of Zyra, especially into champions like Sejuani as well, because they just come into you, which makes your ultimate and your plans that much more valuable. But then the counter argument is, but these tanks are great at soaking up all of this damage, which is what they did. Unfortunately, for Fnatic, Jun ends up falling because he's not quite as durable.
No, the problem, guys, is that now they have to use the replay machine, which just takes the footage from the live broadcast and they replay that as the replay. They don't have the observers to like scrub back in the timeline because you need multiple observers to do that. So they actually just don't have the manpower anymore to do cool replays. Like you'll notice that LEC, remember how they used to do all those replays where they like showed the character death animations and did the cool angles, like close-ups, you know, on the ground? They don't do that anymore because they fired all the observers. And then those observers got hired by the Esports World Cup, so shout out.
And as well in that fight, while the combo is good from Oscar and Razork, there's not really much follow-up, right? Humanoid not in a position to do damage. Noah, one auto, I believe, got knocked up by the Nautilus ult as well.
That fight, Razork and Oscar mainly did the damage.
Yeah, exactly, which is not where you want to be. You don't want to rely entirely on your tanky front line for everything. Jun now kicking the fight off, though. Excellent use of the ulti. Razork off to the side. Noah uncontested on the backside, laying down the traps. But again, Yike ready to turn it back when Fnatic overcommit. Jun once again deleted. Fight off, though.
They didn't have Ornult. They're engaging without Ornult. Okay. Alrighty.
You didn't have the damage in tow, though. They end up catching
TP in the bot side.
But Noah can't really step up. Caps TPing down on towards Humanoid, but he has the zone tower set up.
Oscar and TPs for no reason.
And it will actually be G2 just using that.
It's actually terrible TP by Oscar.
I think they're going to step up behind Summon now to get us. Yeah, there it is.
Finally knocking it
So they
down.
lose top
Well
tier
played.
2
TP
because
responsible
Oscar
for coming back to
TPs.
stop the side lane collapse onto Humanoid. Does cost them both TPs. Broken Blade still holding on to
Does their
his.
TP got canceled? Yeah, that's probably why Broken Blade was so low. They have TP advantage now, though.
The driving force was largely Fnatic within the first 10, arguably even 15 minutes. But after that last fight, you'll notice how G2 now are the ones mitigating the pressure on one side of the map from Fnatic while finding a play of their own on the top side. As we look back at this replay, you'll see they secured themselves the Herald. They dropped that top, trying to secure this tower. An engage comes in from Jun, and it looks promising because it's on to the Ezreal, but he's just able to flash out to safety. And now Jun is in that awkward
Oscar doesn't
position
catch
where
the Ez with the
most fights
knockup
he's
because he
likely
gets out
gonna
with flash.
sacrifice his life, but if you don't have the damage to secure a kill, then it's not going to result in much. And I can tell you right now, QSS is going to have a lot of value as we get later into this game.
I was going to say the Merc thread value is there for Caps as well in that last fight. If he didn't have them, the trap would have gone down from Noah. He gets CC'd again, the follow-up's through, and he dies. And then that suddenly looks very, very different for Fnatic. So the itemization for a G2 working wonders for them, but they'll need to try and the way it is.
In game 2, we had
Also the
yeah, when he stepped up, Humanoid said, I'm an Emperor, get away. And
Noah just stepped up. The clan is there. Now the ulti going in.
Ooh.
Get away also.
on Lucian. Yeah, when he stepped up,
That Kate
Humanoid said,
or the Jin Ezreal ult combo is pretty nasty.
Noah just stepped up. The clan
On the Kate. Noah's just inting
in
again.
game 2, we had Caps.
Hey,
on.
do you think Noah should be posturing for Vision? Do you think Caitlyn should be posturing for Vision in River, or should it be
Humanoid said, I'm an
Sejuani?
Emperor, get away.
I don't know.
Noah just stepped
I don't know
up.
who it should be,
Clan's
guys.
there. Now the ulti going in. Get
I don't know. I think Noah playing solo flanking Caitlyn is super good.
Noah completely caught out, not expecting the range of the Jin. That long
Very, very good. River Caitlyn number
I was
1.
about to talk about, so Caps is ultimately going to be the problem in this game, but the lockdown as well, if you're out of position, G2 are very quick to punish.
You got to put the front in the front and the back in the back. You cannot let them hit you from the side. That is not the composition for Fnatic. Not going to work. And
You see, Caitlyn's a cop, and she just thought she could be the Coast Guard there for a second, guys. Just chilling in the water. Coast Guard Caitlyn skin.
Overcommitting here on the top side onto Humanoid.
Pool
He's
party
the damage
Caitlyn.
dominant, so with the Ignite technique, shouldn't be able to make it out of this one. Humanoid, quick to punish, quick to grab that kill, at least something back for Fnatic.
It's a nice pick for Fnatic, but Dragon in 3 seconds, and they need to try and make their way down there. Humanoid doesn't have flash, but we're just going to get a repiece of Noah here. Tries
Noah's like, this is the time to do
to
Scuttle.
finish off the crab, misses the Q, and that's where he ends up taking.
He doesn't even get it. Oh, he got it. He got it, guys. Worth. Hashtag worth.
Follow up, and then the ult from not. Means
Not
can
he
set
doesn't
up
even
a-
have flash.
He did get the crab.
Word.
Nice. Nice.
This is that. If this was in solo queue, the AD carry would be like, "Where's my team?"
You miss you on Crab Juke. Crab has the. You guys know Crab has the best jukes in the game. Nothing can juke like a crab, like a scuttle.
G2 used that window to. I can't quite tell. Did they secure that tier 2 in mid lane as well?
The scuttle does troll you all the time. I don't blame him for that.
Steadily building that lead, and again, Fnatic really great tools if they can ever force a fight on their terms. I think one of the downsides of a champion like the Caitlyn, and obviously again similar to our game 1, the AD carry pool was heavily targeted, is that Caitlyn also really likes to be there first. She likes setup, she likes to have the trap, she really wants people to walk into her.
That's fair.
She is not the best at following up, especially when she hasn't built RFC. I understand the build here completely, it is great, he's going to do a ton of damage, but he doesn't have that additional range, that luxury to step up that little bit further and hit those free autos.
But this is the point. Hang on. This is the point I wanted to make earlier, which is that Lucian versus Ezreal, there is a very big range difference, and we're seeing it. Now, Mickey.
Nice cue to interrupt the engage. Decent follow-up is there. Razork in trouble trying to make it out of the ulti. Interrupt coming through from the Xayah ult as well, and now the Cardinal going
not a good,
really
not a good TP from Broken Blade.
Mickey. Decent follow-up is there. Razork in trouble.
They're both TPing into that brush, right? And so Oscarinin gets there, and then he's able just to body block absolutely everything. And he gets the R2, and he gets a double knockup, and it's free. Monty, what's wrong with your oven?
I was thinking, oh, this time
What?
around it's Razork that's on the retreat, but no, he was able to just stand his ground, wait for his team to center around his position, and they're able to defend. They get themselves a pick back onto Broken Blade, who even committed his teleport, and Fnatic holding their own.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a weird one though, because Broken Blade TPs from here to there, and then G2 find the fight anyway. I think he could have just sliced and diced over the wall, but he ends up putting himself so far forward.
I like how he just like decides he needs to W and just stay in that situation instead of leaving.
And fight then on towards G2 in the choke, and Oscarinin gets massive value out of the Ornn ultimate in that sort of situation. So nicely done by Fnatic to kind of draw G2 into the fight.
It's an awkward game because there are a lot of champions with really long engage ranges, and both teams have champions who are not very good at following up on that. Like Caitlyn, Jhin, outside, yeah, obviously Jhin has the.
Did I get you my grill back? No. I don't have a place to put it.
But also the Zyra, if you're not in range.
Quit being quiet. Tell us what's wrong with your oven. Well, I'm in Korea, so I have a. I have this thing that I haven't figured out how to use as an oven yet. It's also a microwave. It's like a really big microwave that is also an oven, I guess. But I don't really know how to use it as an oven.
I contemplate.
That's a problem for future, Monty.
Whether or not teams just mis-execute team fights because they're playing AD carries instead of mages. Mages can offer a lot of AoE burst in fights. You think about Hui, even Azir to a degree. Like
it sounds like an air fryer. I have an air fryer. I don't really need an oven, guys. Like Koreans don't use ovens because they what do you? There's no Korean food you cook in an oven.
Ahead of a fight is really important in our current meta, and I think that was an example of G2 just thinking, hey, we can win this fight, when they just didn't really have the raw upfront damage to win. At that point, they've overcommitted and then find themselves in a position for an easy re-engage.
And also an example of something that, Rob, you pointed out, I bet you as well, in draft, right? The Jhin...
Bro runs a cooking podcast and can't run the oven. So, a couple things. I don't run a cooking podcast. I run a cooking show, stream, sometimes. What would a cooking podcast even be, guys? Like, look, I like podcasts, but a cooking podcast, as somebody who likes cooking, like, what the fuck would you even talk about? But why would you listen to a cooking podcast? How are you going to reverse seer? Great question.
Position is not the best at bursting through these tanks quickly. The Zyra, yes, over time.
Kenji's podcast is pretty good. What does he talk about?
Will eventually kill a tanky target, but they cannot just blow Razork up so easily.
Like, also, Kenji's podcast is infinitely worse than any other Kenji content. Because, like, what I want to do is watch him cook. I don't want to hear him talk about cooking.
Longer than their front line, and it just becomes a question of which front line dies first. So far, it seems like Fnatic's front line comes across as stronger. But as we get closer to the dragon respawning, we'll see how things play out.
Origins of different ingredients. Did you? Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing, Pwned. Like, That's a history podcast. That's just a history like any cooking podcast that would be interesting is actually just a history or travel podcast cosplaying as a cooking podcast.
I do think Fnatic need Jun to start playing a little bit more around Noah though, because a lot of the times what we're seeing is Hansama and Mickey contesting mid-wave, which is giving them a ton of control in River, and you can already see how much vision they've set up and how far they put the vision control back for Fnatic, and a huge portion of that is just the numbers advantage they've had on mid-wave. So Noah now actually being able to contest this means you can try and clear some of it out, but the 55 seconds until a potential soul here for G2, Fnatic kind of feel the need to contest, but they're not really in a position to get into River just yet.
And again, both these teams really want their opposition to be fighting into them. They want to be able to back up, counter-engage the Azir, the Caitlyn, incredible in those situations. The Zyra and Jhin, very powerful as well. Right now it's G2 with control over the pit. G2, of course, as you highlighted, on Soul Point. So Fnatic probably going to feel forced to contest this one without really good vision setup. Razork doesn't have to be too scared, but Noah has to be incredibly careful.
Look at how much that they're face shifting into as well. Poke from Caps. This is his ideal setup, leveraging the Fog of War to chip away at his opponent's HP, but Fnatic doing the smart thing of using their Warmogs users to face check, knowing that they can tank up the poke, just regenerate back to full.
8 seconds. Fnatic see that they're not on the Drake.
Yeah, Caps is huge right now.
Control over the mid wave. Don't really have a wave to play around here. Might just be the face check 5v5.
If we get an opportunity, observers, I'd love to see what Fnatic sees as they're trying to contest this river. Yeah, like, do you see how uncomfortable this is?
Got one cheeky war.
They tried to catch Caps, but he has Merc Tread, so you can't catch him. Then he flashes.
Coming in, the Ornhorn is down. Nice disengage, ulti hitting 2 from Yike. Noah gonna be locked up. Ezreal gonna connect on him as well, but Mickey X is already dead. Fnatic got one cheeky ward.
Renekton very useful, by the way. Renekton very useful. You see, Renekton he's really good at absorbing cooldowns.
Still standing. Hansama's ult out of the equation, but low health bars mean the Jhin is that much more lethal.
But you're just going to wait to heal it up. You still got those Warmogs that can come through, and now Broken Blade is caught.
Dragon Broken Blade, E over the wall, the stun still going to hit. Noah getting in for one more cheeky auto. 90 caliber net into the push, and Humanoid looking to bring it back. Nice buffer coming in for Cap, so he's still standing for now. Humanoid goes
nice play by Humanoid. Ooh, nice. Nice play. That's why they're banning the Rel, I guess. Ooh, the Quadra. What is Broken? What do you mean? What is Broken Blade doing? Broken Blade can't do anything. He's fucking playing behind Renekton into Ultra Peel comp. Like, Broken Blade cannot do anything. This is what he does. Broken Blade is doing the right thing. He is, in fact, absorbing cooldowns, and he is distracting the enemy team. Oh my god, they get it stolen too. I was gonna say he's distracting the enemy team so that G2 doesn't get sold. Or so Fnatic doesn't get.
Come through, and now Broken Blade is caught.
Broken Blade, E over the wall, the stun still gonna hit. Noah getting in.
See, he's distracting them so his team can get sold. That is the best thing. I thought Fnatic stole it there, but no, they did not. He's distracting them so G2 could get sold. That is his job. That's his only job.
Ace in the hole from Noah, looking to make it a quadra kill for this Caitlyn in game 3.
It's a delayed penta, but it's Noah cleaning up the fight. The front line stands strong for Fnatic as they force their way into the pit. They do concede.
A year and a half ago, I ran into Mohammed bin Salman in Warzone and killed him 4 times.
And it's just the fact that they can continuously go.
What are you talking about?
And there's no one on G2 that can
What
stop
server
them.
does he play
Noah was
Warzone
never
on?
really under any sort of threat for the majority of that fight.
I don't believe
And
you.
now Fnatic with Baron buff. It's going to make it so difficult for G2 to crack.
That's a good story,
and
though.
Front to back once more.
Incredible moment in the series for Fnatic. Momentum heavily in their favor in this game. The Baron with the Caitlyn Azir composition is going to be brutal for G2 to handle. And we look back at what Fnatic were able to do here.
Look at Razork. Just follow Razork at the start of this fight and keep track of this Sejuani. Look at how he finds Caps here. Incredible. Like, forcing Caps immediately out of the fight already splits G2 up. Now it is Fnatic just focusing on the front line. The damage is monstrous from Noah. He takes out Mickey, and then G2 says, fine, let's just quickly rush down the dragon, and then we'll be able to disengage. Broken Blade gets caught off trying to disengage.
He's
away from
objective
Fnatic.
zoning. Broken Blade is objective zoning. It's fine.
Coming in for Noah. The dragon does get secured. Humanoid finds a nice play. Caps is able to get over the wall, but he's already done what he needs to. The ace in the hole to secure the triple, and then Noah delaying his auto to guarantee.
I think that was going to connect.
G2 have the soul, now engaging with confidence, seeing tempo in their favor. Fnatic out of position, they're quick to punish Chun. They want to deny the effectiveness of this Baron buff. Humanoid already splitting on a side lane. Oscar as well has to wonder how much more time he has to push. All of G2 ready to collapse. He's just going to recall.
Ultimately, a great punish. Fnatic moved into an area. Humanoid and Oscar are going to choose
sides, but only as they were getting to the turrets did Fnatic actually get caught out. So G2 had the opportunity to try and heavy force mid, so Fnatic reset, have to try and cover that, so G2 now get to farm up, push back out the waves, and it's with a minute left, it's only 2 waves that you can play off of.
Cooking Podcast interviewing Shifts about their coolest stories, how they found the best. No. See, that the problem with the idea of a cooking podcast is that any cooking podcast is just worse than the cooking show with that guest. You know what I mean? Because if you are cooking with that person, you could talk to them about that while you actually make the dish. That's why I think cooking podcasts is conceptually bad. Because you can always make a better product than the cooking podcast.
They're going to be really good at killing tanks, guys. I just, at that point, when you have Elder, I just don't think it matters, right? It's just so much power paired alongside Chemtech. So Fnatic have to be good in the execution, cannot allow themselves to let G2 get the setup, and they're willing to fight for it. Sidestep from Jun, Celestial opposition used. Passive expired as Fnatic really want to fight for control of this area.
Yeah, G2 needed to fight before Fnatic got to as 5, and now they are. So G2 might be in trouble.
Broken Blade locked up. Banshee's proc Dyke off the backside, not able to do much. Throws down the ulti to get a bit more space. Hansama, 4th bullet, not going anywhere. Caps uncontested in the backline, but just really cannot hit anybody. Mickey already dead. Curtain call going in. The frontline body blocking as much as they can.
I listen to 5 times one podcast and I watch shows.
Again, curtain call, good damage.
Well, yeah, but
the front line just doesn't
I don't know.
from Fnatic.
I just don't. I don't see it, man. The only one that might be interesting as a podcast is a history of food podcast.
Their mid tower still stands. Fnatic have been able to push through side lanes. They've secured the bot tier 2 at the very least, but overall this Baron was not that impactful. So I think you're right. We're looking at an Elder fight, gentlemen, and an Elder is all it takes to swing the game back in G2's favor.
It's going to be so hard, though, when you look at the Ornn items starting to come through. 4 items now for Noah.
I can't watch a show when I go for a run. That is the biggest lie of all time. What do you think a treadmill is?
So difficult to go up against.
You know, Vote. I think you are limited by. You are artificially limited. That's what I think.
Yeah.
They removed the name of the old masterwork. Yeah, so now
I think you are placing artificial boundaries on yourself.
What's the edgiest thing you can think of?
Edge of Sasuke's murder blade.
We used to. We're talking about anime rap earlier on.
There you are. It was a cringe. It was a cringe reference. For the good of the people.
Gangster.
I don't know if that's what that word means. G2.
40 seconds.
Again, trying and fighting successfully for first setup. Fnatic really only have to be scared if all 5 of them walk into this choke and get ulted by Yike. Noah, the one who matters, Humanoid.
Tanky Oscar is. He just has
but
so
the poke
much
on Humanoid
HP.
matters. If he steps up too far.
Just wear an Apple Vision Pro while you're running. Solved. Problem solved.
G2 can get some damage down, but yeah, as you highlighted, Razork, Oscar, and Jun don't take damage. Oscar going in, Mickey able to buffer out with the hook. Fnatic happy just to have the mid lane tier 1. 15 seconds till Drake spawns, so they'll not be able to get Prio here, but Humanoid might just start to threaten the base.
No, you're watching the right one. Paranoia Agent is great. Yes, it's about the roller skate bully with the bat.
Pull G2 away from the objective.
Humanoid is threatening the base. He's got the tower behind him as well. He's got the TP to join the fight. There aren't really many good wards available, but the Elder started.
We might just have to flip it, boys.
Fnatic is threatening the base. He's got
all right, so we are going to start the Elder here. Fnatic is up. Fnatic definitely has, I think, the better composition in this situation. But G2 is really good at playing from behind, and like they don't go down easily, and they're actually trying to force these objectives. Okay, they are just marking the Renekton. Oh, flash Q. Did flash Q hit Mickey from
G2.
Jun.
Can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to
Was he trying to hit Yike, who has spell shield?
find the force. Jun kicking. Fnatic. G2. Can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to find the force. Jun kicking things off. Broken Blade immediately ulting, but he hasn't found
Or
it.
in a bit tanky. Casual 6,000 HP or whatever.
Jun is getting chipped away. Mickey's still standing. Broken Blade in trouble. Manages to dash back over the wall crucially, but Humanoid still gets the kill. Broken Blade down, Jun down, 4v4, Dragon getting lower, the curtain's called, Hansama ready to put on a show. To the side
Oh my god, Yike is just taking enormous damage from Noah.
Still basically full health. Who can get the smite? Who can secure this one in the end? G2 managed to get a Yike clean on the
Uh-oh.
smite. They're down a man. Caps, Hansama, double 80 carries back to back. One taken down. Humanoid wants to make the difference. Goes golden, but surely Caps has the timing. Caps has the setup to Q. Finishing the job.
Well, we shouldn't have gone back in on that one.
Spitting hot fire on Fnatic. They will lose the Elder.
G2 barely managed to keep that fight together long enough to get the Elder Dragon, and for Caps to fire off Mystic shot after Mystic shot and keep Fnatic in check.
An incredibly tense fight. The front line doing what they can. Mickey there to soak up a lot of the engage. Yike in a bit
Change
of
your name to MonteCristo Dating Podcast. Look, my dating tips will not work for you.
Is at a nice angle to get some good damage down. It ends up being a 4 versus 4.
The way that I first became romantically involved with my wife was that I literally texted her and was like, "This may be forward, but can you come to my hotel room, please, tonight?" That won't work for you. That only works for me. So you don't want my advice.
Buys the time for Yike to get that Elder Dragon, and then Caps and Hansama, they have to put on a clinic. Every shot has to be precise, and they're just about able to claw back. But now G2, remnants of that Elder Dragon, immediately move over towards the Baron.
Humanoid just responding, he has the TP, Oscar coming as well, but I think Fnatic are just going to concede this one. And you can see Noah, 9k damage, that looks good, but he didn't get to do anything for the first 30 seconds of that fight.
Well, the biggest problem that we saw was Oscar Rinnan sent
Look,
out
here's the
ultimate.
thing. Here's the thing. I don't care about rejection, right? Because if the person, I just don't like the bullshit. So if the person isn't interested in me, you know what I mean? It's fine. So why not just be very direct about what you want? And if the person's interested in you, then it's fine. You just can't fear rejection. Because here's the thing. Thinking about rejection is just fundamentally stupid. Because if you're going to get rejected, it's just going to happen anyway. And like, do you want to be with the person who doesn't want to be with you? No, it makes no sense. So fuck it. Who cares?
But got clipped right on the edge of a knockup, so it meant that he couldn't get the.
So you might as well just full send it every
party.
time, is
So
my
the
point.
Team fight that Fnatic were trying to set up for.
Just be respectful. Just be like, hey, I'm really into you. I would like this thing. And if they say no, you just say, okay. And you just don't think about it because clearly they're not interested. And why would you want to be in a relationship with someone who's not interested in you? That's stupid.
G2 are in control, and they're about to start knocking on the base.
Wearing every single
So I just put all my cards on the table.
Caps stepping up both carries. With the buff still standing, 39 seconds. Fnatic really cannot afford to take a fight until those buffs fade away, but their base might be the first to fall.
Otherwise, you just waste a bunch of
Don't
time.
fight now, trying desperately to clear the wave. Humanoid and Noah.
Caps, this poke is ruthless now. With the Elder at his back, it's going to be wearing off soon. But G2 want to do as much damage as possible in this window.
20 seconds. G2 don't have pressure anywhere else yet. Fnatic can focus solely on this 5v5. No need to split the attention from either side. Both sides squaring up, ready to take the fight if needed. 9 seconds. Elder about to fade. Fnatic starting to step up with a little bit more confidence, seeing the wave fade away, and Oscar says, that's my time to go. Caps, good ulti over the wall. Yike trying to disengage, but it's not going to do much. Fnatic holding the line.
G2 trying to keep stepping away. Fnatic not going to be able to chase them out completely. There is wards behind if Fnatic really want to try and commit to this, but looks like they just are more interested in trying to defend their tier 2. G2 trying
All
to
right,
keep
so we do
stepping away.
actually trade over for the Baron too. Fnatic actually really spoiled this because had they not died here at the end, they probably could have actually contested Baron. You know what I mean? If they go back, like we do 50-50 this Baron, and it's incredibly close. But if we just get out, Razork burns here. But if we don't go back in, let me see if it's even possible not to go back in actually. So if we don't actually re-engage this as Humanoid and we don't actually die here as Humanoid, they have double TP, so G2 can't do Baron, I don't think.
They will lose the Elder. G2 barely managed to keep that fight together long enough to get the Elder Dragon, and for Caps to fire off Mystic Shot after
spots, but nothing.
Any sort of just about able to claw back, but now G2 remnants of that Elder Dragon immediately move over towards the Baron.
Humanoid just responding, has the TP.
I guess they're all up. What the fuck?
Mystic Shot barely.
How does this work?
Keep that fight.
How does this work? We have 50 seconds left on Humanoid. Game clock at 32:22. Hold up. Game 32:22. YouTube VOD 45:43. How does this work? There's some dark magic going on in this one.
Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot and keep Fnatic in check.
An incredibly tense fight. The front line doing what they can. Mickey there to soak up a lot of the engage. Yike in a bit of a dangerous spot, but nothing really follows up on the back. Broken Blade is zoning Humanoid away from really following up the engage, while Caps is at a nice angle to get some good damage down. It ends up being a 4 versus 4 as we move into the second half of the fight.
Yeah, and this is where keep your eye on Yike's health bar. He moves up here, but one shot from Noah means that he has to flash completely.
It's amazing Yike actually gets this.
Goes in to deny Fnatic any sort of follow-up, buys the time for Yike.
He's actually, it's pretty big balls play to go back in there where you're so low from getting chunked by Caitlyn.
They have to put on a clinic. Every shot has to be precise, and they're just about able to claw back, but now
$33.08. So what? 44 seconds. 46:29. Okay, I guess it lines up. It looked like that replay was just longer than I thought. It looked like that's where they were like skipping forward in game time.
Remnants of that Elder Dragon immediately move over towards the Baron.
Humanoid just responding, has the TP. Oscar coming as well, but I think Fnatic are just going to concede this one. And you can see Noah, 9k damage, that looks good, but he didn't get to do anything for the first 30 seconds of that fight.
Well, the biggest problem that we saw was Oscar sent out the Ornn ultimate, but got clipped right on the edge of a knockup. So it meant that he couldn't get the follow-up on that second part of the Ornn. So the team fight that Fnatic were trying to set up for never came to fruition. And now G2 are in control, and they're about to start knocking on the base.
Wearing every single buff in this game. Caps stepping up both carries. The buff still standing.
Nah, now they have to just give up mid inhib. This is still winnable for Fnatic. They still have Elder. The timing is really good though. The Elder's like literally about to fall off. Oof, just fell off right there.
Not going to be able to chase them out completely. There is wards behind if Fnatic really want to try and commit to this, but looks like they just are more interested in trying to defend their tier 2s. Razork steps up, BB.
They get the wave, that's the crucial part. Fnatic doing a good job of just clearing out the minions to keep their structures alive.
And again, Mickey kicking the fight off, just getting a little bit of poke down, trying to get space for the rest of his team, but so much of this game has just been about range.
And it's the lack of the engage range for Fnatic that's hurting them right now. Oscar and Razork not having their ultimate available means it has to be on Jun to step up.
Would G2 or Fnatic win a team fight in real time?
To start to tease Fnatic, see if they can get a couple of these shots off. But Fnatic standing
I think Han Sama is a pretty big impediment to winning a team fight in real life.
Incredible item
It seems like it would be like a 5v4, honestly, for Fnatic. So I'm going to go with Fnatic would win.
Bear in mind, patience is the name of the game here for G2. They still have the Baron, the mid lane.
Mickey's probably crazy in a real fight, though. Mickey's probably insane.
The mid wave is still
Mickey might
in,
count for 2 people.
stacking up those supers.
He definitely, Mickey X is
Fnatic
definitely a
have to
pocket
address.
sand
The
guy.
front line is continuing to soak up the damage, but Fnatic, I don't think they can
That's,
afford
I think
all
Mickey
5
X, he
members
just
here
screams
wave
pocket
clearing
sand.
As that pressure continues to mount in mid.
If they overcommit, Broken Blade has TP.
That's
Those
true.
supers are eventually going to
Maybe
hit
they
the
just throw the
Nexus.
TP out anyway. Broken Blade, just keep your eyes on him.
Fnatic, are they willing to concede a Nexus tower here? Those minions are going to start hitting. Recall finally coming in for Jun. If he can just shift the aggro, it won't matter too much.
I mean, they get the wave, so they should
Wait,
be
Hans stops this. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. That could get a tower. Humanoid, yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
And Fnatic, that was a bold call,
Saved.
but ultimately they keep that tower standing, even if it is a sliver of health, and they keep their tier 2 for at least a little bit longer.
I think we got another Elder Dragon fight on the
I mean,
cards,
yeah.
gentlemen.
The fact that we're going this late is absolutely insane as the Red Bull Baron power play just wears off, so...
I mean, we reached a late enough point where, like, Fnatic's comp has been winning fights pretty consistently throughout the game, right? However, now that you've got AD carries reaching near completed item states, you can't afford to underestimate their ability to just do damage, but also just the range. We talk about it all the time. Range seems to be a huge factor in the current meta, and G2 are really taking advantage of it.
But also just look at how many items the 2 tanks and Fnatic have. Like, Oscarinen is nearing his full items completed. Same with Razork. Like, actually trying to get through these when the only real tank shred you have is Caps with a
Same way LS wins against Tyler 1.
grudge is not really going to be
Pocket
enough.
sand.
Again, this is
I mean,
where
LS pretty
feels
jacked
like
these
there's just
days.
not enough in the tank
But
for
the real
G2. If
key
you
to
take
beating
the
LS
full
is you just
5v5,
cough in his
G2
general
have to
direction, and then he calls an ambulance to him for himself to take himself to the hospital.
find a pick. They want to find Noah.
You just go.
Catch him! They catch him!
Noah caught out disaster. Gets himself second life with the GA, but now Fnatic need to turn this fight, but no! A perfectly
To find a pick. They want to find Noah.
nice bit of damage.
They
Root to
catch him!
follow
They
up.
catch him!
Noah caught out disaster. Gets himself second life with the GA, but now Fnatic need to turn this fight.
5, so G2 have
All
to
right,
find
let's
a
take a look at
pick.
this fight.
They want to find Noah.
Nice bit of damage.
They
Root to
catch him!
follow
They
up.
catch him!
Noah caught out disaster. Gets himself second life with the GA, but now Fnatic need to turn this fight.
So G2 have to find a pick. They want to
Noah actually like hardcore throwing this entire series. It's a great engage. It's a great engage, and you see they're all set up here. Ezreal ult. They pop his GA, and then misses a shot onto Humanoid, but then he actually times the fourth shot here with the GA.
To turn this fight, but no! A perfectly timed final shot! Hansama coming through clutch out. Humanoid in trouble. Jin can't kill tanks, but he can kill an Emperor, baby. Humanoid taken out, shut down. G2 marching down the mid lane, a blink of an eye for the second time this game. Noah caught out, and it costs Fnatic. A massive mistake.
That's a hilarious final fight, dude. Noah getting caught out a couple times was really quite damaging this game.
Noah caught out disaster. Gets himself
actually trying to get through these when the only real tank shred
Dude, the
you
River
have is
Caitlyn.
Caps with a Shrivel's grudge is not really going
It is a really good engage by G2 though. This is what you know about G2. They're like T1. They find these angles, or Gen G. They find these angles to win sometimes. The thing is, he gets hit by Rylai's here, and then he gets tagged by W. And this is the long range engage potential that you have in the backline damage, especially with True Shot Barrage.
Gets himself second life with the GA, but now Fnatic need to turn this fight, but no! A perfectly timed final shot! Hansama.
But realistically, like, you know, they need to play more cautiously around the Caitlyn, because the thing is like Caitlyn and Azir dying is hugely bad because it's literally all of their damage, right? You know, Fnatic has, they don't have the highest damage composition, and they're super reliant on mid and AD. So the fact that Noah does no damage in this fight is like a big problem, obviously. And Humanoid also kind of throws this because he sees the E from Caps, the E forward, and he thinks, oh, I got this. And so he trades flash for flash and they kill Caps, but there's so many more damage threats on G2, and he can't isolate himself like this. Final fight. Wait, it's not the final fight? What? How do they clear this wave?
Humanoid does a great job to at the very
Their tower's
least
almost
get
dead.
caps in exchange, but can the tanks hold the line against 3 members of G2?
Doing everything they can to clear the wave. Yikes, still here though. Hans
Well, they can't kill Ornn. Broken Blade?
Just trying to focus down the tower. He will at least get one. Super's on the way. Oscar
They actually just can't kill Ornn. They can't kill
Ornn.
Ornn.
Eventually kill these tanks. Now before they kill Broken Blade, however.
The upgraded Kanik Rookern, dude. And Broken Blade goes for the turret.
Super's on the way. Oscar getting chunked out. Yes.
And he just takes a million turret shots straight to the dome. What?
Still here though. Hans Sama.
He's like, I must get my demolished proc. He's literally taking multiple turret shots. He's taking 2 turrets at the same time. Oh my god.
Now before they kill Broken Blade, however. 4 shot there. G2 cannot end the
Elder's
game.
alive.
Fnatic are going to get another shot at this. It's 52 seconds on Broken Blade. Razork's still up.
But they're playing off of the mid pressure. They know that super creeps can finish off. the
Is
Nexus,
Varus
which
better
is
than
why
Renekton? Why do you make me make these choices? They both suck.
They're trying to take down Hansama. They're debating what is the actual target here. They're focused a little bit.
Hans is a speedy boy.
Hans is fast, baby.
They're starting this?
He's keeping it taco right now, Betty. You have to respect it.
No, he's in the base. They needed him to finish out the waves, and now Humanoid TP.
Dude, how much HP does this fucking Ornn have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6,000 plus like another 500 of magic sealed because of Rookern.
Willing to flip it all here. Mickey finding the lockup. Humanoid off to the side. They can just delete the support, but the all that matters is this objective.
Are you serious? They literally saved 4th shot for this, by the way. So it's at 1,400. And then Razork doesn't even have smite, by the way. Razork doesn't have smite. Razork used smite here.
Against 3 members of G2.
Doing everything they can to clear the wave. Yikes, still here though. Before they kill Broken Blade.
Yeah, Razork used smite here somewhere.
Just trying to focus down the tower. He will at least still here though. Hansama. Decent damage, but he's going to take a lot of time. Broken Blade just trying to focus.
Who does he use smite on?
Still here though. Hansama. Decent damage, but he's going to take a lot of time. Broken Blade just trying to focus down the tower. He will at least.
Does he? I think he used smite. He uses smite on the super.
Hold the line against 3 members of G2.
Doing everything they can to clear the wave. Yikes, still here though. Hansama.
No, who does he use smite on?
G2.
Doing everything they can to clear the wave. Yikes, still here though. Hansama.
No, I think he uses it onto the super.
Broken Blade just trying to focus down the tower. He will at least get 1. Super's on the way.
Or he's on Renek.
Yes, Jin needs time, but he will. What is the actual target?
I don't think he hit the. He didn't hit the. What did he use it on? I mean, he uses it on something right here. I just don't know what. It's right there. I can see it. Does he hit it? He doesn't hit the super, though. That's it right there. That little line is the smite. But I don't know. I think he hit a plant? I think he smited a plant? Hard to tell.
Yes, Jin needs time, but he will eventually kill these tanks. Now before they kill Broken Blade, however. 4 shot there. G2
I think he was trying to smite the super.
Get another shot at this. It's 52 seconds on Broken Blade. Razork's they're debating what is the actual target here. They're focused a little bit.
Which isn't bad, right? Because you need to eliminate that super so they can't push up.
He's starting this. He's keeping it taco right now, Betty. You have to respect.
But he doesn't have another smite as a result, and so there's no chance for a steal.
30 seconds. Yikes not going to be up in time. It's an Elder.
Willing to flip it all here. Mickey finding the lockup. Humanoid off to the side. They can just delete the support, but the all that matters is this objective. Razor cannot get it to Jin. Finishing the job. The ulti from downtown from Noah is not going to matter too much. G2 now retreating. Yike likely to die in the process. They
Hey, massive shout out for trading his life for caps.
wait a second. Off the side. Look at the weak catch.
From Noah, that should have been the game. I think Humanoid deserves a massive shout out for trading his life for caps. Oh my. Towards the Baron, 30 seconds. Yike's not going to be up in time. It's an Elder. That should have been the game. I think Humanoid deserves a
massive shout out for trading his life for caps. I don't know about that one because if he stayed alive, he might have been able to actually win that team fight.
There's no way he can sidestep. He's locked down for too long. The Dragon.
Humanoid continues to make great plays, but could that be?
That is a good play, though.
Costs them a lot.
But how quickly do they take Baron without Humanoid? Like, it's just
Okay,
Noah
let's
at the
there,
damage
it's
dealer. So, but look,
It's
they're gonna
fine.
lose the bottom base. You still have Demolish on towards Broken Blade, so that's going to be another inhibitor.
They have the inhib back up so they can't end, so it's okay.
But still, every single time, Fnatic are just losing that little bit as G2 are able to slowly but surely keep themselves in this game.
This is honestly a really great game. Like, you've got both teams.
Caps did throw right there, though.
The team fights are incredibly close. But we look
This is a
back
fun
at
game to
this
watch.
pick. Great decisiveness from Mickey. Flash, hook, the follow-up
This play was
damage
really
is
good by
insane.
G2.
But keep your eyes on Humanoid on the top as
I
the
don't blame
engagement
Noah
happens.
so much for that one.
Fnatic realize
That's
it's
just a
going
great
down,
engage.
but then he finds Caps. He makes
Also,
the play
Rylai's is
happen,
just
and
so good on
Caps
Zyra.
will move so much damage from the side of G2.
You know, Rylai's on the plant into Gen W into like everybody ulting and flashing the wall.
Pipped by one of those flowers that Yike put in and then sets up enough for the deadly flourish from Hansama. But then we come back to this, and you can even look at the ultimate from Yike immediately just trying to buy space on towards the Elder Dragon. Mickey trying to buy space on towards the top side. Ulting Humanoid just desperately trying to keep them out of the pit, and somehow Hansama
Razork almost got that too.
manages to secure that Elder Dragon. Yike has to give his life, but that could have been Fnatic just taking it with that buff.
The overlay said that neither
Razork could have got that if he actually had Smite. Rip.
All I know is chaos. Actually, all I know is, and correct me wrong here, does everyone in the house right now want 5 games of this? Am I wrong? I'm gonna die, actually. I can't handle it. So, game from the game, but here we are, ready to go to a third.
Do you want 5 games of this? Well, we already haven't had 2 games of this, so the maximum number of games of this we can have is 3.
All fight and execution. The carries are now so strong.
This game's fun, though.
to kill the carries.
If they go around the tanks.
But the only way to kill the
Except for the
carries
shitty
usually
Renekton
costs
08 and 3
a carry or two
pick
of their own.
that is completely
So
useless
most
at
of
this
the
point in the
fights end
game.
this awkward stalemate. Where, to G2's credit, they often get the objective, even if Fnatic is able to win the fight, which means that, again, it's now G2 using the objective to stall, or maybe even, I mean, they've tried to push for an end a few times. The base for Fnatic is in tatters. It's a crazy
Ward, or can we do that? Well, the TP's are only just coming back off cooldown for G2, but there is no wards inside for them that they can really look to say, hey, this could be the angle of attack to try and sneak in or look towards something else. There is the only one that I want to point out, because it's very small on the map, is the Jhin. Never mind. That just disappeared on that top side. But that was kind of the only thing you can look at. Instead, they're just going to try and rely on Caps to
No
bring
Jhin
pressure
traps
inside
there.
lanes, draw
So
traffic
sad.
around the map. At this stage, they're just sending Razork to these side lanes because he's the only one that's not full built.
Yeah, they're just funneling gold into
History of this matchup, the last time, wondering now, at this form, are these teams going to just be neck and neck for the rest of the series? Fnatic clearly have a formula. G2
Oscar in with
clearly
the
have a formula.
1,000 plus
now, but it's
This where
life spell shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, good. 7,000 HP plus 1,200 or so.
it's really
Magic
up for
shield.
anyone to grab.
Seems good. And he can regen it all.
15 seconds until the Elder Dragon. It feels like in this current game state that it's alive right now, but it's not. They're just clearing waves. Both teams hesitant to go and catch the side waves, and of course you have to be. A single death is a 60-second plus timer. It could be game deciding. No one wants to be the one to make that
What is
mistake.
the
No one
upgraded
has
version of
GA
Kanik
backup
Rooker
and available.
called?
And both teams just chipping away at one another.
Side lanes are no one's favorite. This just comes down to haymakers. This just comes down to execution.
What's it
team
called?
Fight. A little bit of vision trying to creep forward for G2. Humanoid taking damage.
Same to Yike though.
I mean, double Bloodthirster is so big here. The poke just doesn't stick on G2 the way.
What's it called? Why can't I figure out what it's called? They're just called Masterworks. Oh man, they changed it. Ah,
it doesn't
you're
feel
right.
like right now. Noah, at least
That's
able
so
to heal
not
up. He
fun.
doesn't have that luxury.
He does have the TP available if he gets too
Rastic
low, though.
Rookern.
But yeah, look at the position.
What's
between
it?
Oscar and
Medic,
Razork,
what's a Kanik?
making a very effective wall.
What's a Kanik and what's a Rookern? Medic, can you tell Riot that the new rule is you can only make up one word in an item? That's the new rule. You can't make up 2 words in an item. It can't be all made up
The
words.
Warmog's body blocking. Again, the only poke that matters is the poke that hits the carries. Decent damage on a Broken Blade. Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate fall.
I have a lot to say about Riot naming conventions.
Very effective wall.
Lily ability names, best ability names.
Warmog's body blocking. Again, the only poke that matters is the poke that hits the carries. Decent damage on a Broken Blade. Excellent ult.
I didn't know they eliminated all of the Masterwork names. That's sad.
The Warmog's body blocking. Again, the only poke that matters is the poke that hits the carries. Decent damage on a Broken Blade. Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate follow-up from Oscar. Going to look to lock up 2. Jund following up. Caps untouched on the backside. Support going to get deleted. Hanzama still standing. Noah already half health, trying desperately to heal up, but the currents have now been called. He's trying to find room to maneuver, trying to find room to play. He instantly goes in on a yike.
That's why, look, if you think you have problems with Aurora Medic Cast, just imagine being Korean and trying to say Aurora. They don't think of the poor Asian people.
Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate follow-up from Oscar. Going to look to lock up 2. Jund following up. Caps untouched on the backside. Support going to get deleted. Hanzama still standing. Noah already half health, trying decent damage on a Broken Blade. Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate follow-up from Oscar. Going to look to lock up 2. Jund following up. Caps untouched on the backside. Support going to get deleted. Hanzama still standing. Noah.
All right, Noah in the back line.
Desperately to heal up, but the currents have now been called. He's trying to find room to maneuver, trying to find room to play. He instantly goes in on a yike. Decent damage coming in with the
Noah. Okay.
It all needs to come down to Noah. The hook not going to connect. His movement is clean. One more.
Good job from Noah, actually, in this fight.
One carry left. 3v3, but they're chasing down Broken Blade now. Ace in the hole. Not going to
Razor Q. Flash W. Yes. Kill the stupid crocodile. Useless crocodile.
Looking to find the 4th. Looking to find the lockdown. Noah on the chase. Broken Blade will fall as well.
Jelly and Chelly or something. Yes, they are pretty much identical in Korea. The other funny name that the Koreans did this to themselves, by the way, was remember when they had Blitz, like MiG Blitz and KT Bullets? Well, Blitz and Bullets sound exactly the same in Korean. They did that one to themselves, though.
They're looking to lock down the Elder in their sights. Oscar on the chase. They don't have the damage to do it.
Ah, the world's slowest Elder.
All of them collapsing.
Razork's here to just thank you for leash. Razork doesn't have smite again!
Razork doesn't have smite! They need to focus on the fight instead. Hanzama untouched in the meantime, but no one does
Not like this.
much work. Mickey X just doesn't stand a chance. Thank you for the leash, G2. Desperation.
Okay.
Tasting good in the mouth of Fnatic.
Somehow, Fnatic managed to come away with the Elder Dragon.
Third Elder. Surely it's done now, right, guys?
He steps forward. Caps tries to do the same in the back line, but he just can't get it done. And it's Fnatic who are out team fighting G2.
So Jun and Oscar start the fight, and it's Jun that ends
You
up
can't. They can't front to back.
first.
Like, let's be clear. G2's comp is trash garbage for front to back. How does Humanoid take like his entire HP bar worth of damage though?
Oscar start the fight.
He gets hit by Ezreal ult, which needs to be nerfed again.
They think that they've
And then is it just Jin traps?
start the fight, and it's Jun that ends up falling first.
Is it really just Jin traps?
They think that they've been able to lock down Caps, but he's able to eat.
Does he literally just get nuked by he can see the Jin traps. Razork.
They think that they've been
Oh my
able to
god,
lock down
that's so
Caps,
much
but he's able to
damage.
E away. Mickey's able to flash away.
What?
Look at Noah here. Low health, he just says, screw it, I'm gonna flash it, and he just destroys Yike. Caps tries to do the same thing, but Humanoid's able to get away. And even though Caps does get the kill, Noah feels so confident. He gets so much.
Noah actually does play this
back
pretty well.
that they're able to win out the fight.
Going to Seoul for the first time. Any recommendations for the best food places? Go to the fish market, man. Go to the Seoul fish market because they have, you can pick out your fish and then they kill them in front of you, or your crabs or whatever. And then there are these restaurants that are part of the fish market. And so like if you want like hui, which is sashimi basically, you could pick out your fish and then they'll take it and the restaurant will take it and then you go sit and eat it at that restaurant and they'll make a meontang, which is like this spicy. So they'll butcher the fish, give you the meat. Then they'll use the fish leftovers to make a spicy stew. And it's delicious. And you can get soju and beer and stuff there. Jin traps have 1.2 AD scaling. I did not know that, Medic. Also, plus 65% damage if you've been hit by one in the last second. Yeah, I mean, they really popped him. But he willingly walked onto it. I mean, Razork triggered those. Noah and Humanoid did not have to walk onto the Jin traps.
And Elder, Fnatic should be able to close this out.
They cook the fish for you and take the leftovers? No. They don't cook the fish. The fish is raw. They give you the fish meat, take the leftovers, and make a stew for you. It's delicious.
No flashes anywhere to be seen. Everyone blew it in that last fight, so one person getting caught out could spell disaster.
Look, they figured out how to not get hit by gin traps.
And no flashes anywhere to be seen. Everyone blew it in that last fight, so one person getting caught
Caps,
out.
no flash. Nice engage, though. Nice engage. Really beautiful Glacial Prison, actually. And then the chain CC from literally everything.
The buffs empower them, but the mechanics coming in clutch in the final moments. Broken Blade, Hansama
I love 8,000 HP Ornn. Where's Renekton? Renekton's being useful. Renekton is such a bait, man. I fucking hate this champion in this meta. It's so garbage. It's so garbage. What is its even win rate right now in major regions? Thank you, Farley, dude. So far, the series is a joy to watch. Then stupid shit. Yeah, it's actually been an all right series. I think it's been kind of fun. So it has a 40% presence, but a sub 50% win rate. Why is this? Why is this the champ? Why is this the champ of the summer? Oh, I didn't select major region only. That's just like BioPanther. I don't care if BioPanther played it. 48% still. It's the same even in major regions. 59 and 63. But this is actually just a dog shit pick, I think.
Incredible game 3. This is the G2 Fnatic that people wanted to see. And Noah, he made a massive...
You said it
Here we go,
already.
game
Ban
4.
Azir.
Ban Azir.
That's it.
Slam it. First ban. Don't care.
Zeri.
Else.
Oh, Zeri.
Is it okay second ban?
Yeah,
Have you ever had a pair of crocodile boots? No. I have Python. I have 2 pairs of Python cowboy boots. And I have lizard boots, but I do not have crocodile boots yet.
Ego like that, they're like, no, it's not the issue, you know, it's not a problem. Just don't ban it, it's fine, you know. And then we'll see if it backfires.
Oh,
They ban it. There's no ego, ban
Maybe
it.
it was you. Yeah.
Maybe. No, I will be the one to say ban the TF. Don't play against TF. Don't play against TF.
Okay, so now we're banning the Azir. We're banning the Azir, the Nidalee, and the Zeri. I agree with this. Let's see what a humanoid can do, because he hasn't, like, the Lucian wasn't it.
Here we go. I think
G2, Sejuani first case. We're taking away a lot of their power picks. I like what we're seeing. What is with the Lucian? What is with the Lucian? Look, even Oscar's tired of this fucking Lucian. Look at this. He's like, God damn it.
Going all in.
Okay.
On the
That's
meta.
confidence.
Yeah, because for me, again, Fnatic have looked the best when Razork is on an enabler, and then of course that then turns into all of these front-to-back compositions, and like you say, Shock, it is confidence. Now it's a one-to-one jungle matchup where Razork should have a little bit more agency, but again, it's about how the late-game team fights actually...
Just play Corki.
G2 now are going to dip into a more stable composition, much like what Fnatic...
Or you can say Ezreal. Yes, 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 yes.
Like Corki hover.
Yes, finally.
Production, can we get a pip? A picture-in-picture?
Ezreal. Just play Corki, Ezreal, Sedge. Just fucking do it. And play Gnar.
I don't have the head though.
Play Gnar, you filthy animals.
I don't know. Maybe we'll get one later. We can talk about the draft a little bit more.
For the next sports game. I'm gonna be Corki for
He
next
has a
sports game.
gag. I think it's coming.
Yeah. Also, this is a banger draft, honestly. Like, I really like Fnatic going for that. Like, they made them think Sejuani is OP, and now they're gonna show them how to win brand. I think this is like a high IQ play, you know. It's like but they haven't looked very good with its first game, so.
So we're gonna take the Varus again, which is a Hansama pick, but I'm not really sold with Varus in bot lane anymore.
You're trying to neutralize a little bit of what red side can do to you, because right now this Varus is a little bit of a flex, even though it's not so great on ADC right now nowadays.
Probably Hans going back to comfort. I would say so.
Remember, Varus used to be banned against Hans like constantly.
Been winning lanes in push. They haven't been
Are we
getting
just
any
playing
great leads,
triple
and it's
poke
because
AD
the matches
again?
don't allow them to. So I feel like they might be
Okay,
getting-
actually, Fnatic banning Braum now and Renata Glask. Are we still gonna do? Are we gonna do Ezreal again? Are we doing? Are we doing Ezreal again?
They're good against Sejuani, so they may be just removing that from the equation. Are taken away. So,
Are we just gonna do
maybe just go for an
as
Nautilus and, like,
Ezra Khan?
just slightly
The previous blind pick, but it
Oh, MF Rel. Okay, I like this a lot better.
it is one of the only ways where you get a win.
But I don't like Varus top. They literally blinded Varus top, by the way. They literally blinded Varus top because, of course, Fnatic sees the Varus. They're like, this might be Varus top.
On blue side, and I do like this because a lot of the pressure from Fnatic right now would be in shutting down this Varus because even though in game, what was it? 3,
Play
it was
Jace,
a
you
bit
cowards.
No, game 2 it was a little bit
Play
useless.
Jace.
It was a terror for the
Do you
first.
just go a tank here though? They have full AD. Like I feel like you just pick a tank. Oh, it's the moon that you were
No.
talking about.
No. No, surely we're not picking Renekton.
No, it's not.
It's not.
But I think you just go a tank and you just go full
No!
armor and you're really happy with like how the draft panned out. They have 0 magic damage.
I would have preferred the tank approach because right now you do have a person that is always going to be crying because he's not having fun in the game and it's hard. Well, metaphorically crying, of course. He's not going to be crying on stage, but
All right, so here's the difference. Here's the difference. So the unfortunate thing is because it's MF Rel in the bot side, like Kai'Sa can't be down there alone because Kai'Sa 1000% gets dove under the turret by Sedge MF Rel. So you can't roam your Leona. So you basically just have to punish the Varus top solo this time. Like it's not like the game where they didn't punish the Varus top, right? During the laning phase. I mean, they still won the game, but if you that was different because you had Ez Bard. So you could leave with the Bard, right? And try and roam topside. I really hate the Renekton here, guys. I really hate it. Like if you have Jace, maybe Jace is just a shit matchup into Varus. I don't know. Is it? Seems fine, right? I mean, Renekton is definitely not very playable. Unless you get heavy attention in the top side. But maybe they think they can just kill the Varus over and over and over again. And they think they have mid-pressure with the Lucian. But you lose bot. You lose bot. And eventually, the other problem is that eventually the MF gets BT and just stands in lane alone and Rel just walks all over the map. And then Rel is in top side and the Leona isn't. Probably. Right? Malphite would have been pretty good. Probably. I mean, Malphite seems super good into... I mean, Malphite's like fucking mega into Jace. So I would assume that it would shit on Varus. That's a good point. Also, Malphite's just incredibly good into their team because MF can't ult then. Malphite is actually mega. But Oscar plays Malphite. What the fuck, man?
If you're going for this approach where you're going to be losing top, at least I would have preferred to see a losing top, but it has a little bit more facilitating, more engaged for the rest of your squad, especially because you have this
bang, man. Thank you.
Pointed it.
I'm down for game 5.
You are here.
I love
with
Caps'
James.
dad, man. He's the best.
Interesting position to be. I don't think that's how the bet works. I like the clapping. The finals. Loser.
Supports are, I don't know who was reading who, but they're both here ready for something.
I just appreciate their entitlement, like resets and everything.
Yeah.
And the ward. Oh my gosh.
Both wards going down at the same time.
I'm sorry, but this is a rom-com now. This was their meet cute. How this is too synced.
I
It's
just
too
love
perfect.
it if in the all chat they both just sent an heart.
Just
to
a
each
little
other.
heart.
There's a little thing that'll tell you whose ward that
Is this
if
playoffs?
you're
Yeah,
quick enough.
it's the
So I'm
first
curious if they
playoffs of
actually
summer.
know if it's the enemy support that was
It's
up there, if
playoffs
they were
1,
quick
soon to
enough,
be
or
followed
if
by
they think it
playoffs
might
2.
just be the ward for the enemy top laner.
It's a good question. Will they be overconfident as that ward fades away, not realizing there's another ward to back them up? Is that tiny mind game going to break open this top lane matchup? For now, no. We'll need a few minutes till that
I
first
mean, we'll
ward
never
fades.
know until
Well,
they rise.
Yes.
hey,
The
I don't
suspense is
think
killing
you fully understand the power that we casters have to manipulate the narrative. We can make this whole game about that ward if you want to, Doug.
And observers are with us. You've got back.
We once convinced someone that Licorice solo killed a guy that he definitely didn't solo
I
kill.
remember that.
That was an accident.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, it would have been if it was intentional. Instead, it was just a big accident.
Yeah, it was a big accident.
Can't wait for the next Monty and Wolf. What do you mean? We just released an episode today. Was that the one you were, or like you already done with that one, and you need to go get another one?
Easier for at least the first few levels.
Like we just released an
No,
episode.
of course, forced to take cleanse here, as is Hansama. So we'll see if there's any early action.
It is a great matchup into specifically Kai'Sa as well, because Kai'Sa is so short range, you tend to have to walk up into the backline minions, which is oftentimes we can get that kill double up damage onto the AD carry. So I think Noah going to have to be very.
So what is the Renekton again? What is this Renekton going to do? Okay, so he flanks, and then MF runs away and kites him, and Corki Valks away, and Rel and Sejuani stop him, and Varus just ults him. So Renekton literally cannot do anything in a team fight, and he's poop. I don't understand why, if you are Fnatic and you literally just played this last game and you saw how shit this Renekton was, why you pick it again?
And see if he can make any action happen.
Is Humanoid going to get overconfident here? Been here enough times.
I love Monty and Doe at LCK. Well, just go to this culture channel. We do a show together called Nerd Legion. Last Free Nation Culture on YouTube. Look, there's the link. It's in Twitch chat.
He's probably mid.
You can enjoy me and Doa talking about how garbage Star Wars The Acolyte is. We do have a good time.
On the way to offer assistance.
Razork here too.
And the editor Danian does a great job with it. So it's fucking fire content.
Process, not ideal.
You guys are still in touch. He's one of my best friends. Of course we are.
Both sides just really want to get that shove.
See, now we just don't have League of Legends to interfere with our Star Wars discussions. Now we can just talk about Star Wars. You love Star Wars as well? Well, The Acolyte is garbage. But if you like making fun of Star Wars, then you'll enjoy this.
Engage already going in. Big damage on a humanoid. Tries to fire back. The ignite ticket. I just really want to get that shove in mid.
All right, so Jun and Humanoid are here. Humanoid just doesn't feel like flashing.
Engage already going in. Big damage on a humanoid. Tries to fire back. The ignite ticking. Jun desperate to kill the kill on Cavs, but he still has the flash. He'll be able to walk away effortlessly, and now Razork, he's so confident in
the action was dope. Yeah, the fight sequences were good. We talk about that.
Brand damage. We're reminded why this champion is so powerful. Mickey at least there to do a bit more, there to make sure Sejuani can grab the kill, but it's a bloodbath on the top side, and now it's Mickey who's been caught out. Humanoid TPing back first. They're desperate to finish the kill. The extra movement speed coming with the Kettle Crab. Mickey mounts up, and there to make sure Sejuani can grab 1v1, and he should be, but the 2v1, bit of a different story. That said, brand damage.
All right, well, we kind of threw this one. We kind of threw this one. We underestimate brand damage. And also Jun is still there and is Leona and has infinite CC.
There to do a bit more, there to make sure confident in the 1v1, and he should be, but the 2v1, bit of a different story. That said,
what killed Brand? It's Ignite plus red buff.
There to do a bit more, there to make sure Sejuani can grab the kill.
Who's on Power Spike today? Power Spike isn't happening today.
Now it's Mickey who's been caught out. Humanoid TPing back first. They're desperate to finish the kill. The extra movement speed coming with the Kettle Crab. Mickey mounts up and is knocked down.
It was supposed to be the meet cute and the boyfriend showed up to help out at the last second and completely wipes Mickey out. But now Hansama no on the bottom side, even BB.
Very violent rom-com. Rob is now Broken Blade. Looks like he's going to try to kill Oscar into the Q flash.
No room for error. Broken Blade commits the flash to make sure that Oscar doesn't get away. And already in game 4, both these teams are off to the races. A bloodbath.
Corgi win rate is even lower than Renekton's. Had to wait out follow timers what I mentioned, but Renekton is a crap pick into that comp for sure. Thank you for your contributions, Mothwinter. Welcome to your first time message. Sorry, we have to put those timers on there.
They start killing each other. We got 5 kills in 4
But Corki makes sense in a lot of compositions. You know what I mean? I feel like Renekton just doesn't.
In a position where at least he can try and follow up, but yeah, Mickey just seen his opportunity, immediately jumps forward, has the flick back over. Caps gets incredibly low here, has to try and flash away, and at this stage,
Corgi lower just because always Trist versus Corki and Trist is better. That is also true. That is also a true statement. I would love to see Corki's win rate in non-Trist matchups.
This is where it ends up in a 2v2 where Yike just doesn't really have the damage to try and follow up. And now
One
Caps
more
again.
humanoid. Ooh, not quite gonna get it. Valkyrie. Now all of G2 descending. Ryzork probably not enough here. He's just going to walk away. Humanoid trying to stand tall. Good damage comes in from the brand, but Humanoid ultimately a little over-aggressive. G2 quick to punish. That last auto eluding Caps. Yike will take the kill.
Mickey just setting up a tent in mid lane. This is the thing with MF though, like the enabling she does for supports to roam is like really bonkers, especially as it gets later on in the game.
Razork to try to secure the kill. Good damage coming in from the brand. Yike now trying to turn it back. Level 6 there from Broken Blade. Razork still in trouble. Good damage goes in. Broken Blade still standing. The stun not quite fast enough.
This game's fun to watch though. It's just a fucking bloodbath. 8 kills at 5 minutes.
Finally, the level 6 comes through, gentlemen. What the heck? What?
Welcome to the Thunderdome. G2 versus Fnatic, and it's nothing but a brawl. If you guys have been in a relay before, I feel like they're passing the baton off left, right, and center. Like, they're just ready to go. The supports kind of being the front runners as the junglers are always with them.
Yeah, sorry guys. Degon is traveling right now, so it was an unexpected trip for Degon. So we had to move power spike. Sorry. Everything's fine. But yeah, just last minute travel.
He had no flash to follow up, so Oscar in and immediately flashes in to get the Ruthless Predator, and then just about able to finish. But that stun could have been enough.
I mean, I guess I could have hosted it with Yamato and Dom, and we still could have done it. But it's whatever. It's fine.
Damage on Pillar of Flame, but he can't hit the Seer, which gives Broken Blade that tiny window to get a few more autos, to get the damage down, to finish a kill. 2-1. The Varus. Grub's now going to get picked up by the side of Fnatic. 3 Grubs to start is a nice boon to have, and it's once again Humanoid the focus.
Damn, I mean, I swear if we were to look at proximity stats to bot lane, Mickey will have spent more time with Caps than he would.
Yeah, he's just been in mid lane this whole game.
I mean, the man is just roaming absolutely everywhere. Jun has to drop a control ward because he realizes that the bot side of the map, yeah, they have no control over there. Razork taking the long way around because he's suspicious.
Han's the constant pressure too.
Drake just yet. Relying on the control ward to give him the safety to secure Grom. There's always the risk that his blue's gone, but now with the Drake is secured, he feels safer to walk back into his jungle, and he'll find that his blue is still there.
This is honestly, guys, this is also our lowest viewership part of the season, because like middle of summer is like in League of Legends is like the lowest viewership point of the year, so it's not that big of a deal we missed a show this week. I'd rather just take a break this week so we can focus on, you know, summer playoffs and worlds and shit later on. The things that people actually watch, because nobody watches League at this time of year.
Caps could have converted that into a kill, but
we're in a weird alternate reality where bot lane doesn't matter. Like normally it's top, right? But they don't matter. They're just gonna sit here in 1v1.
I mean,
everything is upside down.
If you think about it, because we now play AD carries mid, bot has simply moved to mid lane. Yeah. So, I mean, it's almost like both Mickey and Jun have decided which AD carry they actually want to play with. And,
it's like every parent's favorite question. Which child is your favorite?
Why is Sejuani having such a resurgence recently? She provides insane tankiness, right? She has a non-committal engage, which is one of the most important aspects of professional play because you can throw out Glacial Prison without Sejuani necessarily going in. She's got really strong ganks. She can path over walls. She is a natural Warmogs builder, which is very helpful for vision control right now in the current meta. Got good clear. What's not to like? But Sejuani's been played for like the last couple of years as well. It's like she's never really been out of the pro meta. Is Gwen not good in this meta? No, not really, I don't think.
And I think we're being reminded why Brand has often been the highest priority when it comes to these AP jungle champions. Yeah, Zyra controls space so damn well, but the damage from Brand is just powerful. That said, the survivability from Leona, really what's going to be...
Gwen gets pooped on by double AD carry.
Doesn't mean he's safe, but not going to have...
Like, it's like Gwen is immune, and then it goes away, and then she just gets poked. You know what I mean?
Quick as he can.
Well, I mean, one of the advantages of Misfortune back when she was meta a long time ago is that passive movement speed.
Why don't they play LeBlanc often? They do. Just not... They do in China. Rookie just pulls bans on that like every game.
In his favor, means that Yike has to cover. you'll see Yike in position to do so.
Now Oscar thinks this is his opportunity to go all in. Yike on the way forward, but the initial burst damage is already so good. Sadly, not enough. Yike, incredible timing, good cover. Oscar thought. Now Oscar thinks this
Broken Blade with the wave bouncing in his
This is
favor.
complete disrespect by Oscar.
Has to cover, and you'll see Yike in position to do so.
Now Oscar thinks this is his opportunity to go all in. Yike on the way forward, but the initial burst damage is already so good. Sadly, not enough.
All right.
Yike,
Perma
incredible
CC'd.
timing, good cover. Oscar thought he had the angle, but G2 exactly where they needed to be.
I mean, it's just a jungle fiesta on the top side of the map, right? Ganks left and right from both to try and help their top laners through what has been a very violent.
I want to see Rookie at Worlds frying some trash pick like Ziggs. Well, the thing is when TL picks, when TL wants to pick Ziggs, they actually do ban LeBlanc, which is smart. So I don't think TL is dumb enough to like pick Ziggs for APA and like let Rookie play LeBlanc or let an Eastern mid laner play LeBlanc. I don't think they're that dumb.
You can see Jun doing a quick recall, very close to level 6 as well. Maybe he can spend some time in mid lane to get that level up, which can give Fnatic an opportunity to then fight for the grubs with that level advantage.
Razork already hovering as Caps fights for mid lane control. Humanoid feeling confident in the 1v1, the only person on Fnatic who's at least keeping the gold even.
This is a very weird game so far.
Razork gonna melt through these grubs, and Yike nowhere to be seen.
So much presence from the junglers and supports.
Renekton having that push for now.
This is going to be big, right? Because again, G2 are the ones with more engage in their composition this time around. They have Sejuani as well.
Just playing for pressure on bot side, more plates for MF. They can play around Drake, try and Drake stack.
It's not quite as clear, cut and dry between who is going to outscale in the front to backs, but Fnatic certainly more.
Gave up 6 grubs though.
I think the fact that Oscar has been doing such a good job.
I don't think that really matters. However, the siege is not amazing from Fnatic by any means. They're not going to have split push advantage, I don't think, really either. The wave clear is also insane from G2, so good luck actually using the Void Mites. Doesn't seem very relevant. Yeah, I feel like ulting. Nope.
Are still slowly but surely getting the farm that they kind of want. Yes, you still have a gold lead through that top side, but Razork now
trying to wait and delete the wave. Instant ulti coming out from Razork. He will just drop down. Brand passive damage, good, but not enough to finish a kill here. TP coming in from Humanoid, but just a little bit too late.
I like Gwen and Dinar if it gets picked early. I mean, just play Yasuo, because Yasuo is better into double AD carry. I think the problem is like Gwen just feels really bad in a meta that's so about range.
Advantage that they should have from Razork being able to clear fast and get into the position, and even Noah moving back into that bot side a little bit quicker, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You spotted that G2 were there, just wasn't able to escape. Should have out of that. I think he kind of accepted that he was done for in the
massive damage.
Yes, you still have a gold lead through that.
I don't know why he clears this out. Like, he literally knows Sejuani's here, and Sejuani has ult, and he doesn't see the bot lane on the map, so Razork sticking around here is very strange.
Trying to wait and delete the wave. Instant ulti coming out from Razork. He will just drop down. Brand passive damage, good, but not enough to finish a kill here. TP coming in from Humanoid, but just a little bit too late.
Kept his flash though. Didn't want to try and get out of that. I think he kind of accepted that he was done for in that position, but maybe looking towards that dragon as well. Just trying to see if, again, Fnatic can try and use the advantage that they should have from Razork being able to clear fast and get into the position, and even Noah.
I mean, the other thing that's a little weird to me is, like, why don't you just lane swap into this Varus, right? Because you could dive this Varus a bazillion times, and it matters much more that Varus has gold than Renekton has gold. Like, honestly, like, just pick Ornn and lane swap. Just pick Ornn and lane swap. If you're Fnatic. Or pick Cassante and lane swap.
Just continue to show up in the
why are we fucking around with this, like, Renekton into Varus? What the fuck is a Varus with no gold and no levels gonna do?
The 2v2 in mid lane. Once again, support's letting us know who their favorite child is. Humanoid getting out. Yike on the way in, though. Not the 2v2 they were hoping for. Colin coming in, but Razork there as well. Brand damage once again. Raining.
Brand doesn't even have ult.
Yike going to be able to get away. Cap trying to finish the job. The boss bomb not quite connecting the step back in from Humanoid. Confidence is
Noah? No. No. No.
Remain standing. Oh my goodness. Noah tries his best.
Noah tries to complete the kill. Instant ulti. Noah the flash both sides. Hansama remains standing.
Oh, and Hansama with some of his own in the bot lane. Caps now in some serious
That was not the
danger.
Kaisa. That's not the Kaisa ult you wanted.
This put their attention.
There goes my hero. All right.
Only coming in, but Razork there. Noah tries to go. Brand damage once again, reigning supreme. A human for Noah's cooldowns. Yeah, going to be able to get away. Caps trying to finish the job. The boss bomb not quite connecting the step back in from Humanoid. Confidence as Noah tries to complete the kill.
Good luck. He already has Bloodthirster, dude. Good luck killing him. He has BT completed. You can't kill him.
But some crazy outplays across the map. Humanoid with some nice side steps in the mid lane. Hansama with some of his own in the bot lane. Caps now in some serious danger.
Being hunted. Yike also. They put their attention. It's the ultimate distraction. They didn't realize Caps was in the bush. They thought it was Yike.
Serious danger.
Being hunted. Yike also. They put their attention.
Oh my goodness, Noah tries his best, but some crazy outplays across the
What do you mean
map.
they thought
Humanoid with some
it was
nice
Yike in the
sidesteps
bush?
in the mid lane. Hansama with some of his own in the bot lane. Caps now in some serious danger.
Being hunted. Yike also. They put their attention. It's the ultimate distraction. They didn't realize Caps was in the bush. They
I
thought
don't
it was
understand what
Yike.
he's saying.
Oh,
Well,
Humanoid's
he still
there,
might
though.
be in trouble, but no, Mickey here to cover.
I wonder if they believed that he would walk up through the jungle, so they were trying to cut him off. They didn't expect him to just stay still.
Well, Caps. Fireball bounces back forth. They will at least get the flash out. Felt like he could have gotten out of that one for free.
Would walk up through the jungle, so they were trying to cut him off. They didn't expect him to just stay still.
Well, Caps. Fireball bounces back forth. They will at least get the flash out. Felt like he could have gotten out of that one for free, but did opt to try to walk back into mid.
Yeah, we'll have to sit around to connect this wave. So, Broken Blade trying to get onto Oscar and
Continuing to step up, walking into melee range, but he is just not scared of that Renekton.
That is some damage coming out from Broken Blades. This Varus, we're seeing the value of it in the 1v1. And like this game is very quickly devolving into chaos. It's
with Yike being here, but it's the damage that Humanoid's able to churn out with the Cullion, and then Razork. This brand damage at this stage is absolutely absurd, and you get to see it. And they think they can get Humanoid, but the sidestep forward, dodges the phosphorus bomb, able
so it gets
That Croc is a handbag for sure.
Ulti comes in, the auto doesn't quite do much damage. Oh,
I mean, it's actually just a Bloodthirster diff.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like 80 or
he's right.
90
So
health
it's
auto
BT
increase,
def,
and that was what made the
100%.
difference.
Did the new creep line tank one of the Q shots?
Quite do much damage. Oh,
I mean,
Trying to make things happen
yeah,
against
good
Hansama.
initial play onto, or trade I should say, but then the passive gets procced from Noah.
So he thinks he can proc passive here,
The ulti comes in, the auto doesn't quite
but
do
it
much
takes
damage.
forever.
Oh.
I mean, it's actually just a Bloodthirster diff.
Yeah.
He healed like
Did-
80 or 90 health auto and creeps, and that was what made the difference.
Did the new creep line tank one of the Q shots coming through from Noah? I didn't quite see there.
I
Is
still think it
LEC
would
done
have
till
been
next
damage.
week?
But,
No.
yeah,
There's
the
more
proc
games.
from Noah wasn't
There's
quite
more
enough
games
either.
later today.
Either way, very close. Hansama gets himself a kill.
We've got to see some more losers bracket
The other
games
thing
for
I'll say is,
losers.
in that last skirmish, all of G2 was just focusing Jun while his W was up, right? Like, he was able to tank so much. And I feel like that's
And then
just
we
been a
get 2 days
reoccurring
off, and
topic
then
of
there's
the
more
series.
LEC because we got to
How
finish
much
everything
damage
this weekend,
front lines
guys,
can tank,
so we
and
can
that's one
have
of the big
playoffs
values
number
of the
2.
owner in the current meta.
The problem for
Wait,
Fnatic,
Tuesday
though,
night
is that they
games?
would have
Hell
used
yeah,
the
Dadian.
to turn
Tuesday
that
night
play
games. It's
in
Sunday, Monday,
into an
Tuesday.
objective. But
Definitely not because of Valorant, by the way. It's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then we get Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Reset advantage for Fnatic and Humanoid in mid. They could have gone for Rift Herald. Now Oscar getting caught it again in front of Rift Herald.
That's the permafrost. Hansama immediately going to follow up. Played at Steel Caps, just not enough to survive 3 members, but they managed to find good engage on a Broken Blade. Sadly, Jun not close enough. Maybe the Solar Flare comes down. Broken Blade just being zoned away as Humanoid tries to get the pressure here, but you can see how far Hansama is pushed up mid lane. He's so fast, he is unconcerned. Seeing Fnatic on the bottom side, he knows he can just keep the pressure up here, and Noah has to be careful.
Cops is on the tier 2 though, and so are
There's not another season, just another playoffs. Exactly. There's this is summer playoffs, and then we have season finals. So it's a bracket into a different bracket.
Supports are level 7 and level
Pog.
6. Laning does not exist.
Now, why they didn't just have one bracket at the end of the year, I don't know. I actually generally like the LEC format, but I hate the summer playoffs into season final That's
The bot
trash.
tower was secured. Hansama rotated to mid. They readjusted the lane assignments. They put Broken Blade down towards bot. Top gets secured. Top tier 2 is very low. Mid tier 2 is very low. TP now
behind.
collapsed on a Broken Blade.
Humanoid can step up here. Ulti for Broken Blade not quite available. Nice sidestep on the piercing light. Broken Blade just gets the solo. He's gonna look to take down Oscar too, but surely too much damage has been dealt. Nice.
The point blank Q.
Coming in, Noah. In the nick of time to finish the job.
They wanted to try and funnel the kill onto Noah. He committed the ultimate as well, but Oscar Rinen's passive ended up securing it. Insane damage coming out from Broken Blade. I thought he was actually going to convert it into 2, to be honest, but his ultimate still being on cooldown is probably the main reason why he couldn't.
And we've seen so much around the mid lane, right? 3v3s on both sides. The difference
Thing is, you
here
get
for
solo
G2
gold onto
is
caps
the solo
here.
The side lanes. It's Broken Blade and Hansama who are building up these massive individual
So I mean,
advantages.
this gold is probably insurmountable at this point. Like G2 is just too far ahead, and the Renekton is useless.
But he's just too strong individually and manages to make it a 1-for-1. Fnatic now responding to the Herald, doing what they can to hold on. But this is a 5k gold lead for G2, and the game is very rapidly.
Like, at least in the Cassante game, which they won into the Varus, they could maybe do something. But Renekton is just an ultra turd here.
I'll say that it's very
And they
similar
can't
to
walk
what
up because they get
G2
MF
do.
ulted,
The main difference
and nobody
is
has Braum,
Fnatic
so
don't have
just
a
rip.
Sejuani. They don't have the same type of front line, and it's a little bit harder for Fnatic to find those same engages that they could in game 2, because this time it's G2 with all the initiation. They have such strong team fighting with MF, Sejuani, Varus, Rel, and that doesn't even account for the Corki.
And this is why when you see on actually
Hang on.
Setting up there on Vision of Hansama. Perfect ulti over the wall. Razork forced to flash out. Yikes ulti clipping. Humanoid off to the side. Jun stepping up. Yike now retreating. Decent calling, but it's really only hitting tanky targets. Oscar looking to step up.
You just watched a dumb Soda Stream ad for me? Well, why don't you just subscribe and then you don't have to do that? Idiot.
The instant turn from Mickey. Flash out. Yikes ulti
Don't pretend like you're doing me a favor.
clipping. Humanoid off to the side. Jun stepping up. Yike now retreating. Decent calling, but it's really only hitting tanky targets. Oscar looking to step up with the instant turn from Mickey.
It's actually a huge play by Mickey.
Members in the clutch, but Fnatic turning it right back. That's where Brand wants to.
Broken Blade wasn't there. It's a 5 versus 4. Huge play from Mickey, though.
So many members in the clutch, but Fnatic turning it right back. That's where Brand wants to be. Caps and Broken Blade still standing. Jun trying to force the fight. Broken Blade incredibly powerful. Will instantly delete the Leona. But Fnatic walk away, happy to have the 3-for-1 trade.
Brand Gaming, yeah. Dude, Brand is just fucking ridiculous. Or look at this ult.
It's really only hitting tanky targets. Oscar looking to step up with the instant turn from Mickey. Finding so
Like,
many
Mickey actually has a mega engage there, and it just doesn't matter. To be fair, though, if Broken Blade had been there with his ult, that would have been a very different engagement. Just ult and Q over the top.
That G2 tried to force. The initiation from Mickey looked spectacular, but they just didn't quite
Funky
have
Pharaoh,
it.
thank you. Here you go, you shits love your streams. Haha.
Once they got the flash from Razork, is where
Hey,
they
man, I'm just saving you from watching ads, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Sejuani ultimate, MF ultimate. And now again, it's a 4v5. You look at your minimap.
You knew I was right in your heart, and there's nothing that everybody hates more than Monty being right. It makes you guys so salty. I have that effect on people. You know I'm right, but then you get angry. I have that certain je ne sais quoi.
And ultimately, that's a fight that G2 chose to take a bit over eager.
Watch the Brand.
Flash from Razork is where they should Asian from there. A lot of tools gone.
Yeah, the MF ult would have been great for kiting back into that choke as well.
Again, it's a 4v5. You look at your minimap and you can see the Varus isn't here.
And just watch the Brand.
Oh, there had just been an ult right there. MF ult would have been massive. Or if, Broken Blade had been there.
Fortune's ultimate. Look at your minimap and you can see the Varus isn't here.
And just watch the Brand though. The Brand damaged. You're getting the damage up onto Yike. Ultimate wasn't really getting the bounces that you really wanted to.
And ultimately, that's a fight that G2 chose to take a bit over eager on their cooldowns, and that's the big thing, right? Sejuani's so good for starting those fights, but if you underestimate what a Brand can do, what the turn can do from this Fnatic composition, it will punish. And a 5k gold lead is very quickly diminished to only around 3,000. Fnatic, good angle to fight back. Still have to be careful, still have to respect what G2 are bringing to the table. Mickey again looking for engage. This time around, G2 have all their cooldowns. Oscar quick to fall, but G2 already lost Mickey. Now they're looking for the fall. Razork off to the side. They're not quite looking for the angle. The solar flare going down, and now
There you go. There's the ult.
into the equation. Good damage fired back, but still
2 for 1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, but Fnatic can't fight this,
It's
surely.
a story of overcommitment once again. We're seeing this in this series where G2 think that they've got themselves a winning fight, but look at the context. Mickey engaged onto the front line.
Jun over the wall.
Jun not having
Will find Broken, but Fnatic are
Warbox here is huge. They can't fight this. This is ridiculous.
The communication not quite there, but now Humanoid dashing in, good damage. They're trying to finish the
Broken
objective.
Blade
here.
STB.
Bars 2 should snipe it. It does indeed. And now Noah looking to bring the ball up.
I'm surprised Broken Blade doesn't go back in TBN.
Communication not quite there, but now Humanoid dashing in, good damage. They're trying to finish the objective here. Bars Q should snipe it. It does indeed. And now Noah looking to bring
Nice
it home
ult. I didn't realize the Kai'Sa ult was still up.
Mickey ready to try to turn it back. Humanoid locked up.
Biggie there in the nick of time. Damn, this game is crazy.
Mickey X keeps his top laner standing.
3 seconds until the next arrow is up from Broken Blade. Mickey is trying to see if he can set up Noah. It's going to be spotted. The
One
Broken
ult.
Blade.
Oh, it's a close one. Fnatic, they lose the dragon. I think they won the fight. It was very close. We are 15 kills to 13, and we're only 21 minutes in. My goodness, let's look back at this engage.
Yeah, because you can see here, Fnatic are all kind of set up to try and take this fight, but Broken Blade and Hansama aren't really in position, so a lot of that upfront engage gets used.
Renekton was very useful in this fight, guys. Super good pick, by the way. He's there to face check brushes, and they get 100 to 0'd.
Broken Blade and Hansama aren't really in position, so a lot of that upfront engage gets used by G2, while Fnatic are still able to peel back. Yike, then trying to get on towards Razork, only finds himself in a difficult position, and there's no target selection.
The counter calling from Humanoid is good there, though.
Because it's this bob and weave and
So, whatever happened to the back into this fight, good turn from Mickey, well timed, but already both teams setting up on the top side of the map.
Whew. I'm glad that Game 4 is delivering just like Game 3. Nothing but a brawl between these two teams.
Mickey
queuing
in.
Oh, very good Renekton pick. Yep. I love me some front to back team fight Renekton. Yep, very, very, very good pick. Renekton, very useful. He absorbed all the cooldowns, guys. He's just like Sejuani Noel, Varus Noel.
from G2. Mickey just hits with the Q. Yike gets the ult, and then it's the follow-up slow that enables Broken Blades chains of
Yeah, the R5 Renekton, dude. Fucking value. Value town here.
From G2, and now with Baron in tow, the side
Hill, but Humanoid now ready to fire back there. Demand disadvantage, but Razork does a hell of a lot of damage. Mickey ready to cover the wall, but Humanoid walks way into the waiting arms of Mickey, and down he goes. Good anticipation. Mickey potentially in trouble now as well. Razork trying to back up, getting away.
Surely this Renekton will do something.
Can't quite get into the fight. Hansama doing a lot of damage. Ulti going
Bye-bye.
Razork going down, but in the meantime, Broken Blade right up in the top lane.
He did damage to Mickey X. And Broken Blade is in their base. With Baron buff.
Yeah, he's got that Warmog, so his health is going to start to come back, so he's fine to chase with Yike. That's an inhibitor gone, and G2 still with Baron in a position to start to push out this bot wave as well.
They're going to reset, though. They're going to reset. They want to spend their gold. It's G2 that end up with the map advantages, getting value still out of their Baron. Noah initially getting caught out in the bot side river. G2 recognize this.
Noah's just a river, Noah. Guys, Noah, please. Noah doesn't like water. He built a fucking ark so that he wouldn't be in the water. Stop being in the water, Noah. You're not RPing right. You're not RPing right.
Nice, quick thinking here from Noah to try and get the trade back, turning it into a 1-for-1. But now two Fnatic members are being shepherded without any real support. The TP comes through, but they're running away from the support. Mickey ends up securing that kill. He's hesitant about whether he wants to jump over the wall immediately. He realizes he's tanky enough to wait a little bit longer. But then Razork, nothing he can do, doesn't have the flash, gets ultied down. And an inhibitor is secured in the top lane.
And Fnatic thought that was their moment. They saw that Broken Blade was on top side with no TP, so they were like, bring Oscar in, send everyone. This is the moment.
Can't wait to see MonteCristo reaction on Game 5 first pick. Oh, God. It's a Renekton, isn't it? Does somebody first pick a Renekton? It's so shit. It's so shit. You know what? I would rather see a first pick Renekton than this R5 Renekton. This R5 Renekton was so garbage. It's like they could do anything and they did Renekton. The Malphite is a good shout out though. Malphite would have been good here.
You're going into everything, and now
G2 trying to force the fight here, knowing that they have the advantage. Mickey looking for an angle to engage. Already one might just get taken down. However, Oscar still standing. That's going to be crucial. Man advantage for the side of Fnatic if they can live this one out. But they need to heal. They need more time. They need more life. The health bars might just not be big enough. Mickey body blocking as much as he can. G2 caught in between the pincer of Fnatic. But can they find the fight? Can they find the angle? Jungle looking for the initial lock of Oscar praying to follow up. Mickey already going to find one. G2 all instantly retreating out of the base, pulling back. But Humanoid still standing. Ulti is good from Hansama. G2 can just walk in. They've been zoned out of their own base.
Just go kill the Nexus, you cowards.
They're not sure if they want to go for this.
Just let Hansama go do it. Broken Blade, use zone. No, 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 no. Oh god, Oscar didn't get a shutdown. Oh no.
Was able to get back to base.
Jun is decent. It gets the lockup on towards Yike, which is one of the main tank tools. And Human,
I can just end the game.
God damn it, I have to watch more of this shit game.
G2 confident to step up, but don't quite have enough.
but G
Taken away and manages to make it out, however.
Gotta be careful though, G2 can just end the game. Like
Super's
at any
coming in.
moment.
Any single sign of weakness. Weight of minions is going to be a problem here as the third inhibitor falls. Top side is about to respawn. G2 really want to take that one down, but
They're
it's
going
dead.
Baron because they're afraid. They're afraid of Fnatic's team fighting power. Look at how strong this Lucian is. They don't want to take the risk.
Cap's about to have TP as well. A constant threat with the super minions pushing in. Someone always has to be ready to respond to those waves. The Nexus, very quick to fall against the Triforce Corki.
I mean, at least you build Stridebreaker. At least you build Stridebreaker tank. I respect this Renekton build more, at least. He's at least committing to be a shitty frontliner, cooldown sponge.
and Baron going to be available when G2
He's at least committing to the bit, you know?
We're on today. This one again, up to 30 minutes.
TL beat
G2
Dig.
Close out Fnatic at match point. All things set up.
This feels more tense than it should be. But
But that's the entire
reality
series
is-
so far, right?
Fnatic are strong enough to still win a fight. It's a question of whether or not they can find the right engage, which they have not been able to do so far in this game.
Time isn't on their side though. Look at the creeps in mid. Fnatic need to go with a goal.
Whoops, June got ripped into the team, and now he just eats insane kite damage. Oh, Renekton almost killed a support, and Noah had to ult flash to finish Mickey. Definitely worth. All right, thank God.
They go straight for the throat. They go straight for the end. Game 5, baby. G2 versus Fnatic.
All right, go grab more coffee. Hold on. Do I think TL's currently the best team in the West?
But it is
Yes.
probably inspirational.
All right.
Operational and/or a reminder to chill a little bit, just a little bit.
Or I told you to go to the bathroom before we got to this point.
No, I can confirm both teams play.
Here we go. All right. So we are going to ban the Varus. We don't like the Varus on the top side. We don't like the ammo. So we're back to triple ADC bans, which has been a hallmark of teams against G2.
In this series, but I guess you have to be concerned about the potential Caitlyn answer, which can be pretty effective.
Ezreal's still up, though, and this is it. Oh, Renekton B1. Terrible. There's so many ways you can deal with this.
Even if Broken Blade wants to go for something like a Gnar or even something along these lines, you're still in a great position to have not only a good counter pick for Broken Blade on the top side, but you get the Sejuani as well. Now, I think there are also...
You can take Sejuani Ezreal here. What is the Lucian priority?
Razzle.
Oh, wow.
And this is the other Renekton combo that is infamous, right? And this is a champion that was
So you give
banned
over
away earlier
Renekton
in the
Nidalee, so they've been
series.
banning
Now Razzle,
Nidalee,
this is a champion he spammed
but they
so
dropped
much.
it for
He was
Azir.
incredibly good at it, but this is a champion that historically for our region has been terrible, has been completely awful. This is a champion reserved for the elites of the world, and the pressure on Razzle to execute it.
And we're just going to play Twisted Fate into it for some reason. The TF has been banned for a lot of this series. So we're just going to triple AD again. We're just going to triple AD again. Why does nobody play Ziggs bot in this region, by the way? Why can't Hans Sama play Ziggs? Why can't we play Ziggs Leona?
Wait, what am I saying? Wait, yeah, that's 10 AD carries now. But the AD carries...
Can we please play Ziggs Leona? Can we please do it?
Is it COG Brom time? Because when you look at what you need on Fanatics, the fact that you need Engage for Jun, you preempted with the...
Favorite pro player ever casted? Faker.
You've got the setup. You've got the point and click CC.
Oh, God.
They're going to take the Caitlyn away from Noah. Put the responsibility on him to show what else he's got in his pool.
This is something.
Yeah, Ziggs. For the love of God, somebody... No!
So, I do like this.
It's really good setup for Nidalee, though.
You're able to compete on the wave push, and you've already got a lot of damage elsewhere on the map. So Fnatic setting up for a loss of poke, but you do already have a good amount of tools on G2 to try and alleviate that pressure, right? Rapid fire, cannon gold cards, Sejuani ults, and I imagine Mickey gonna probably take something like the Nautilus or even Alistair.
Look, Renekton can be fine, but you just... The thing is like, you have to play through the Renekton super hard.
I do think, though, that...
And I think in this particular instance, guys, like the TF wants to ult into the backline. And so Renekton can actually just deal with the TF in the backline. Because if he ults in, Renekton can just stand on top of him and press W. Right? So it's not terrible into the TF. It's bad in lane, obviously. But Nidalee Renekton, super strong lane.
Well,
if you can get the Renekton snowballed, he might actually provide value here.
Side of Fnatic, Engage is really valuable. I mean, my one concern with the Braum is that I don't really think Fnatic want to engage on you very often.
They don't, but you can block spears with the Braum.
Corki, Jin, they have so much range to play with. Of course, Braum really good at mitigating some of that poke, right? His Unbreakable is a very effective disengage tool.
Engage. Essentially, the way you try and play this Twisted Fate is
But you have extreme poke damage. It's also about, guys, it's also about, Renekton can be used in pick comps, right? Renekton can be used in pick comps. Because the setup, potentially, if you control vision and you can actually get a Jin W down, Renekton can follow up on that. Or if you get a Renekton W on a squishy target, then you can gap close with the Nidalee and you can follow up with Jin W and Jin ult. Or like Corki and Valken. So in a pick comp, Renekton can be effective. Yeah, and super easy dives. I agree with you, baby Dougie. Super easy dives. Renekton's very good. Like, this is a very good dive comp from Fnatic. So it's not that Renekton sucks in every instance. It's just the way he's played sucks a lot of the time. And, like, I don't know about this TF, dude. Like, why can't we play Gnar?
Suddenly we can just play through these double AD carries. Traditionally, when I've seen TFs play this style, though, it has been on an AP variant because you get the Zonyas, so you could start the fight, go invulnerable, keep yourself safe. It's going to be significant when I've seen...
But Braum is not a good pick here either. Braum is not a good pick because, like, he can't do anything after Unbreakable is down and he still gets poked.
Mickey X going top, placing a ward.
I think.
Not finding his support brother there this time around. Jun will place a similar ward in the bottom.
I mean,
making sure that Hansama and Mickey can't step up too far.
He was
Obviously,
allergic to playing good
one.
champions.
very
Edward,
potent,
why
especially with the
why
range advantage that
is
Caitlyn has.
Lucian
Now
mid
Fnatic
such a high priority?
maybe setting up something cheeky or just ready to
It's like
punish
G2 blinded every game in
making
this
an
series.
aggressive
It's
play to
fucking
get off on
wacky.
Italy. Instead, perhaps a delayed invade. Split the map, take control of bottom side.
Not going to fall prey to any Fnatic shenanigans.
But he spots him, crucially.
Just a scrim copium champ. Yeah, I know. It's like Renekton and Lucian are those like scrim smashing champs that you get fake info from.
No different. Of course, Zyra and Brand, quite novel in terms of.
Yeah.
I also think top
It's a
TF
lot
is garbage
easier.
now.
Anyone can pick up Zyra and Brand and clear the
But
jungle.
the advantage of Nidalee is mainly just your Cougar form gives you so much mobility in terms of invading the enemy jungle in particular. You can steal camps, take creative paths, you can navigate your way around vision, and you can be a big nuisance for a champion like Sejuani. We'll see at what point Razork looks to try and do
Simon that they should, so nobody knows where Razork is on G2 already though.
Quick level 2, the Ignite already going down. Nice response to him, but Mickey lower and lower. Lucky for him, Noah runs out of ammo. Can't follow up on the kill, but Mickey very low early on. Heal already down. Noah looking for the 4-shot, can't quite get it. It cost him his flash. Mickey still standing, instantly popping a pot. But Fnatic in control of the
Not
lane
sure
for
about
now.
that flash
it was
though.
that pot that ultimately kept Mickey alive. He's going to get level 2 now, a bit of extra HP back. But the bot lane off Fnatic doing some work there. We keep our eyes on the summoner spells. Both junglers pathing away from the bot side of the map for now. It's Oscar, whose HP is in dire straits. It's again, both junglers constantly surveying the map, looking for opportunities for a potential gank.
It's hard to try and make things happen though if you are Yike at the moment, because Broken Blade hasn't tried to push in too aggressively in that top side. A little bit nervous of Nidalee fast clearing into a potential play on that top end, so he's kind of keeping this wave big, like stacking well, but will slowly try to push it in as Yike gets onto this top side. And it means that then for Razork, I think it's just to try and get the Scuttle Crab. Maybe you can even
Yike just covering here.
Second one, as Mickey had to go for the reset, but
Broken Blade maybe dead.
any sort of potential play here.
Flash forward, gets the lineup, instantly gonna go
Yep.
for the kill, finishing the job.
Run down to this bottom side.
This
wait
is
for a
super
second one,
cocky.
as
Like
Mickey
you
had to go
should
for the
know
reset,
that
but
Razork could be here,
Razork-
and especially in this position. And he's actually in a position where he can easily get hit by the spear. So Razork just flashes this, able to gap close.
Finishing the job. Textbook.
That is
free.
the Nidalee Renekton. Like, it's very straightforward.
Like he shouldn't walk up here. There's no chance of a freeze. He can't take a plate. This is so greedy. He thinks he's safe because of Yike, but it's complete disrespect. It's complete disrespect.
The lineup, instantly gonna go for the kill, finishing the job.
It's really bad.
That is the Nidalee Renekton. Like, it's very straightforward.
Jun, potentially stepping too far forward here. Concussive blows coming in, but luckily he's able to walk away.
Just flawless play from Fnatic. Razork following up from the flash stun.
Razork, where's the spear going to go? Hits Mickey. Mickey only level 2. Rue coming in from Noah. Now Mickey getting lower and lower. 3 stacks, the concussive blow. Razork
He
trying
did.
to follow up and another kill in the mid lane. Stun back onto Razork, but Fnatic off to a fantastic start.
Mickey and Caps trying to play off the Braum Lucian power spike, but unfortunately not really a thing where they're able to get that CC down. But now Yike trying to step up. Humanoid.
You don't win this,
Caps.
Caps.
Caps so damn low, looking to follow up. Yeah, queuing forward, Caps flashing out, and in this early game, Fnatic are getting every single
Disastrous
advantage.
early game for G2.
Razork picking this Nidalee. Said, let me be the carry in this game. We asked the question, is he him? And he is having a great start. 2-0-0 on Nidalee, already an 800 gold lead. And he just
This is
walked up to
insane.
Caps.
This
He
is
says,
gonna
"You don't
snowball
have the
so
HP,
hard."
You cannot stop me." Forces another flash out. That's the level of confidence.
The movement
Series.
probably dead if anything else comes.
And here in
The nice thing about the
G5,
Braum Caitlyn though
Razork
is like the
performing.
Braum stacking is just insane, right? And Noah used his flash
Noah
earlier,
now
so this is
potentially caught
just
out here.
mega
Quick
free.
glance, just to try to get rid of the movement speed slow, knowing he's probably dead if anything else comes through. Trap landing, G2.
Just the
no
trap
slouch
combo
here,
is
the
so
bottom
nasty.
exchange. Hansama grabbing that kill, Noah overstepping.
And how many times have we said it this series when it looks like Fnatic are
Noah-
getting
Noah's
into a
had a
decent
rough
position.
last
Noah
couple games.
overextends a bit too far and gets something back now. Jun, you can't really hold on to this wave. It should crash. Hans and Mickey going to make sure that it does so, and then look for the reset and a potential Void Grub spawn in 40 seconds as well.
Mickey trying to get that wave to crash. Starts to back away just to make sure that Jun cannot cancel his 80 carries recall. Hansama looking to spend that money. First base of the game. Jun, though, keeping the battle going. Knowing that Jin is eventually on the way. Mickey, though, has... Stand behind me. Can't just leap to the minion. And, gentlemen, again, the pressure on Razork stays the same, though, because he is the one with the big gold lead. Renekton gives his flash to make sure that that kill can come through from him. 2-0, 800 in the lead. He has to keep this pressure up because we've seen across this series, ease of execution has been a big deal. And ease of execution is not in favor of the Nidalee in this particular matchup, even if the power absolutely is.
Well, the thing for Fnatic's comp, though, is the later you go into the game, you've got to remember that G2 are very reliant on Yike to engage. Dagda was talking about how Broken Blade has options to help the team set up for picks, but when you're relying on this Braum to act as like a disengage tool against range and poke, it's not as effective.
But I think this is where we're trying to like look at how Broken Blade wants to orchestrate himself on the map. Because you could look at where he was coming out of base. I think there's a lot of communication in G2 right now about how can we, well, look for the dive on bot for the cross map. They thought about bringing Broken Blade, they don't. But they're just going to look for the play regardless because Noah has nothing up.
Noah, no cleanse because the previous exchange uses to get rid of the slow. Still was taken down in the end. Any piece of CC lands a trap will surely follow. Looking to lock up all those stacks. Mickey likely to fall here, but they'll at least get Noah in the exchange. Putting him further and further behind.
Still completely worth it here.
Getting lower. Ace in the hole comes out, taking their time, resetting aggro, going back in, flashback from Yike.
One more auto. Nice job by G2.
3 kills for Hansama.
Well orchestrated by G2. Yes, you get one back, but Broken Blade just being a nuisance here to Razork on that top end. He knows that he can't really stay underneath the tower because, well, Oscar can come across and get the play. Mickey now stepping up to the top end to make sure Broken Blade can get back underneath the tower and try and get some of these as the spear just goes wide.
Mickey coming. Very valuable for G2, just because it means that Broken Blade has access to the wave once again. Although, well, the gold at the top of your screen is very even. This Caitlyn is going to become a menace. We saw what Noah was able to do with it in Game 3.
Image, the isolated 1v1, similar to all these MF lanes we've been seeing, is once again so difficult for Noah and both supports. Still clearly looking to get out of lane, looking to pay attention elsewhere, and that just means that Noah really isn't going to get to participate much in this game. The good news is it's a similar story for Broken Blade on the top side. Oscar Renan taking control, Razork also incredibly far ahead. Means he's always going to have to be on the back foot, and now Mickey showing up in mid lane, Hansama on the way, something that has to be respected. 4 members of G2 in the area. Noah only now starting to
Sub
move
to the
up,
YouTube channel. We have power rankings before Worlds.
And this is where you do have to be a little bit careful.
Hopefully.
I agree with Betty that in initial trying to
those things are a lot of work. So I do like doing them though. It's just a matter of time.
Playing follow-up, I think you are really strong because if Yike lands a stun, suddenly you get Mickey's ultimate into a follow-up with the Winter's Bite, and suddenly you've got all this CC that's starting to compound upon itself. And I think that's where you've got to be very careful when Yike and Mickey start to work together. It's while these
the problem is I want to do cooking streams more than I want to make power rankings. That's the real problem.
When Yike and Mickey start to work together, it's while these frail Yordian champions are so strong together.
Did he just walk up and take this? Yep. He sure does, because Yike doesn't have smite. There's no smiterino. The poke is so huge. They don't have Unbreakable anymore. Just a shooting gallery.
Powerful Nidalee. Mickey forced to flash away. A confident maneuver into the pit to steal on the 50-50. So Fnatic happy with that one. A nice steal.
By the way, guys, I think I've successfully mind controlled Doa into this every Star Wars game playthrough.
Supposed to be G2's strong side, but Razork, the little contest, was able to walk in and steal that objective away.
You need a catchy chef named Monty. I have a name for my show. I haven't told anybody it yet because I don't want people to like take the all the domains and like social media stuff.
And then he has to flash, and at this point he's considering, do I
that's an anger Sejuani ult. That's an anger Sejuani ult, guys. He's pissed. That is a good point. Yike also didn't even have the upgraded smite yet, but he didn't have smite at all, so it doesn't matter whether it was upgraded or not, turns out. And yeah, you absolutely should just pull back because they have so much poke and that Nidalee is huge, and save the Sedge ult for the disengager for a turn.
But also then Humanoid being able to come in on the flank meant the Hansama couldn't really continue up, and Caps was so focused on getting Yike out and may need to do it himself.
Body block there for Mickey. Stand behind
Here,
the
I'll
upgrade
send
pull.
you
Knocking
something on
because
Discord,
of blow
Danny, and you can
stacks. Early
see.
on, of course, the Corki burst damage much higher.
You still have to be very careful though, because one of the things that we used to see a lot when Lucian first got released was Lucian Braum together, because the passive from Lucian is so good at proccing the stacks from Braum. So if Humanoid does get hit, you know, one combo from Lucian, you're immediately CC'd. So Humanoid giving a lot of respect to just that alone on G2.
Look at the positioning of Razork though. The Grubs have just respawned. He alone should be able to secure this as Fnatic have control over the mid wave. He knows that the Renekton, while likely not forcing that push early, can easily collapse. His wave is in a good spot, so Fnatic's setup is nice. The Caitlyn will, of course, be able to get another plate, though. Yike hovering around the bot side of the map. Grub secured, Dragon secured. Fnatic with a great early game.
Again, the pressure on Hansama to really carry this one, because 6 Grubs coming through for the side of Fnatic. That attack speed steroid
My stream is like,
for Razork.
we're gonna find the written recipes for the cooking streams. They're on my Twitter.
Incredible. But G2 setting
They're like
up on
Google
bot side, looking to
Docs.
play to the strong point of the map. Noah still bits and pieces here.
What I
Hansama
need to
hasn't
do
had
is
chance
make a
to recall.
website.
Getting closer and closer to that first item.
But even if they don't get the dive, they're still getting damage onto these plates in the bot side. They're still extending. And someone's leave, but Freebie walks in.
Wandering in. Dominus waiting for the gold card. Finds a bit of CC. Good upfront damage. TP coming in, looking to punish Oscar for overstaying. But that means Caps leaves the mid lane tower unattended. Oscar trying to get out. How long on the dash cooldown? Flash out to safety. Coling now coming in. Bob with a gold card. Oscar taken down. Yike quick to cover the mid lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage stacks rages. In the bot.
For the first
Hold on, let
item.
me just pull up the.
But even if they don't get the dive, they're still
I'll
getting
pull up the latest
damage
one.
on
Hold
these
up.
plates in the bot
I'll,
side. They're still
I'll post it
extending.
here.
And
We're gonna
someone's
do
leave, Freebie
Butter
walks in.
Chicken and Mr.
Wandering in.
Doll
Dominus waiting
on
for the gold
Thursday
card.
night US
Finds a bit
time.
of CC. Good
Friday
upfront
morning my
damage.
time.
TP coming in, looking to punish Oscar for overstaying, but that means Caps leaves the mid lane tower unattended. Oscar trying to get out. How long on the dash cooldown? Flash out to safety. Coling now coming in. Bob with a gold card. Oscar taken down. Yike quick to cover the mid lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage stacks rages.
They carried
No, it's not gonna be a tough website to build. I just have to get it done.
Steroid for Razork. Their tower taking threat. If anyone mispositions or takes a poor base timing, incredible. But G2 setting up on bot side, looking to play to the strong point of the map. Noah still bits and pieces here. Hansama hasn't had a chance to recall. Getting closer and closer to that first item.
But even if they don't get the dive, they're still getting damage onto these plates in the bot side. They're still extending. And someone's leave, but Freebie walks in.
Wandering in. Dominus waiting for the gold card. Finds a bit of CC. Good upfront damage. TP coming in, looking to punish Oscar for overstaying. But that means Caps leaves the mid lane tower unattended. Oscar trying to get out. How long on the dash cooldown? Flash out to safety. Coling now coming in. Bob with a gold card. Oscar.
Nice flash gold card.
Down. Yike,
All right.
cover the mid lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage stacks rages. In the bot
What?
lane, Noah just managed to snipe out Mickey. Wasn't able to get away. The combo, it looks like with Jun CC being able
Lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage stacks rages. In the bot lane, Noah just
Finds a bit of CC. Good upfront damage. TP coming in, looking to
What is
punish
Mickey
Oscar
doing
for
here?
overstaying.
He's
But that means Caps
recalling.
leaves the mid
They're
lane
pinging
tower
him
unattended.
furiously,
Oscar trying to get
and they
out. How
have
long on the
very
dash cooldown?
long-range
Flash out
engage.
to
So it looks
safety.
like his
Coling now
recall
coming
just
in.
gets
Bob with the
interrupted.
gold card. Oscar
Caitlyn finishes recall, and then he gets
taken
jumped
down.
on.
Yike
So he
quick to
must
cover the mid
was he
lane.
on a ward,
and someone's leave, but Freebie
Unattended.
or did they just
In.
guess?
Dominus waiting for the gold card. Finds a bit of CC. Good
I think they just guess, because right there you see them both leave. You see them leaving into the river, and there's no ward, so they just guess that they're in pixel brush and they just collapse. I mean, it's a deductive reasoning, right?
Bob with a gold card. Oscar taken down. Yike quick to cover the mid lane as well.
Oscar didn't manage stacks rages.
Now, is it do the Star Wars games with Doa or build the website? Look, I'm not going to build the website. I'm going to pay somebody to build the website.
Able to set up there now. Humanoid going to be able to take this mid lane to her plates.
At least one. Obviously with 6 Grubs. Close to taking a second. You can see the power of the Corki early on. Yike really cannot step up here.
I mean, sure, you killed Oscar.
Full commit. Nice ulti coming through, but Broken Blade is here. The semi-global pressure coming in. Hansama taking the kill. More gold for him. The
I miss
collector
Doa.
completed.
You don't have
An extra
to.
25
Just
on top.
Okay,
just
ultimately,
go
I
watch
cannot
our
play with
just go
the
watch our
G2
fucking
because
show,
they were
Nerd
losing a lot
Legion,
of gold
on the
on
Culture
the
channel.
control.
You don't have to miss him.
Backing in the brush, gets spotted out. Doesn't have the AD carry to jump to safety. Of course, doesn't have the flash. So ultimately, just a mistake there from Mickey. Fnatic rightly punishes it. But that kill onto Oscar, I thought to myself, Caps committing TP for just this, a kill onto a Renekton, this doesn't really feel worthwhile. But them also finding that pick onto Humanoid, I think made it much better.
And now the plates on bot lane as well. You can see Hansama able to move into position to get more pressure on this bot side turret. Will need to try and trade it because Oscarinen has already taken that on the top side. This combo between Razgo and Oscarinen doing a lot of damage to the map state, but I don't really know if they're in a position to do so, especially since it's Humanoid who's on that bottom side to try and clear it out. Mickey looking to zone.
Can use the Unbreakable to block any more wave clear. They're going to be able to complete this in the wave instead, trying to go for the play, but Jun on the way in. G2 immediately pulled back. 2 more shots from the tower before the wave is cleared. Can they stick around? One more auto. Can't finish the job.
The minion died. It may have even been 2 autos, which puts G2's bot lane at too much risk. And now Razork is on the bot side.
Dude, Doe and my
Wow,
shorts are
they're
fucking
wave
popping
to
off on
play with.
Instagram
So
and
that tower on the
TikTok.
top side traded for nothing.
They're actually going crazy
They
recently.
really want to make the play on bot side.
Caps roaming back into mid lane. Yike waiting in the brush, needs to get out.
I mean, Fnatic just bullying their way back into the bot side of the map. Look at this immaculate vision control. Observers, if we can see what G2 see on the map right now, you'll see that there's very little.
They see that everyone from Fnatic is on the bottom side though, and that's all they need to get BB to keep pushing in this top side. Humanoid should TP
Dude, that
top
pod
lane.
racer game on Nintendo 64 is fire, though. The amount of comments is mental, actually, yes. Adanian here is editing them, and he's doing a great job. Adanian, you're really baiting all the people.
Humanoid, though, would not be ideal once again. He did this once before. Hiding in a random
Calm on me. Thank you for your tier 1 sub. EU Nidalee. Greater than. Yes, EU Nidalee. Razork on fire this game.
Fnatic trade 1-for-1. Caps also committed his flash, along with Noah, admittedly. As Razork has just continued to farm up. Notice he has a 30 CS lead over his jungle opponent. He is at level 10 right now, and he is a 1.4k gold lead. He's in a great position on this Nidalee.
The thing is though, we're seeing a lot of trades on towers and 1-for-1 and kills over the last couple of minutes, but the big thing that you got to keep your eyes on is how Fnatic have consistently getting onto the side of the map that has the objectives. Dragon is in their favor. They're now got those 6 void grubs. They were on the Rift Herald side if they want to try and accelerate this game as well, but we're just going to get a replay of, Noah just walking into Caps, and Caps is more than happy to punish him for it. Really well orchestrated by Caps.
Yeah, and the Dragon is alive, so
I've seen a lot of Jins just like walking into mid lane and dying. Gumayushi was all about that too.
Well, okay, I'm not surprised to see
Versus
Fnatic
Hanwha
concede
Live.
this because they know the Herald's alive as well, and they think that's a more important objective. They can use that to break
Razork
up
is the
mid tower.
MVP of White Boy
But,
Summer.
I will say that Fnatic have definitely deprioritized the Dragon.
That's funny.
The first one to me was a bit of luck, you know? They tried to go for a steal, they made the steal work, and they were happy that they got it because it significantly reduces the risk of G2 trying to force a fight around a soul. But it's clear that their objective has not actually been playing for that. Instead, they've secured all 6 scrubs, they've got themselves the Herald, they can now secure the mid tower around the next Dragon.
Thanks for all the hard work, Elephant. I really enjoy and appreciate the fact that I have to just check 2 channels, normal and CS for content instead of the maze of channels. Wait, what do you mean? Only 2? So what you're saying is you're not checking the culture channel, you're not checking the sports channel. That's what I'm hearing.
Over with enough brute
Mad
force here,
Suo.
with the way you position the map, they do have to be
It's
careful.
don't worry, we'll have more channels soon.
Which is why you're seeing Jun trying to get that vision down, but you have the wave control here for Fnatic.
But
So
yeah,
look for the
obviously,
tier
like,
twos
we try and
to
make it
turn
easy if you
instead
just
of
want to follow one game
You're right,
or
Duncan.
one
Their
topic,
eyes are
that
set
we just
on
shove
the
all
red
the
prize,
content
given
there.
the damage that they've been able to do. They want to secure this tower. TP now committed.
Excellent read. Humanoid
You have a sports channel? Hell yeah.
backing up. Initial charges.
We have an
goes to
NBA
the
show
end,
that
but
Thorn and
no
Maui do.
Tools to follow up. All of G2 called over. It costs them Caps' TP, however.
And of course,
Last
as you
Predation
already
Sports.
said, so many drawn over. Now opens up the mid. Just
I'm
a
trying to get us
sequential
into a
set
general
play.
gaming
But
channel
maybe
as
they
well.
can't secure the tower on this wave. Noah just going to clear out the minions and then back off as the rest of Fnatic choose to reset.
Yeah, I think they needed to leave Noah in mid to basically create that second point
For
of
sure.
pressure, so Noah could have cleared wave. and
Broncos
then
gonna win
move
some
onto
games
the
this
mid
year,
lane
Monty.
turret as
You know,
G2
some probably.
overcommit to the bottom side of the map, but now G2 kind of just get
6?
to defend too, and it's not like you're in a
I
position to
pick
really
6.
threaten
I
the
think
tier
they'll
2
go
mob, but
6 and
again,
11.
Numbers trying to push advantages here in the mid lane, use that poke to push back G2, but they're just not going to be able to get to the tower.
Broken Blade using his ulti to move down to bottom lane. Take the
Oh,
last
come on.
little
They're not
tick
going to
of
go
health
3 and
off that
14.
bot lane, tier
That's
1 gold.
bullshit, guys. They're not going to go 3 and
Still about
14.
2,000 in the favor
That's
of Fnatic.
nonsense.
6
Sean
scrubs
Payton at
paying
least
off
can
for
coach
to be
them to
able
more
knock
than
out a
3
lot of
wins,
these
please.
objectives. Still 2-2 in the tower score overall, however.
The Destiny being down from Broken Blade off the back of that means that Fnatic can play way more aggressive on the map, though, and immediately
Like, Sean Payton can check down ball his way into 4 wins. Come on. Yeah, also, the Raiders are in their division.
The last minute, he's just been walking around.
You underestimate the power of Zach Wilson.
Top lane was already pushed in.
He's not going to be their quarterback, guys.
Mid was also being caught. He tried to go for the Scuttle Crab, and then yikes, Red Buff ended up securing it. Only now can he actually catch this wave. If Fnatic were able to find a pick onto him right now, it could be a huge experience swing. But he is able to catch it. He's going to be perfectly safe. But it's been a bit awkward for him. The lane assignments have been... Well, the waves have been a bit awkward for G2 over the last few minutes as Fnatic has been controlling the map very well.
Walk up and delete the mid lane tower too. Third tower for them. Breaking up in mid is massive for this Nidalee. Again, already such a threat from Fog of War. That much easier when you have so much passive vision control.
Three wins is mental. No way. They at least get 5. Well, I don't think they're going to be good, but they're not 3 wins bad. But if they were 3 wins bad, I wouldn't even hate it. Because at least maybe they'd be the first pick in the draft. In a way, it might be better to be 3 wins bad. Dude, the Renekton TP just slays me every time. Why are they like this? Why is Oscarinen like this? Why does he just TP in the middle? He gets stun locked and just dies.
Traps laid down to punish the TP, but now curtain call. Broken Blade quick to body block. G2 disciplined.
And ultimately, a bit of an overcommitment from Fnatic. They still
Dude, I love it. He's like, is there a Caitlyn on the enemy team? Yes. Let me just TP next to the Caitlyn so I get trapped.
Situation where they tried very hard to kill Mickey, and he showed how durable he was. The backline was able to just
that was a straight grief.
Who didn't really stand much of a chance, and so G2 found
but it's a good thing this Twisted Fate is completely useless. Honestly, guys, it takes work to be behind 1,000 gold. Look at this, guys. He's behind 29 CS, but there's no kills on this Renekton. And yet, you have Twisted Fate passive. It takes work to be this behind on Twisted Fate. It takes work. That's hard.
Was able to just melt through this Renekton, who didn't really stand much of a chance. And so G2 found themselves a kill, but the gold's still heavily in favor of Fnatic.
And you can see as they step up here, Mickey steps forward, finds that moment where he tries to buy space, so they will end up being able to pick off at least the
dude, the fucking Kate trap into Braum passive is too funny.
Of course, the back of that and Broken Blade being able to block these last 2 shots is super nice, but it still is Fnatic getting control of the map. You're limiting Broken Blade's impact on the map by having these waves pushed in. You're limiting the options for G2 to find these engages. And if Fnatic
you guys were telling me that the Renekton was like the reason they win this game, but it's not. It's not at all. It's fucking Razork. Just shitting all over them.
Noah, Humanoid, and even Spears from Razork. It's very difficult for G2 to buy this space back.
I can tell that Fnatic fans are feeling, well, they're probably feeling mixed right now. They're like, we're in a good spot. Fnatic looks poised to win this game, but we've watched a lot of Fnatic games before, and we know how quickly the tides can turn. So I imagine the pressure and tension.
Thanks for the content. Can't always catch it live due to my schedule, but always enjoy what you upload on your channel. Thank you, man. That's very nice of you. You guys are so nice most of the time.
Just kind of ride in the wave and see what happens.
That guy said hell yeah.
So polite. I appreciate that.
One guy's hair is on the line.
That's true. Forget finals and worlds. That guy's hair is on the line right now.
And both teams grouping up in mid lane, mainly to gain access into the river. It's G2 that approach first. The mid tower for Fnatic still alive though, so they'll quickly catch that wave. The poke from Fnatic. This is where we get to see it in action though.
Hansama really hasn't been able to set up a trap line either. Making no Warmogs yet means it's hard for him to regain that life. Destiny for
are we really throwing the game over a second Drake for both teams? This feels really weird. So Broken Blade already used ult here, so he actually can't reposition. I mean, he repositions to try and zone out Oscarinen, but he can't see because it's Ocean Soul map, so there's a brush in the back of the pick that's pink warded. So Oscar just gets the free flank. They know he's there! Oh my god. Nobody has object permanence on G2. Nobody... Oh. Where is it? Renekton isn't in this game. Renekton isn't in this game, guys. So let's just kite into the Renekton and let's go forward and use culling and then just get hit by W and then Q'd and then Asterix and then we die. Broken Blade with the complete trash flash.
Noah with the triple, Fnatic with the fight. That's an ace for Fnatic. 20 minutes in.
Insane flag. I mean, it is an insane flag, but not for the reasons you think.
Looking to finally
Why did G2 throw this entire game to get a second Drake that's an Ocean Drake? Like, you don't have the fucking TF ult anymore. Just give it up. And then they just forget Renekton exists because object permanence is not a thing. I mean, the Renekton does fuck them up. Broken Blade flashes into the brush, but he is definitely not living, by the way. So that was pointless.
Able to run over G2 over the course of that fight.
Yeah, very small things at the end there, like Broken Blade trying to flash away from the fourth shot from Jin, and he ends up flashing.
Are able to run over G2 over the course of that fight.
Yeah, very small things.
She's like, I can't believe they forgot that Renekton was in that brush. I can't believe they forgot that. Is G2 stupid?
At the end there, like Broken Blade trying to flash away from the fourth shot from Jin, and he ends up flashing into
Honestly, the better play there is to use Broken Blade to get into the backline here. So the thing is if you know where Renekton is, which you do because you can see him with TF ult. So if you know the Renekton is in the pit, then I think the best play is legitimately for Broken Blade to just suicide into the back line, suicide engage, and then you try and get an engage this way, right? You like cull forward and you jump forward with Mickey X and you just all in, because that way the Renekton actually does have to walk out this entire way. I mean, I think the best play is just not to throw the game over this Drake because it's pointless and doesn't matter who takes the Drake. It's a second Drake for either team. It's Ocean Soul. It's like, who cares? And like, I think you actually just all in and you play the port aggressively. And even Broken Blade dies, it doesn't matter. But instead, you just give them the ideal team fight for no reason.
Yeah, very small things at the end there, like Broken Blade trying to flash away from the fourth shot from Jin, and he ends up flashing into it, giving enough damage for the rest of Fnatic to clean him up at the end of the fight. Fnatic are in such a good spot. I don't think G2's composition gets any easier to play as the game goes on. This Twisted Fate has the ability to find picks in the late game, but we talked about it in draft. Fnatic have so much range. We get to see how much poke they have, and when they're ready, they can start the fight whenever they want, thanks to Jun.
And we have to give credit again to Oscar and Razor. B1 Renekton. Psycho. B2 Nidalee makes sense now, but now the jungle pick is crazy. And then that first kill in every moment since then, 2-0-4. Yes, 3 deaths for Oscar, but in that fight he was clutch. G2 not able to stop that Renekton from flanking. And this has just been a massive problem. In a game 5, to use such volatile picks is a huge sign of confidence from this Fnatic lineup.
But it felt like this was the ace up the Fnatic sleeve, right? They pick Renekton saying, hey, you're going to take Sejuani, knowing they had the Nidalee prepared.
Yes, the ace up the sleeve was truly taking Renekton and hoping they forgot where he was. It's like, guys, did you know if we first pick Renekton, it comes with Men in Black memory wiping technology? And during the team fight, we just use it, and then they forget where the Renekton is, and we get the flank for free.
Step up, Unbreakable there, ready to body block. Gold card down, fall damage is non-existent. Good all coming in from Mickey. Oscar likely to give his life, but manages to live. Now Jun looking to turn it back, but it's Caps on the flank. Caps with the calling, trying to do some good damage. Already though, Yike down, deleted. Jun deleted. 2 kills in the favor of Fnatic thus far. Manages to the edge of the sweeper.
Did you also know that we can walk into a Renekton so that he actually has value? Sort of. I mean, he doesn't really have value. He literally just stands there and absorbs every cooldown and does nothing. And then ease out. And then Jun is able to get the real engage down. But it's okay. Cooldown sponge successful.
Already though, Yike down, deleted. Jun deleted. 2 kills in the favor of Fnatic thus far.
And They just didn't have the damage to kill Oscar in. It was CC after CC. Every single member outside of Caps was hitting onto Oscar, and they just couldn't get him down. He has the TP. He's going to return to the mid jungle, and he will secure Baron for his team. 4 members of Fnatic alive. No jungler with the smite on G2.
G2, can they contest 4K? Getting lower, gold card ready to go. Humanoid off to the side, locking down Caps. Excellent route from Noah.
Broken Blade doesn't even try and find an angle. Broken Blade's TP usage has been such shit this game. Like, there have been 0 good TF ults. Like, they get information and then they do absolutely nothing with that information.
Then look at this route that comes down onto Caps. He's trying to make the play. He knows he has to do something, but then the damage comes through. The route connects, and then it's just clear.
Honestly, why is he walking in to gold card the Renekton? Like, he needs to hold this gold card to protect Caps. Gold carding Renekton doesn't do anything. All right, whatever.
Just clean up. Fnatic have come up huge in this game 5.
All right, why are we giving a shit about the Renekton there? He has no flash. He can't engage on you. You just let Caps die.
Does a little bit of work. Hansama's still relatively strong. Fnatic can't afford to falter now. The game's not over yet. Even if they're incredibly favored 10K lead, it should just be theirs. But how many times have we said that?
The Renekton was legit dog shit this game, guys. It was actually bad.
Continuing to pay off for this composition. 3-0-8.
Just because it got a flank doesn't mean it was a good pick. It just means G2 played like ass.
Pulling in the back there once again, just trying to delete Oscar. The damage finally going to be there. The gold card now coming in. Razor going to be in trouble. Caps off to the side, dueling Humanoid. Mickey there to try to body block. Looking for 4 stacks, looking for blows. Mickey now needs to get the hell out. Caps healing up as quick as he can. But this is at the final stand of G2 in this best of 5. They've done it. They don't have enough left on the side of G2 to hold.
I do like when Draco starts singing when he's casting. This is the final stand of G2. Or this is the final stand of game 5. He does this sometimes. I like, and I'm not being ironic, guys. I actually like it. I think it's fun. It's like one of his signatures. Sounds nice. How long have they waited to win an upper bracket match in the first playoffs, but also the playoffs that doesn't matter? Woo! Go Fnatic!
Over G2 esports.
I mean, good for them, but G2 did play like shit.
Fnatic stand tall against the wave of G2.
Do we get an LEC song? I think they cut the budget to the LEC songs.
But Fnatic executed perfectly and now find themselves in
Playoffs don't matter. Well, you know, it's just, you know, that's just your perspective. You know, do playoffs matter? Here, I'll show you. All right, so, right? Winner qualifies for Worlds, right? But you don't know what seed, and the top 3 qualify for LEC. So basically, G2 is qualified automatically for the season finals. But the thing is, the season finals, what matters is the top 2 teams qualify for the season 2024 World Championship, right? But it's the seeding order that matters. So the number 1 seed is the season finals champion. The number 2 seed is the season finals runner-up. The 3rd seed is the summer champion. So summer champion is not really that relevant. Like, G2 would rather be in the finals of the season finals than actually win summer. Right? So they've already qualified. Mad Lions has already qualified. The last 2 spots are up for grabs. It could be It's probably not Carmine Corp. Right? Carmine Corp, I think, has to place top 3 in order to make it to the season finals. So it's probably just SK and Giant X. Did I see the VCT EMEA trophy? Wow, this is fucking ugly, guys. Check out this trophy. Riot killing it. Yikes. What the fuck is that? It's like some plates that have been stapled together with neon staples. That is horrible. Yeah, it looks like something from Mad Max, but like scuffed Mad Max. So LEC finals champion is number 1 seed. LEC runners up is number 2. LEC summer is number 3 seed. So yeah, I mean this you pick how much this matters. Doesn't seem like it really matters. All right, guys, I gotta bounce. I will catch you tomorrow for some more bangers only. See you then.